Chapter 42-43. Shut up. At the mention of Jianghu's past life, Di Ting flew into a rage and scolded, "How can this fame-seeking thing be compared to my Buddha Lord? My Buddha Lord is the real Maitreya Buddha. What is he? But if it's as you say..." The sky-devouring beast's words were not without provocation. This little guy has accumulated so much merit that his Buddhist clone will sooner or later snatch away the Buddha's light that belongs to the Maitreya Buddha? Di Ting snorted and said fiercely, "If I didn't need to keep this guy as bait, I would have torn him apart and eaten him." That's strange too. The sky-devouring beast looked up at the falling rain and said curiously, "It's been a few months and 40% of the entire Eldritch continent has been destroyed. Why hasn't the mastermind appeared yet? Does he really want to destroy the world? What good will it do him if all the living beings in the Eldritch continent are killed?" "How would I know?" Di Ting gritted his teeth again and said, "I've been wise all my life, but I've been schemed against by the mastermind before I die. I'm afraid some of the karma for the destruction of the world will fall on my head." At this point, Di Ting looked at the sky-devouring beast and said, "Don't be so smug. If I have 30%, you have to take 30%. The sky-devouring beast wagged its tail and said with a smile, "I'm not a Buddhist disciple, so I don't care about this. If you say this to this little guy, it's more like it SSS." At this point, the sky-devouring beast suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up abruptly. The sky-devouring beast's movements attracted Di Ting's attention at the same time. Di Ting hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky-devouring beast vigilantly. "Di Ting." The sky-devouring beast stared in Xiaohua's direction for a long time and said, "Do you think this little guy is the mastermind? What he did in front of us was all an act." "How is that possible?" Di Ting said with extreme disdain, "I know that this guy has been in the Eldritch continent since he came. His every move is under my surveillance. Hee. The heaven-devouring beast laughed coldly and retorted, "If I'm not wrong, then this little fellow vanished before our eyes for a period of time before Heaven Link Peak." Huh? The Harkon's aura grew cold, and even the connate heavy water that filled the sky began to show signs of freezing. Could it be that everything about this little fellow is just a disguise? Even the strength he displayed was fake? Who knows? At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast's aura slackened as it said lazily, "I'm not the truth listener beast who has searched all 6 realms. Naturally, I wouldn't know about this." Damn it. Truth listener was already extremely resentful towards Xiaohua. Now that it heard such a possibility, it became even more furious. It cursed 3 times in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that it was seriously injured, it would have flown over to kill Xiaohua long ago, right? At this moment, Xiaohua was not in the mood to pay attention to the guesses of the 2 strange beasts. He was racing against time to compete with the collapsing sky. He wanted to save more untainted creatures before the apocalypse arrived. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days passed. The collapsing sky increased in size and speed as time passed. In the end, it was as if a flood was pouring down from the sky. The real flood fell from the sky, passing over the flying figures of Xiaohua and the other Fortune Gate disciples, drowning the land full of vitality in death. Xiaohua's figure stopped in the rain. He looked at the collapsing sky above his head and sighed. What should come, will come eventually. I want to understand the law of time. I really want to stop time at this moment. Time cannot be stopped. The green-robed Xiaohua said indifferently beside Xiaohua. Moreover, this is an untainted land surrounded by the turbulence of time. We have already tried our best. There shouldn't be any more regrets. Except for the dragon vein, Xiaohua's other avatars had already returned through space. At this time, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua comforted Xiaohua with a trace of regret in his voice. Xiaohua didn't look back. He just looked into the distance with compassion and didn't speak for a long time. The bone-honing Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He grinned and said, "Haha, only in times of crisis can one's potential be unearthed. If it was normal, I don't know when I would be able to sense Xinhua continent. I don't know when I would be able to enter Xinhua continent. This is only a small step in our cultivation. It's nothing to be proud of." Xiaohua replied indifferently. He then asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiaohua, when you see these creatures being strangled in the innate heavy water, don't you feel sorrow?" "Yes. Why not?" The bone-honing Xiaohua grinned. But looking at his grin, how was it sorrow? Tenyu. Buddha Bodhi, who had become less talkative after arriving at the desolate land, opened his mouth. "Let's go take a look and save as many as we can. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Xiao Hua's heart was already filled with grief and indignation. When he heard the word, stupa, from Buddha Subhudi's mouth, he felt a burst of disgust for no reason. He glanced at Buddha Subhudi indifferently, nodded and said, "That's right. For the sake of merit we have to go forward." Xiao Hua emphasized the word merit. Others might not be able to hear it, but Buddha Subhuti naturally understood. Seeing Xiao Hua flying forward without even turning his head, Buddha Subhuti chanted, "Namo Maitreya Buddha," with a miserable expression on his face. Holding up the sky with one hand had always been a divine ability of almighty beings. Xiao Hua wasn't considered an almighty at this time. Therefore, even if he wanted to do a lot, what he could achieve was pitifully little. After searching for more than 10 days, he saw the vast flood on the ground. Everything was clear and bright, and the world was filled with the aura of the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua had no choice but to give up again. He put all his clones back into his body and turned to fly back. At this point, Xiao Hua no longer had any superfluous thoughts. He had to make plans for himself. If the innate heavy water continued to fall, the entire untainted continent would be covered by the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua had to make plans for himself. It was also at this time that a whale came from afar. A primitive variant beast bobbed up and down in the innate heavy water. The brilliance around its body disappeared, and its corpse fell to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Buddha Bodhi was slightly taken aback. He said with some surprise, "It's strange. The soul of this primitive variant beast. Why didn't it come out?" "Is that so?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was also puzzled. His consciousness swept in that direction. As expected, it was empty. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Xiao Hua suddenly looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly and muttered to himself, "Destroy the world for what? Could it be for the souls of billions of creatures? Hurry." At this time, Xiao Hua threw away the grudge he had with Buddha Bodhi and shouted, "Follow this old man to another place to take a look." "Yes." Buddha Bodhi responded and flew in the direction of the flood. Another dozen days passed. Xiao Hua brought his clones to many places. Without exception, all of these places were flooded by the innate heavy water. Moreover, without exception, no soul managed to escape. However, Xiao Hua couldn't be sure that the goal of this disaster was the souls of billions of creatures in the primitive continent. Because the chances of the primitive variant beasts being killed by the innate heavy water were too few. Xiao Hua couldn't watch as any creatures were killed by the innate heavy water in front of him for no reason. Therefore, although no souls appeared when the innate heavy water fell, it could also mean that the souls had returned to the 9 underworlds. "Grandmaster, I'm afraid you're thinking too much." Green-robed Xiao Hua was somewhat disapproving. He looked at the flood and said, "Presumably, those souls have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. I think that it's normal that no souls appeared." Xiao Hua nodded faintly. "Green-robed Taoist is right. I think so too." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi didn't argue and said, "I hope this poor monk is thinking too much. Why hasn't Taoist Longmai returned yet?" Xiao Hua didn't want to talk to Buddha Bodhi anymore and changed the topic. Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Yes, could it be that this guy encountered another disaster? Could it be that we have to go to Chaotian Tower again? The primitive continent has already been covered by the flood. If there are no accidents, Chaotian Tower will no longer exist." Phoenix Body Xiao Hua replied with some melancholy. "Taoist Longmai shouldn't have a problem." Bonehone Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Now that it's raining heavily, other primitive variant beasts can't even hide. Who would find trouble with a 5-clawed true dragon? Let's go. We'll go in the direction of Taoist Longmai to welcome him." Xiao Hua leaped into the sky and said faintly, "Now that you have nothing to do, you might as well go back and rest." Immediately after, the group of clones returned to Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua flew in the direction pointed by Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Along the way, Xiao Hua paid attention again. From time to time, he would open his illusion breaker eye and pay attention to the matter of souls. After flying for more than 10 days, he didn't see any lingering souls. Only then did Xiao Hua gradually let down his guard. On this day, he really flew to a place where Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish the direction. A familiar yuan will swept across the sky from afar. Xiao Hua knew that this was Dragon Vein Xiao Hua returning. He was overjoyed and flew towards the sky to welcome him. "Taoist." Seeing that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua had some scars all over his body and some damage on his scales, Xiao Hua asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua didn't answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Daoist, take a look. Is there anything strange there? That place. Xiaohua was stunned. He looked towards the place where Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw was pointing. He saw that in the sky, there seemed to be a torrential downpour of innate heavy water. Above the innate heavy water, there was a gray and azure sky. At the end of this variegated sky, a slightly pale sun was powerlessly looking at all the tragedies on the ground. Chapter 42-44. Nothing. Xiaohua looked again and again but didn't find anything strange. He could only ask Longmai Xiaohua in confusion. A mysterious expression appeared on Longmai Xiaohua's face as he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, take a closer look. Is the sky collapsing?" "Of course it's collapsing." Xiaohua answered without hesitation. "That day when I saw the collapse of Tongtian Peak, I already looked." At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Just as Longmai Xiaohua said, he looked at the sky again. After a while, his gaze landed on the pale sun again. "Damn it, I was wrong." Xiaohua looked at the sun and smiled bitterly. "I always thought that the space above the primitive continent had collapsed. But if the space had collapsed, then the sun, naturally can't be seen. It must have been blocked by the collapsed space. But now the sun can be seen clearly and there are no dark clouds. Presumably it's not a real space collapse but the activation of a kind of array. If one were to think deeper, perhaps there was an array formation above the entire primordial continent that even the Harkin and the heaven-devouring beast were unaware of. This array formation. So I understand now. This array formation was built from the top of the Heaven Ascension Peak. Then, with Tongtian Peak as the center, it covered the entire primitive continent. Inside the array, all the water element energy of heaven and earth above the primitive continent was absorbed by this array. This caused the primitive continent to have no water element energy of heaven and earth. And inside the array, the water element energy of heaven and earth was cast into the innate heavy water. And when Tongtian Peak collapsed, this array was also activated. The innate heavy water that had been gathered for millions of years poured into the primitive continent, causing a tragedy of annihilation. But such a large array, such a large scale. Who created it? Xiaohua was really in disbelief. This idea was so big that it exceeded his imagination. He himself felt that it was unimaginable. Dragon God. Longmai Xiaohua answered without hesitation. Dragon God? Impossible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. If Dragon God is still here, how can the heaven-swallowing beast not know? To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua explained, I had long sensed a trace of the Dragon Clan's aura in the heavenly heavy water. After sending the last batch of Beasts and Fortune Gate's disciples to the Xinhua continent, I did not immediately meet up with fellow Taoist. Instead, I went to the sky to investigate. As a result, just as fellow Taoist saw, I discovered a flaw in the formation. When I tried to break the formation by force, I was injured by the formation. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I hurried to report it to fellow Taoist. Good. Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face as he shouted, We'll go investigate now. Perhaps we can find a way to break the formation. Unfortunately, Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said, Fellow Taoist, I have come to report and also to warn you. This array is definitely not something we can break. I just touched the outer layer and was injured by the formation. I don't think fellow Taoist has the ability to break this formation. So it's like that. Although Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words were like cold water poured over Xiaohua's head, Xiaohua was not particularly surprised. If it was really the Dragon God's formation, it would be a joke if he could break it. Then, what should we do? Xiaohua was a little helpless. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, We can't do it, but there's still Di Ting in the heaven-devouring beast. Impossible. Xiaohua shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, that heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast. How could it help us break the Dragon God's formation? Fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied, The heaven-devouring beast was kept in the dark. It was also bait in the formation. That's right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. Now that we know that the heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast and Di Ting is Nanwu Methraya's spiritual beast, the two of them must have come here with the Dragon God and Nanwu Methraya. Although they didn't mention their master, it's very obvious that Nanwu Methraya has already reincarnated. Can the Dragon God still be alive? Even if he's alive, I'm afraid he doesn't have much magic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast fight for the Pangu axe and cause a conflict to push down Tongtian Peak. He can settle this matter with one axe, there's no need to make it so troublesome. And he doesn't dare to summon the heaven-devouring beast because he's afraid that the heaven-devouring beast has ulterior motives. Moreover, only the god of the dragon clan could create so much khanate heavy water. Alright, there's also that Pangu axe. It's the dragon god's weapon, and only the dragon god can place it on Tongtian Peak. But, Dragon Vane Xiaohua spoke again, I kept thinking on the way back. The dragon chi in this khanate heavy water is extremely weak. If not for the fact that I have the body of a dragon, I definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. However, when we arrived at the formation, the dragon chi there was slightly stronger. The heaven-devouring beast is the spiritual beast that follows the dragon god. How could it not detect it? If it knew that this formation was set up by the dragon god, even if it has resentment in its heart, it wouldn't dare to cooperate with us to break the formation, right? Xiaohua pinched his chin and nodded, that's right, you're right. The heaven-devouring beast definitely wouldn't dare to break the formation set up by the dragon god, even if the dragon god has already abandoned it. I have to think of a way. At this point, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. Then he transmitted a few words to Dragon Vane Xiaohua. Dragon Vane Xiaohua beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. If that's the case, that heaven-devouring beast will definitely be fooled. Let's do as fellow Daoist says. Then Xiaohua and Dragon Vane Xiaohua discussed for a while. Only then did Dragon Vane Xiaohua enter Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua identified the direction and flew in the direction of Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. At this time, the Eldritch continent was filled with rain and flood. It was impossible to identify any direction. However, it was also in this place that Xiaohua was the best at identifying directions. He didn't spend much effort to find the two strange beasts lying in the air. The mountain where the two strange beasts were on had already disappeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense to check whether the teleportation formation in the capital star formation was intact. He stood respectfully in the air, bowed and said, Junior greets the two seniors. What? You were filled with anger when you left. Why aren't you angry now? The heaven-devouring beast still didn't forget to sow discord and asked with a smile. Xiaohua smiled and said, Previously, Junior thought that the two seniors were cold-blooded. You had a lot of magical powers but didn't want to take care of the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. Junior even suspected that the two seniors had done something, so Junior was angry. However, in the past few months, Junior tried his best but couldn't save many Eldritch beasts. While feeling dejected, Junior thought that the two seniors were injured. Even if you took action, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to save many creatures, so Junior can understand the difficulties of the two seniors. And we don't have the Kunlun mirror, so it's naturally impossible for us to save creatures as easily as you, so we simply helped you guard to prevent the enemy who made the sky collapse from appearing. The heaven-devouring beast nodded and said, Previously we didn't want to say it. Since you already understand, this old man will also explain it to you. Indeed. When Xiaohua heard the heaven-devouring beast mention the enemy, he was overjoyed and said, While Junior was saving creatures along the way, I also found something strange. I know that the two seniors are also victims and are definitely not the ones who set the trap, so now I'm specially apologizing to the two seniors. With that, Xiaohua bowed again. After he finished bowing, Di Ting asked curiously, What did you find? I haven't found anything special after looking for so long. Souls? Xiaohua said seriously, I don't know if Senior noticed the souls of those eldritch beasts after they were killed. Oh. Di Ting was confused and shook his head slightly. Ordinary souls should leave the body for a few breaths after leaving the body, and then they will be pulled into the 9 underworlds by the power of samsara. Xiaohua explained in all seriousness. However, this junior discovered that in this flood, the souls of all the primeval beasts that were killed never left their bodies. What does this mean? What does it mean? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were both surprised and asked naturally. It means that there are devils on the Eldritch continent. It's at least a devil venerable. Xiaohua's face tightened and said, This devil venerable used this apocalyptic flood to collect souls? Impossible. Di Ting denied, If there was a devil venerable, how could I not know? Senior, please look over there. Xiaohua pointed at the sun in the sky and asked, Senior, did you find anything unusual? Even Xiaohua couldn't see the abnormality for a moment, so Di Ting naturally couldn't see it, so Xiaohua told him the result of his discussion with Dragon Vane Xiaohua. Finally, looking at the heaven-devouring beast's uncertain expression and flickering eyes, he asserted, I hope Senior Heaven-Devouring can investigate clearly. It must be that devil venerable of the devil race who occupied the dragon gods. divine bone and borrowed the dragon god's power to build Tongtian Peak on the Eldritch continent and set up the boundless dragon array? Shut up. Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish his conclusion, the heaven-devouring beast interrupted Xiaohua. How can there be such a devil race? How can they occupy the dragon bone of my dragon god? How is it impossible? Xiaohua said with deep emotion. Previously, Junior saw a devil emperor of the zombie race in a cultivation world called the Ruins. He could occupy a celestial zombie. A devil emperor is so powerful, then a devil venerable should be able to occupy the dragon bone of the dragon god, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hearing that the dragon god's dragon bone was desecrated, the heaven-devouring beast shouted in anger, but Di Ting still didn't believe it. He frowned and said, if there really is a devil venerable, it's possible. But the problem is, Senior has never heard of a devil race on the Eldritch continent. Chapter 42-45. This, Junior doesn't know. Junior came late and doesn't know much about the great desolate continent. Xiaohua shrugged. Of course, if the devil race's devil lord had already existed before the two seniors arrived, then the two seniors might not have noticed it. That's even more impossible. Di Ting shook his head even more. My Buddha lord. At this point, Di Ting didn't say anything more, but Xiaohua also understood that even the demon venerable couldn't hide in front of Namo Mithriya Buddha. However, Xiaohua really didn't know what was above the demon venerable, so he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stammer, if that's the case, the missing soul, how do you explain it? Heaven-swallowing beast snorted, no need to say so much. Little guy, follow me to the array and you will know. Di Ting, are you going? Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Junior naturally wants to go. Junior also wants to see the face of Dragon God. Oh, maybe I can also see the face of Namo Mithriya Buddha. When Xiaohua said this, Di Ting's heart thumped. How could he be at ease to let Xiaohua look for the corpse of Jianghu's previous life? Di Ting hurriedly replied, of course I want to go. This demon venerable dared to scheme against me, I want to let him know my power. Immediately, the two strange beasts brought Xiaohua to the location of Tongtian Peak. At this time, the surroundings of Tongtian Peak were flooded. Except for the collapsed peak of Tongtian Peak, which had not been corroded by the innate heavy water, the other mountains and boulders were also slowly melting. If Junior's guess is right. Xiaohua pointed to the place where Tongtian Peak pierced the sky and said, this is the array core of the entire array. Dragon God's bone might be here and is being controlled by the demon venerable. Damn it. Heaven-swallowing beast roared, and its figure flashed in the heavy water and disappeared into the sky. Senior. Xiaohua pretended to raise his hand and shouted, why didn't you bring Junior along? Hee, of course I won't forget you. Next to him, Truth Listener smiled sinisterly. Xiaohua's body became light, and the water in front of his eyes became colorful. When all the phenomena disappeared, Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw that he was standing under a collapsed space with Truth Listener. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast stood above his head in an extremely irritable manner. Its entire body expanded and shrunk uncontrollably. Its pitch-black demonic aura mixed with dragon tattoos enveloped an area of nearly 100 miles. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. Hundreds of miles above his head, thousands of miles around him was filled with chaos. Within this chaos there was a blue water light. The innate heavy water was pouring down from this water light. It was endless and didn't look like it was going to stop at all. Between the water light, there was a void fluctuation wantonly. It was no different from an ordinary void being torn apart. In these fluctuations, there was even an extremely large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi gushing out. Looking 1,000 miles away, there were pieces of space fragments and cracks in space. They were like broken terraces on a mountain peak. It looked like there were segments, but in reality there was no pattern. Among these fragments, there was also a huge amount of innate heavy water pouring down. As the innate heavy water poured down, the originally connected space fragments shattered one after another and fell into the void. First, the heaven and earth yuan qi in disorderly fluctuations gushed out from the broken fragments, followed by another wave of innate heavy water. Damn it, isn't this the collapse of the void? Xiaohua, who already had a good understanding of the void, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He then looked into the distance again. The scorching sun had already set in the west, and the faint rays of sunlight reflected 7 colors in the water light. If it wasn't for this sun, I would have been deceived by this great array. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast's voice transmitted word by word, There's clearly the aura of the dragon god here, and this aura is somewhat sluggish. There's no vitality. It must be the demon lord of the demon race who has taken over my dragon god's dragon bones. How hateful. But Di Ting first flew 100 miles away from the center for a while, then flew a few thousand miles away. At this time, he flew back and transmitted his voice. I didn't smell a trace of the demon race's aura. How could Xiao Hua let the heaven-devouring beast doubt him again? He hurriedly covered up. The zombie race is the best at hiding their aura. How could it be so easily discovered? Moreover, the dragon god's aura is incomparably strong. I'm afraid it has already concealed the aura of the demon race. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast nodded resolutely. He looked at Di Ting and said, the little guy is right. The dragon god's dragon bones must have been desecrated by the demon race. Di Ting, in order to not shame the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll put aside my grudges with you first. I'll break this demonic array first, and after I rescue the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll settle the score with you. How about that? Di Ting hesitated for a moment, then said, the dragon god is also a dragon that I respect. How about this? I'll break the array with you. Perhaps there'll be the remains of my Buddha Lord inside. Good. Before Di Ting could finish, the heaven-devouring beast shouted happily, let's do it together. Damn it, just thinking about being able to see the dragon god's dragon bones before I die, my heart is also beating fast. AI, what a pity. If only the Pangu axe was here again, it would save us a lot of trouble. Di Ting sighed and glanced at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was not moved at all. His face was as heavy as water, even heavier than the surrounding Xiantian heavy water. Do it. The heaven-devouring beast was a little anxious, but it didn't say anything. It transmitted its voice and immediately opened its mouth. Layers of ripples appeared in its black mouth, and the space in front of the heaven-devouring beast began to boil. This boiling was like a huge horn that spread to the sky. Wherever the boiling passed, everything disappeared, including the Xiantian heavy water and the shattered void. It was as if everything had been swallowed into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. I'll help you. Seeing the heaven-devouring beast take action, Di Ting roared, and the dim Buddhist light around its body shone brightly. The horn on its head emitted a 9-colored light, and the light coordinated with the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations. It also rushed to the place thousands of miles high in the sky with the same power as the fluctuations. Wherever the light touched, everything was shattered, turning into wisps of Buddhist clouds. The fragments and cracks in the void were also shattered by the sound of the wooden fish, and no more Xiantian heavy water fell. Yeah. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Hua stood not far away, watching the two beasts do their best to break the array. He could not help but shake his head. These two beasts are already at the point of exhaustion. This joint attack is much weaker than the previous battle at the sky-connecting peak. Although the two beasts were exhausted, the power of their attacks was extremely powerful. When the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations landed on the 1,000-mile array, thousands of dragon patterns suddenly appeared, covering half of the array. The entire array was extremely distorted, and thousands of chaotic fluctuations leaked out. When Di Ting's light landed on the other half of the array, thousands of Buddhist Dharma protectors were also born. These Buddhist Dharma protectors carried enormous strength, and each of them used the power of dragons and elephants, which also messed up the light and shadows of the array. Whoa! A strange sound rang out, and the space thousands of miles was pulled down thousands of feet by the two beasts. The moment the array was torn apart, several strands of golden light leaked out. As expected. Seeing the light, Xiao Hua finally calmed down. This must be the sunlight above the array. Fellow Taoist Longmai's guess was right. There's a normal sky above the array. Gotcha. At the same time the light leaked out, a huge dragon-shaped thunderbolt fell out of the sky. This thunderbolt was golden in color, and it was filled with a terrifying dragon's breath. As soon as it fell, it immediately enveloped thousands of miles. In the face of this dragon's breath, the heaven-devouring beast was dumbfounded. He almost cried out, Supreme Dragon God, you! In the face of the Supreme Dragon God's remaining power, the heaven-devouring beast naturally did not dare to resist, but Di Ting did not dare to do so. Di Ting's figure flashed, and he swept the heaven-devouring beast away and flew away, still transmitting a voice transmission, hurry up and leave. Although the two beasts saw the opportunity early, and their strength was also extraordinary, this space of thousands of miles had already been sealed. How could they escape unscathed? Swoosh! The thunderbolt swept down, and the two beasts' bodies trembled. The heaven-devouring beast's demonic aura was completely destroyed, and the Buddhist light around Di Ting's body was also withdrawn. Even the wails of the two beasts were left in the air. However, even so, the two beasts still managed to escape from the space sealed by the dragon's breath before the thunderbolt fell. Damn it! Seeing the two beasts disappear in an instant, Xiaohua angrily cursed, and his figure hurriedly teleported. However, his strength was too weak compared to the two beasts, and under the terrifying dragon's breath, how could he teleport? Seeing the dragon-shaped thunderbolt fall, Xiaohua trembled with fear, and he hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique. Crack! The thunderbolt fell and it hit Xiaohua. Xiaohua originally could not break through the seal of the thunderbolt, but when the thunderbolt fell, Xiaohua borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to fly out of the seal. However, after flying for a few miles, Xiaohua's body fell down like a stone. It was unknown how long he fell. Poof! Xiaohua's body crashed into the broken peak of Heaven Connecting Peak, and the mountain rocks that had been corroded by the innate heavy water smashed a huge deep hole. Xiaohua's body was embedded in the deep hole. At this time, the magic array that was pulled by the two beasts had already returned to its original state, and an endless amount of innate heavy water fell from within. What was different from before was that within the 1,000 miles of the magic array, the huge eye from before faintly appeared again. It looked at Xiaohua's body that was embedded in the mountain rocks with extreme coldness, and then slowly disappeared. However, what the huge eye did not know was that when the huge eye disappeared, the slightly opened illusion breaker eye between Xiaohua's brows flashed with a trace of green light, and then it tightly closed again. Chapter 42-46. Dozens of days later, 2 strands of Yuan Shen swept across the sky from afar. Although these strands of Yuan Shen were powerful, they were sneaky like thieves sneaking into someone else's house. When the strands of Yuan Shen landed on the mountain peak where Xiaohua was located, they saw the innate heavy water accumulated in the deep hole and immediately stopped. They circled around a few times before quietly withdrawing. After about the time it took to eat a meal, Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast lowered their bodies and slowly flew along the surface of the flood. Every time they flew a certain distance they would raise their heads to look at the sky. They didn't dare to release their Yuan Shen, let alone use other divine abilities. The two beasts flew close to the broken peak, but they didn't rescue Xiaohua from the deep hole first. Instead, they raised their heads in fear as if they were afraid of waking up the dragon god in the sky. Huff! Just as they raised their heads, a stream of heavy water suddenly emerged from the human-shaped deep hole and Xiaohua's figure flew out from it. Whoa! The two beasts were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and hurriedly flew away. When they discovered the truth they couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Little thing, what are you doing? Seniors. Xiaohua's tone was a little straight, and there was no emotion in his tone. His opened eyes were faintly glowing with green light. This junior has just woken up. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me. Hee hee. The heaven-swallowing beast smacked its lips. You really are an unkillable cockroach. Even the dragon god's wrath couldn't destroy you. Your human fleshly body is really not bad. It's a pity that our Yuan Shen is too powerful. Di Ting also felt a little regretful. Moreover, it's not compatible with the human body. Otherwise we would also covet your body. Seniors, what do you mean? Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked curiously. Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast looked at each other, somewhat surprised by Xiaohua's dullness. However, Di Ting immediately said, "We are just saying that we have no ill intentions. Moreover, we have been thinking about the dragon god's wrath. Our opinions are somewhat different, so we want to hear your opinion." I see. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at the sky. He cautiously said, "It's not convenient to talk about this matter here. How about this? This junior has yet to recover from his serious injuries. Seniors, please wait for another 10 days. Once this junior has recovered from his injuries, we will discuss this matter again. How about that?" "Will your injuries recover in less than 10 days? Truth listener and the heaven-devouring beast asked in alarm. Xiaohua nodded. "Junior is a human. I have specially refined medicinal pills and also have a healing cultivation technique. Although I won't be able to fully recover in a dozen or so days, I can still move freely." Speaking up to here, Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Seniors, do you need medicinal pills?" This junior doesn't know if the pills of the human race can be used by the two seniors. "Why don't you show it to me?" the Harkin asked curiously. Xiaohua took out a spatial ring and took out some medicinal pills refined by the incense cult and handed them to the Harkin. The Harkin took them and looked at them for a moment before shaking his head. These medicinal pills are too weak. Moreover, they are targeted at the human race. I'm afraid they won't be of much use to us. You? The heaven-devouring beast raised its head, and a suction force that even the Harken found difficult to resist appeared. It forcibly sucked the pills into its residence and it muttered, "Who cares? It's better than nothing, yes yes." Xiaohua said as he took out some more pills from his spatial ring and handed them to the heaven-devouring beast. "This junior doesn't have many medicinal pills. Please enjoy these." The heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in the pills again. However, a moment later, a strange expression appeared on its face. The Harken looked at the heaven-devouring beast meaningfully and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Bullshit." The heaven-devouring beast spat out a mouthful of pills and cursed, "After eating so much, it's still not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." "Like I said." The Harken laughed, "These are medicinal pills of the human race. It's not something that can be consumed by us." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This junior wants to recuperate here first?" "Recuperate here? You don't want to live anymore?" The heaven-devouring beast looked up with some fear, "Right under the nose of venerable dragon god?" "My human race has a saying, the safest place is also the most dangerous place." Xiaohua replied. "Bullshit." The Harken also cursed, "That saying is, the most dangerous place is also the safest place." Yes, this junior hasn't read many books and can't compare to the profound knowledge of the two seniors." Xiaohua said as he sat down cross-legged and swallowed one of the medicinal pills that he gave to the heaven-devouring beast. He began to circulate his cultivation method and began to heal his wounds. The wisps of 5 elements origin energy fell into Xiaohua's body and then overflowed from his forehead, turning into a faint 5-colored cloud. "Damn it, the human race is the human race." The heaven-devouring beast enviously looked at Xiaohua as he healed his wounds. "This brain of his really isn't for nothing. Even his healing method is extraordinary. Let's go." The Harken understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with a smile, "His cultivation method being extraordinary is secondary, the key is his brain. This little guy has already ordered us to leave. Let's wait until he recovers." The heaven-devouring beast looked at Xiaohua as he healed his wounds. He basically didn't take the Harken and the Harken seriously. Although it was a bit angry, it also knew that it needed his help and couldn't do anything to Xiaohua. Therefore, it coldly snorted and turned around to follow the Harken and flew away. After the two beasts left, Xiaohua took out his spatial ring. But when he took out a pill from his spatial ring, Xiaohua's hand moved and the pill refined by Xiaogua appeared in his hand. After Xiaohua swallowed the pill, he said to himself, "It seems, my humanity has grown a lot." At this time, the one occupying Xiaohua's body was naturally the soul cultivator Xiaohua. The wrath of the dragon god from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast wasn't a small spell. All the soul cultivators in Xiaohua's body were knocked unconscious. Only the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who had been hiding in the spatial ring, managed to escape. At this time, he was controlling Xiaohua's body and successfully deceived the Harken and the heaven-devouring beast. After another 10 days, Xiaohua opened his eyes. After the starlight slowly passed, his eyes were filled with benevolence. An indescribable divine light flashed from his pupils, and then they returned to normal. Not bad. Xiaohua, who had regained his consciousness, looked around. He already knew that the soul cultivator Xiaohua had used a Taoist cultivation method and a Confucian cultivation method to heal his wounds. In these 10 days, most of his injuries had healed. He couldn't help but praise, "Fellow Taoist is indeed worthy of being a shaman who controlled the ninth sky of spirit origin. I admire you." Hee. The soul cultivator Xiaohua smiled proudly and said, "I don't dare. As the saying goes, if you learn one method you can learn 10,000 methods. When you cultivate to the end, there are signs of 10,000 methods returning to the same origin." Moreover, fellow Taoist used the lightning escape technique to avoid the wrath of the dragon god, which has the effect of borrowing force to fight force. The injuries you suffered may seem serious, but in fact, they are nothing. Oh, also, fellow Taoist, when you were unconscious, I noticed a huge eye above the formation in the sky. Oh, an eye? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. His eyes turned sharply as he asked curiously, could it be that the spying Louis detected earlier was not Diting? Was there really a dragon god spying on us? It wasn't just the dragon god spying on us, of course Diting was spying on us too. Xiaohua replied, Diting is very familiar with our actions. If he didn't spy on us, I would be the first to not believe it. However, didn't Louis say it clearly at that time? The spying he sensed was a kind of extermination. It was a kind of crisis. This spying was definitely done by the dragon god. Looking at this world-ending crisis, if the Fortune Gate's disciples weren't on Xinhua continent, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to survive. Xiaohua closed his eyes again. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It seems like we've been monitored since the moment we entered the desolate continent. Moreover, the heavenly heavy water might not necessarily take Lu Yi's and the others' lives. If Lu Yi's feeling is right, the dragon god must have other powerful means. This formation, we must break it." "Of course we must break it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Grandmaster Bodhi's water bottle is already filled with heavenly heavy water. Even an ocean on Xinhua continent is now filled with heavenly heavy water. However, this is only a temporary solution. If we don't break the formation, the desolate continent will face the end of the world. Moreover, if we don't take advantage of the fact that the dragon god can't escape from the formation and kill him as soon as possible, how will we survive when he can move? Let's go." Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He leaped up and said, "We need to find Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. If we want to break the formation, we need to rely on their abilities." There was no need for Xiaohua to spend too much effort searching for them. Xiaohua had only flown for half a day when Di Ting's origin sense swept over. Soon after, Di Ting rushed over with the heaven-devouring beast. Behind Di Ting, the heaven-devouring beast stood respectfully. Looking at the heaven-devouring beast's sleepy face, Xiaohua understood that this lazy beast wanted to rely on Di Ting to escape this calamity. "Little guy, have your injuries healed?" Di Ting looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and asked curiously. Xiaohua was still a little guy in his mouth. He had never asked for Xiaohua's name, as if he looked down on Xiaohua. Perhaps it was just like what Di Ting said, demonic beasts didn't need a name. "Many thanks for Senior's concern." Xiaohua bowed and said, "Junior's injuries have not healed, but since Senior has summoned me, Junior does not dare to keep Senior waiting." "Little guy." The heaven-devouring beast hurriedly said, "You're right about the formation in the sky. This old man has already seen it. However, the wrath of the dragon god in the formation is indeed the real deal. There is no demonic aura at all. How could my dragon god be desecrated by the demon lord?" "What do you think, Senior?" Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Di Ting. To be honest, Di Ting didn't hide it and replied, "This old man also didn't hear any demonic aura from the formation. However, this old man keeps feeling that something is wrong." Chapter 42-47. Hearing this, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. Without waiting for Di Ting to finish, he continued, "Senior, do you think that the dragon god in the formation is too unreasonable? He shouldn't have killed the heaven-swallowing beast? Do you think that with the dragon god's identity, he wouldn't attack the two seniors? Do you think that venerable dragon god won't kill them?" That's right. Xiaohua's "that's right" immediately hit Di Ting's heart. Di Ting nodded repeatedly, That's right. The heaven-devouring beast has been following Supreme Dragon God for who knows how many years. He's loyal and devoted. Even after Supreme Dragon God disappeared, he's still guarding Supreme Dragon God and fighting with me for the sake of his faith in the Eldritch continent. Sigh, that's right. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's face was also extremely lonely. He sighed, "When I saw the Dragon God's wrath descend, I really didn't want to live anymore. How could the Dragon God treat me like this?" That's why. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. The Dragon God in the formation is definitely not the Dragon God, but a puppet whose dragon bones are occupied by the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord's concealment technique is too powerful. He could actually deceive the two seniors. Perhaps this is the only explanation that can make me feel at ease. The heaven-swallowing beast was obviously moved by Xiaohua's words. He looked at the distant sky and said faintly, "Senior, if the Dragon God's dragon bones or dragon body were desecrated by the Demon Lord, what would you do?" Xiaohua's eyes narrowed like crescent moons as he asked softly, "Nonsense. Of course I'll kill the Demon Lord. I definitely won't allow anything to desecrate the Dragon God," the heaven-swallowing beast said fiercely. He even looked at Xiaohua with a fierce gaze. Xiaohua didn't care about the heaven-swallowing beast's threat. He turned to Di Ting and asked, "Senior, what do you think we should do?" Di Ting was a little hesitant and replied, "Of course we should break the formation. Kill the Demon Lord and rescue the Dragon God's dragon bones from the formation. It's just that, this formation is too powerful. We have no way of breaking it." Hee. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the distant sky. "The center of the formation is naturally the formation eye. The defense there is naturally the strongest. What about the edge of the array? This junior doesn't believe that the great formation that covers the entire primeval wasteland continent is perfectly round and flawless. If the demon lord really used Lord Dragon God's divine ability to lay out a formation that covers the entire eldritch continent, I'm afraid there really isn't any flaw in it. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua with disdain and said, "This daddy once saw venerable dragon god set up a dragon array that covered the entire star field." Boom! The heaven-swallowing beast's words made Xiaohua dizzy all of a sudden. Only now did Xiaohua realize how shallow he was. The so-called supreme dragon god is the god of the dragon race. Even when his spirit beast was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he couldn't resist it. How could his divine ability be measured by him? For a dragon god who could set up a dragon formation that could control an entire space zone, even if he couldn't move and didn't have much power left, the great formation he set up could definitely cover the entire primeval continent. It was definitely not something that he and two dying beasts could break, right? The heaven-devouring beast's words continued to enter Xiaohua's mind. However, Xiaohua did not hear a single word. Now he seemed to have fallen into another deadlock. Could it be that the distortion in the starry sky is the key to breaking the great formation? Xiaohua was absent-minded. His eyes rolled around as he thought to himself, only at that time will this Xiao have a chance to escape? Of course, this daddy is very familiar with the dragon formation set up by venerable dragon god. The heaven-devouring beast's words entered Xiaohua's mind intermittently. Venerable dragon god often tells this daddy that breaking a formation requires a finishing touch, to find the key to the formation, to understand the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. Alas! Xiaohua sighed. He sneered and cursed in his heart, "These words are for beasts. Our human race cultivators already knew this when we first started learning about formations. If this daddy knew the weakness of this dragon formation, would this daddy still need to waste time with you?" Xiaohua did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast show off. He raised his head to look at the blue and gray sky and thought, this dragon formation covers the entire primeval continent. Even if we reach the edge of the great formation, it's impossible to get out. It's really difficult to break the formation from the inside. But what about outside the great formation? Could it be possible? But how can this daddy get out of the great formation? Since this daddy got out of the great formation, is it not already broken? Damn it, this is a dead knot. Back then, this dragon god spent a lot of effort to set up the formation. He actually used hundreds of millions of stone giants. Damn it, hundreds of millions of stone giants to build such a Tongtian peak. That's why he could reach the peak of Tongtian peak and start setting up the formation. This damn dragon god. At that time he couldn't even fly. How could he dare to look for the heaven-devouring beast? If the heaven-devouring beast was not obedient and directly swallowed the dragon god, he wouldn't even have a place to cry out. It's probably because of the suspicion at that time that made the dragon god attack the heaven-devouring beast today. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly flashed with a faintly discernible thought. However, this thought flashed by like a fish. "Oh?" Xiaohua's heart moved. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around again. He almost lost his voice. "Junior seems to have some feeling." "What feeling?" The heaven-devouring beast's words were interrupted by Xiaohua. It was somewhat unhappy and asked coldly, "Could it be the feeling of breaking the formation?" With the strength of your human race, you actually want to break the dragon formation? Don't you think it's a little wishful thinking?" Xiaohua's words were indeed somewhat arrogant. Not only did Di Ting look at him in disbelief, even the sleepy heaven-devouring beast also became alert and looked at Xiaohua. "That's right." Xiaohua nodded with certainty. Junior thought of an idea related to breaking the formation. What idea? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast also became alert as they stared at Xiaohua and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, this idea flashed by. Junior hasn't grasped this idea yet. Damn it." The heaven-devouring beast was somewhat flustered and exasperated. That kind of nostalgic memory was cut off and he got such an answer. How could he not be furious? Di Ting smiled and said, don't worry, slowly think, we have plenty of time." Speaking until here, Di Ting didn't forget to remind, the ones who don't have time are the creatures of the ancient continent. Now that the flood has covered the continent for a long time, it probably won't be long before the entire ground can't bear the weight of the innate heavy water. That's right. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He didn't think of this, so he frowned and stared at the sky, thinking hard, what exactly is it? What did I think of just now? Great formation? Should it be broken from the outside? But, how can I get out of here? Dragon God spent billions of stone giants to build Tongtian Peak? This Tongtian Peak is the eye of the Great Formation? Can only break the formation from Tongtian Peak? But how can I get out from the eye of the formation on Tongtian Peak? Tongtian Peak, Tongtian Peak? Damn it, I'm afraid this is the only mountain in the ancient continent that can reach the sky, right? Xiao Hua's thoughts were somewhat random. His gaze fell on the distant sky. He couldn't see clearly where Tongtian Peak pierced into the sky. It seems that the hidden immortal continent also doesn't have such a mountain. Oh, that's right. Xiaoyu continent's main country's Taiqing sect doesn't have 3 mountain peaks, heaven, earth, and human? These 3 mountain peaks are also known as Tongtian Peak. Yes. Thinking of heaven, earth, and human, Xiao Hua immediately thought of Han Zhu, the Kunlun sect's disciple who almost killed him in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Before Xiao Hua went to the Buddhist sect's ruins, he saw Han Zhu outside the ink cloud black forest. At that time, Han Zhu was participating in a Kunlun sect's grand meeting, and he just happened to win one of the competitions. And this competition was to climb the heaven, earth, and human, the 3 mountain peaks that could reach the sky. Whoever could climb the highest would win. And because Han Zhu had Buddhist sect's cultivation method, he actually climbed to the peak of the mountain. But when he reached the peak, Han Zhu discovered that he wasn't in the sky, but emerged from the underground of the ink cloud black forest. At that time, Han Zhu proudly told Xiao Hua about this. Xiao Hua was also quite puzzled at that time. He even thought that Han Zhu was joking. As for later, Han Zhu suddenly attacked and almost killed Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua threw this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he saw Tongtian Peak's vastness and Tongtian Peak, Xiao Hua very naturally thought of this matter. He thought of heaven, earth, and human. Aren't heaven, earth, and human very similar to Tongtian Peak? Needless to say, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became lively. He thought to himself, although I don't know if Xiaoyu continent is like this great desolate continent, there is a huge formation enveloping it, but if Tongtian Peak is like heaven, earth, and human, then this Tongtian Peak is not the real Tongtian Peak. Instead, there is a formation that gives rise to an illusion of Tongtian Peak. The end of Tongtian Peak is the beginning of Tongtian Peak. In other words, the peak of Tongtian Peak is actually at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. That supreme dragon god who can't fly also doesn't need to climb to the top of Tongtian Peak. As long as Tongtian Peak is built, he will be at the top of Tongtian Peak. The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more reasonable it was, his face unconsciously glowing. Taoist. The nearby heaven-devouring beast looked amused and laughed. Did you think of something delicious? What delicious? Xiao Hua glared at the heaven-devouring beast and said, I thought of a trick to break the formation. Impossible? The heaven-devouring beast cried out in disbelief. You actually thought of a trick? Speak quickly. Di Ting hit the nail on the head. How should we break the formation? It's at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Xiao Hua said with confidence. That's the top of Tongtian Peak. How is that possible? Are you dreaming? Di Ting sneered. That Tongtian Peak was already pushed down by me. Why didn't the top of the peak appear? Chapter 42-48. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The Tongtian Peak has been toppled by Senior, but the mountain at the bottom is still there. Who would have thought that the broken mountain is the foundation of breaking the array? One is in the sky, the other is underground. The human race has too many unimaginable ideas. The heaven-swallowing beast disagreed and looked at Xiao Hua coldly. I don't think this is a good idea. Seniors, why don't you go and take a look? Xiao Hua said with a smile. If Senior wants the dignity of the dragon god to be trampled under the feet of the demon race, you should go and take a look. But when the heaven-swallowing beast heard that the dragon bones of the dragon god might be under their feet, he couldn't help but shrink back. We are about to die anyway. Di Ting said faintly. No matter what, you have to make things clear, right? Is the dignity of your Lord Dragon God not worth your life? See, there was no need for Di Ting to say a second sentence. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He had heard a kind of determination from Di Ting's mouth and also heard a kind of threat to himself. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, Di Ting, you are right. Even if the person in this array is really the dragon god, I still have to go and see him. See him for the last time. Let's go. Di Ting took the lead and flew in the direction of the Tongtian Peak. Behind him, the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiao Hua, and the heaven-swallowing beast followed. When they reached the Tongtian Peak, Di Ting's ears trembled slightly. His figure flew slowly for nearly 1,000 miles and finally landed on the broken peak of the Tongtian Peak. He said faintly to Xiaohua, "Little guy, the array core you mentioned doesn't seem to be here. How is that possible?" Xiaohua was a little confused. He almost shouted out without thinking. Di Ting smiled coldly and said, "Can you not believe what I say? If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. I have searched the 6 realms and still have this little bit of divine ability." Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to say that he didn't believe it. However, he was still unwilling to give up and rushed into the ground of the Tongtian Peak to take a look. The base of the heaven-connecting peak was a foundation that was several thousand li in size. This foundation was covered in a dark purple color, and there were also faint fluctuations coming from the foundation. However, under Xiaohua's divine sense, he couldn't see any signs of other great arrays. Even when Xiaohua fled to the very bottom of the mountain, he still didn't see the promised array formation. Most importantly, the water element yuan qi of heaven and earth was still lacking, and there were no signs of overflowing connate heavy water. The surface of Tongtian Peak and even the bottom of the ground were covered in a strange purplish color. Although it was already broken, it was unknown what material it was made of. Xiaohua was unable to escape. Xiaohua once again flew out from the ground and entered the Tongtian Peak using earth escape from the place where he was cut off by Panga's axe. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. The entire heaven-connecting peak was like a huge cylindrical space. There were strange restrictive spells on the outside, and the inside was simply refined materials. How strange. Xiaohua looked to his left and saw that there really weren't any signs of a spell formation. Then he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked again. Finally, he flew out with heavy doubts in his heart. How is it? The heaven-devouring beast greeted him and asked with concern, "Did Daoist discover anything strange?" "No." Xiaohua frowned and replied, "There are no signs of a spell formation here, so there shouldn't be any array core. And Daoist's idea is indeed interesting, but it might be a bit unimaginable. If Lord Dragon God were to set up a spell formation, he wouldn't be so childish." The heaven-devouring beast advised. Perhaps this old man's thinking is too simple. Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. His eyes turned slightly and no one knew what he was thinking. The heaven-devouring beast laughed and said, "Can the human race actually predict Lord Dragon God's thoughts? Little thing, you still have a long way to go in the future." "Is the road long?" Xiaohua suddenly laughed. He raised his head and asked the truth listener, "Senior, even if the array core isn't here, this junior still believes that the array core is definitely on the land of this great desolate continent. Have you carefully checked the surroundings?" Of course this daddy has checked." The truth listener was somewhat displeased. "You dare to not believe this daddy?" No. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not that this junior doesn't believe senior, but this junior feels that the array core shouldn't be far from here. If possible, I ask senior to look further." "Actually, there's no need for that." The truth listener said, "This daddy has already listened to everything within 1,000,000 miles, and there isn't any abnormality at all." Xiaohua's face instantly turned ugly. He thought for a moment and said earnestly, "This junior would like to ask senior to carefully check again." "All right." The truth listener was also straightforward. Without saying anything else, it flew up and really flew around again. When it turned back it said, "Little thing, this daddy has looked again and there really isn't. How is that possible?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. The array core must be on the Great Desolate Continent, how can it not be there? The Great Desolate Continent is so big, even if there is an array core of 1,000 miles, where can we find it? The heaven-swallowing beast ridiculed, "This daddy thinks that this idea of yours is just wishful thinking." Alas. Xiaohua sighed, looked at the sky, looked at the earth and muttered to himself, "Yes, from the 3 peaks of heaven, earth and human to the ink Zhao Black Forest, from the Tongtian Peak to the array core. Naturally it would be extremely far, possibly the entire Great Desolate Continent." At this point Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha, this Xiao knows. Oh, what do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast's eyes also lit up and asked curiously, "This old man knows where the array core is." Xiaohua's eyes lit up, revealing the power of life in the rain of innate heavy water. The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned and hurriedly said, "You really know where it is? Say it quickly. Chaotian Tower." Xiaohua pointed in the direction of Chaotian Tower and said confidently, "Chaotian Tower? Chaotian Tower?" Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast cried out involuntarily, looked at each other and said, "How is that possible? We have also been to Chaotian Tower's Buddhist pagoda. How come we have never sensed the aura of the dragon god inside? How come we have not found any traces of the dragon array? Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and asked, Heaven-swallowing beast, you have been to Chaotian Tower, right? The heaven-swallowing beast's face was somewhat unnatural and it replied awkwardly, I have been there, but I did not dare to enter that Buddhist pagoda. You cannot go in. If you go in, you will become the pagoda guardian spirit beast inside. Xiao Hua was in a good mood and said with a smile, however, even if you did not enter the Buddhist pagoda, you must have seen the symmetrical and inverted Buddhist pagoda inside, right? I have seen it. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, At that time I felt it was very strange. I did not know what use these two Buddhist pagoda have, or what kind of weapon they are. You only know about weapons. Xiao Hua said with a smile, that inverted Buddhist pagoda is probably the center of the entire array, the restriction that connects the peak and the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Or it could be said that it is the link between the sky and the earth of the great desolate continent. Not bad, not bad. The truth listener nodded with some joy, hearing you say that this lousy thought about those two Buddhist pagoda opposing each other, and the feeling of going from one Buddhist pagoda world to another Buddhist pagoda world, it really is like that. The head of the human race. What is it made of? The heaven-swallowing beast's voice was close to a whisper. This lousy has entered Chaotian Tower countless times, but I have never thought of it like that. Actually? Xiao Hua replied mysteriously, the reason is very simple. Hurry up and say it. The heaven-swallowing beast could not wait any longer and asked, How do you know? Xiao Hua said neither quickly nor slowly. Actually, previously, when the truth listener and the heaven-swallowing beast worked together to tear apart the heavenly dome array, there was a flash of golden brilliance. At that time, the Xiao thought that it was the sunlight of the sun. But now that I think about it, the sun was about to set back then. The color should have been orange-red, not golden. Furthermore, this Xiao is very familiar with that golden color. Isn't it the yellow sand of Chaotian Tower? And at that moment, the sand of Chaotian Tower should have been submerged by the connate heavy water. The place where such sand can be found should be another inverted world in Chaotian Tower. Therefore, the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, which pierces the sky, is at the bottom of the inverted Buddhist pagoda in Chaotian Tower. Hiss. Not only did the heaven-swallowing beast gasp, but even the real heaven-swallowing beast and truth listener were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was self-evident. They had seen everything that Xiao Hua had said, but they had never thought in this direction. Although it was because Xiao Hua had previously experienced the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man, if they could not string all these details together, how could they arrive at such a strange conclusion? Humans. The heaven-swallowing beast only had this sentence left. Although they had not gone to Chaotian Tower to investigate, the heaven-swallowing beast almost believed Xiao Hua's words. Actually, a bitter expression appeared on the heaven-swallowing beast's face. Taoist, you said so much, but it was all conjecture after the fact. The primordial beast who received the news of Heaven Ascension Peak had all gone to Chaotian Tower. It's not particularly difficult to link the two together. Hee, of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The heavenly demon thought that what he did was strange. The primordial beasts had already gone to Chaotian Tower. In the future, when they search for the array core, they will definitely exclude Chaotian Tower. However, his attempt to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. To the point of revealing 300 taels of silver is really not worth mentioning in this Zhao's eyes. In fact, Xiao Hua had another reason that he did not mention. This was because he believed that this array was set up by the dragon god. Since the dragon god could not move casually, then if he wanted to leave a message, it would definitely be near the array core. Since all the primordial beasts had obtained the news of Heaven Ascension Peak from Chaotian Tower, then Chaotian Tower must be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Peak. Chapter 42-49. Let's go. Ting was a little anxious. It whispered and left with the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast seemed to be a little hesitant. It hesitated for half a cup of tea's time before it took Xiao Hua and flew towards the imperial palace. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and waited for the light to disappear. However, the heaven-devouring beast's voice sounded in his mind again. Little thing, let me ask you. Do you really think that this formation was set up by the demon lord using the remains of the dragon god? Are you really not lying to me? Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew that the heaven-devouring beast was already suspicious. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and answered truthfully. Actually, this junior thinks that the possibility of the demon lord using the dragon bones of the dragon god is only 30%. Oh? Then what about 70%? The heaven-devouring beast's tone didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed that it had already expected Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua knew that he was right. However, he still said carefully, the other 70% is, this formation was set up by the dragon god himself. Xiaohua then told the heaven-devouring beast his guess. Finally he said, actually this junior also knows that this formation can't be broken. This junior just wants to find a place to escape. Moreover, this junior also wants to see the dragon god and ask him, why he wants to destroy the world. Moreover, why he wants to use senior as bait. After all, this junior doesn't believe that the dragon god is that kind of cold-hearted dragon god. Why does the dragon god want to destroy the world? He doesn't need any reason. The dragon god must have his own reasons. You're asking for nothing. The heaven-devouring beast sighed. This senior actually already knew that this formation must be set up by the dragon god. This senior just wants to see the dragon god and personally ask him why he didn't come to find me even though he knew that I was in the chaotic continent all these years. Why did you abandon me as bait without saying a word? Of course, if the dragon god wants me to be bait, he only needs to say it. How can I not listen to him? Sigh, that's right. This junior also feels that it's unfair for senior. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the dragon god while saving his own life. Xiaohua also agreed. Moreover, if you can really see the dragon god, and if his highness still remembers our old friendship, I believe that senior won't throw your life away? Humph, you think that you're the smart one? The heaven-devouring beast snorted. This is also that bastard's idea? All right. Xiaohua was also helpless. After all, although these two strange beasts weren't humans, they had lived for so long. What kind of deception hadn't they seen? He didn't have the dragon god's heart. Furthermore, from the looks of it, if Truth Listener were alive, Xiaohua would have a chance of survival. If he were dead, he would definitely drag Xiaohua down with him before he died. He wouldn't tolerate Buddha Subhuti occupying Nanwu Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Moments later, the light in front of Xiaohua slowly vanished. What appeared in front of him was a boundless flood. The heavenly imperial court was a plain to begin with. Now the flood had submerged everything underwater. If not for Truth Listener's extreme familiarity with the area, it would have been difficult to find it. Is it here? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. He looked again and again but he still couldn't confirm it. Heaven-devouring beast, do it. The Buddha ignored Xiaohua and said to the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast nodded. It flew into the sky and opened its mouth slightly. A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the innate heavy water. The whirlpool continued to expand. In just a few moments it was 1,000 miles wide. At the bottom of the whirlpool, golden sand was exposed. What was strange was that the sand was not corroded by the innate heavy water, nor was it washed away. It was exactly the same as before. The heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate at all. It opened its mouth again as if it had entered it countless times before. Woof! With a soft howl, spatial ripples like fishing nets appeared among the golden sand. These ripples didn't affect a single grain of sand. Then, a void passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. The heaven-devouring beast looked at the passage cautiously. It turned to look at the Buddha. The Buddha looked puzzled. It didn't seem to find anything inside. I'll go in first. Xiaohua knew that the two beasts were still puzzled. He said and entered the passage first. The passage wasn't short. It was different from the one Xiaohua had entered previously. After entering the wave-like passage, there was a light at the end of the passage. When Xiaohua flew out of the light, he saw the Great Derivation exquisite pagoda that pierced straight into the sky. Looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of Great Derivation and the huge pagoda above his head which was connected to this huge pagoda by its spire in another inverted space, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the tragedy of the end of the world. Translator's Thoughts Lu_Kaishin Editor. Valvrave looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of Great Derivation, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the catastrophe of the world. Seeing that the strange mirror had disappeared, Xiaohua was about to take a closer look at the inverted space, which he suspected was the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, when there was a sound behind him. The heaven-devouring beast and the Buddha had arrived. Behind the heaven-devouring beast, the void passage slowly closed. Did you see anything? A complicated expression appeared on Truth Listener's face. His gaze landed on the pagoda as he asked Xiaohua. This junior didn't see anything unusual. Xiaohua replied thought-provokingly. However, this pagoda seems to have been here for many years. I wonder if senior has seen anything? Of course I've come here more often than the heaven-devouring beast. The Buddha pagoda's face revealed endless loneliness, even more so than the heaven-devouring beasts. Moreover, in order to find some clues, I simply moved to the nearby area. But after so many years, I haven't found anything. Senior, what do you want to find? Xiaohua suddenly asked. The Buddha pagoda had unconsciously been fooled and blurted out, "Nonsense, of course it's the trace of my Buddha Lord." However, as soon as the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, it immediately understood. It immediately shut up and glared fiercely at Xiaohua. In fact, there was no need for the Buddha pagoda to say anything. Looking at the hostility between the Buddha pagoda and the heaven-devouring beast, and seeing that neither of them had news of their master, Xiaohua had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. Xiaohua even knew more than the Buddha pagoda. After all, Jianghu had already escaped from the cycle of reincarnation. This meant that the Buddha Lord had already fallen, and the Buddha pagoda was still looking for traces of his Buddha Lord. However, what Xiaohua didn't understand was why Nanwu Maitreya Buddha and the Dragon God came here. Why did the two powerful beings start a war, causing Nanwu Maitreya Buddha to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and the Dragon God to lose his divine ability and couldn't even move? What purpose did they have to use killing to achieve? Senior, do you think this pagoda was built by the Buddha Lord? Xiaohua asked. Of course. The Buddha pagoda replied without hesitation. In this primitive continent, other than my Buddha Lord, who else can build such a merciful pagoda? After the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, the heaven-devouring beast's expression changed greatly, as if it had thought of something. The Buddha pagoda was shocked and hurriedly flew a distance away, once again on alert. Just as Xiaohua had guessed, the Dragon God was in this great formation. If the Dragon God could move, with the divine ability of the Dragon God, it wouldn't have to waste much effort to destroy the world. The reason why the Dragon God couldn't move was because it was suppressed by the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda. The heaven-devouring beast said faintly, "You don't have to be nervous. You and I are about to die. It's meaningless to worry about the other party attacking now." Yes, that's right. The Buddha pagoda nodded slightly and replied, "No matter who you and I meet, it's our fortune. Perhaps we can all be saved. Let's go over and take a look." The heaven-devouring beast looked up at the top of the exquisite pagoda and said. At this moment, the exquisite pagoda was so similar to the heaven-connecting peak from before. Both of them pierced through heaven and earth, revealing a boundless aura. Xiaohua wouldn't believe that this pagoda had nothing to do with the heaven-connecting peak even if he was beaten to death. Wait a moment. The Buddha pagoda said. Di Ting knew what the heaven-devouring beast was talking about. As he said that, his figure moved closer to the exquisite pagoda with familiarity. As if he had done it countless times before, the Buddha light around his body flickered. Sure enough, the Buddha light turned into lotuses and fell around the pagoda along with the multicolored light, turning into a lotus seed pod path that led to the top of the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda didn't need the heaven-devouring beast to say anything. He landed on the path first and ran happily on all fours to the top of the pagoda. It looked like he was looking for his master's spirit pet. When the heaven-devouring beast saw this, a rare smile appeared on its face and also landed on the path. Woof woof. It barked and followed behind the Buddha pagoda. Enlightened master, please. The heaven-devouring beast hesitated for a moment and asked Xiaohua to go first. You go first. Xiaohua waved his hand. This old man will go last to prevent any accidents from happening. Many thanks, enlightened master. The heaven-devouring beast smiled gratefully and stepped on the path, heading towards the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to step on the path. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that there were no restrictions around the pagoda and quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, although the heaven and earth yuan qi around the pagoda was very rich, the water-type heaven and earth yuan qi was still lacking. It was exactly the same as before. There was no water-type heaven and earth yuan qi wreaking havoc as he had imagined. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought to himself, damn it, did I make a mistake again? When Xiaohua braced himself and reached the top of the pagoda, the heaven-devouring beast and the heaven-devouring beast were already waiting there. They didn't rashly enter the inverted space. Seeing Xiaohua come up, the Buddha pagoda smiled faintly and asked, if your guess is correct, this is the top of the heaven-connecting peak. And it should be. Xiaohua said hesitantly. I'll know when I go take a look. At this point even Xiao Hua, who had long felt that he had a card up his sleeve, was nervous. Chapter 4250. What is this place? Is it the same space as ours? Sky Devouring asked curiously, why don't I go in and take a look first? Of course. Di Ting smiled and replied casually, you can go first. Okay. Sky Devouring said and plunged into the inverted space. Xiao Hua, Di Ting and Sky Devouring Beast all stood there motionlessly, quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, in just a moment Sky Devouring Beast flew out of the space barrier again in a sorry state, shouting, damn it, it's really weird. Haha. Di Ting couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Sky Devouring Beast lovingly and said, haste makes waste. You can slowly comprehend it. Hot tofu? Sky Devouring Beast's figure that was flying towards the space barrier suddenly stopped. It turned around with saliva in its mouth and said with a smile, Great-grandfather, what kind of delicacy is this hot tofu? Damn it, you glutton. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and urged, that's the food of the human race. If you want to eat it, this old man will bring you to eat it when there's a chance in the future. Hurry up and go in first. Yes, yes. Sky Devouring Beast swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly rushed into the space barrier again. This time, Xiao Hua and the others could clearly see that Sky Devouring Beast slightly adjusted its position above everyone's head and stood there steadily. Sky Devouring Beast stood firmly and said a few words to Xiao Hua and the others through voice transmission. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't hear anything at all. Xiao Hua cautiously asked Di Ting, Senior, we should go in too, right? Di Ting didn't speak but looked at Sky Devouring Beast. Sky Devouring Beast's face revealed a worried expression. After a moment, seeing Sky Devouring Beast flying towards the bottom of the pagoda, Sky Devouring Beast took a deep breath and said, I'll go in first. After saying that, Sky Devouring Beast urged its body to crash into the space barrier. Senior, please? Xiao Hua suppressed his curiosity and respectfully asked Di Ting to go first. You go in first. Di Ting seemed to have something on his mind. He looked at the pagoda below him absent-mindedly and instructed Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly said, Senior, the interior of the pagoda is the same as when we entered before, right? Is there anything unusual? This time, the Harkin learned its lesson and didn't answer immediately. Instead, it glanced at Xiao Hua and slowly replied, It's no different from before. This is not the time for selection, so there won't be any pagoda guardian spirit beasts. That's good, Xiao Hua said meaningfully. His figure also rushed into the inverted space. After Xiao Hua stabilized himself, he immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, not only was there no abnormality within the pagoda, there was also no abnormality within a radius of 10,000 miles. The golden sand on the ground and the distant mountains and valleys were no different from the last time Xiao Hua had come to investigate. In fact, the heaven-earth yuan qi in this space was the same as in the other space. It was also water-based and the heaven-earth yuan qi was still lacking. It wasn't as abundant as Xiao Hua had imagined. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua almost cursed because at this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast was coldly looking at him. Although it didn't say anything, the ridicule in its eyes was obvious. Devouring heaven. Seeing that the Harkin had yet to arrive, Xiao Hua instructed the Devouring Heaven Dao, Go take a look inside the pagoda? Okay. The Devouring Heaven Dao didn't say anything and entered from the 9th floor of the pagoda. At this time, the Harkin had just passed through the space barrier. Similar to the heaven-swallowing beast, the Harkin immediately frowned as soon as it entered the inverted space. Its 2 ears twitched slightly but only for a moment. It looked coldly at Xiao Hua and asked, Little thing, do you have anything to say? Xiao Hua shrugged and looked into the distance. He shook his head and said, This junior has nothing to say. Since there's nothing abnormal here, we might as well stay here. After all, there's no Khanate heavy water here. If it's possible, in a few days, this junior will send those ancient beasts that I've collected into my magical artifact here. It can be considered as giving them a new home. No. The Harkin said almost resolutely, How can those disgusting ancient beasts stay here? If you dare to let them out, this daddy will immediately kill them all. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up and he asked with interest, Why not? There's no why. If this daddy says no, then no. The Harkin replied unreasonably. Xiao Hua asked curiously, Senior, could it be that you've discovered something? Nothing, it's the same as before. The Harkin shook its head impatiently, If there's nothing else, shall we leave now? Xiao Hua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and narrowed his eyes. He spoke again. Senior, could it be that you think this isn't actually a great formation set up by the dragon god but a Buddhist formation set up by the Namometriya Buddha? Or perhaps you've already noticed something else out of the ordinary? So much so that you don't even plan to explore other places and want to chase us away. Scram. The Harkin roared and shouted, "Damn little thing, what do you know? Put away the filth in your heart. My Buddha Lord is the real Namometriya Buddha. How can he destroy the world? My dragon god is also the god of the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to destroy the world." The heaven-swallowing beast also roared and shouted, "Right now the imperial court is filled with pagodas and the aura of Namometriya Buddha. It's completely different from when this daddy was here. Do you dare say that the destruction outside is not the work of your Buddha Lord?" Oh. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He asked the heaven-swallowing beast with some surprise, "Senior, you mean that the imperial court wasn't like this before?" "That's right." The heaven-swallowing beast replied, "In the past there were pagodas in the imperial court, but they were pagodas. There was no Buddha Lord's aura at all. Now, isn't this Buddha Lord's aura too dense? If this destruction has nothing to do with Namometriya Buddha, how can this be explained?" Xiaohua frowned. His heart jumped. He understood better than the two beasts that Namometriya Buddha had already reincarnated. It was impossible for him to still be here. Then why was there still a dense aura of mercy? Then only the Buddha Lord's remains were left. But why didn't he reveal his aura before, but now he revealed it again? Xiaohua couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua understood a little. Pengu Axe. Only when Pengu Axe wasn't in the inverted space of the imperial court could it not suppress the aura of the Buddha Lord's remains and let this aura escape. Who took out this Pengu Axe? Then it could only be the dragon god that he had never met before. Xiaohua thought of this and couldn't help but look at Di Ting worriedly. Di Ting had always been hostile to him, believing that his Buddha Bodhidharma body had snatched Namometriya Buddha's Buddha light. However, Di Ting had always believed that his Buddha Lord was still alive. The Buddha Bodhidharma body could only snatch a limited amount of Buddha light, and it was even more impossible for him to snatch away Namometriya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Furthermore, he didn't have the Buddha Lord's Buddha edict, so it wasn't convenient for him to kill Xiaohua. However, if Di Ting knew that Namometriya Buddha had reincarnated into Jianghu, and it was impossible for Jianghu to take back the Buddha light obtained by Buddha Bodhi, how could Di Ting not make a move on him? Taoist. While speaking, the heaven-swallowing beast walked out from the bottom of the pagoda. It raised its head and transmitted, "There's nothing in the pagoda. I didn't find anything unusual. It's really strange." Xiaohua felt an incomparable headache. He really wanted to throw away his responsibility. What did the billions of living beings in the great wilderness continent have to do with him? However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Looking at the huge pagoda, Xiaohua understood that the answer to the riddle was in this pagoda. He had worked so hard to reach this step, there was no reason for him to give up. Alas. Xiaohua's eyes turned and he sighed, even if it wasn't the dragon god who was desecrated by the demon lord, then, it's very likely that the Buddha Lord was desecrated by the demon lord. If this extermination of the world succeeds, the Buddha Lord, no matter how many transformations his golden body has, I'm afraid it will all collapse. The Buddhist light of billions of years will all turn into demonic light. Senior, you've followed the Buddha Lord for so many years. Don't you want to help the Buddha Lord escape from the sea of suffering? Don't you want to see the Buddha Lord? Little ant. The truth listener smiled coldly and looked at Xiaohua with even more contempt. The Buddhist light around its body flourished, and that Buddhist light triggered the Buddhist light of the pagoda. In an instant, the truth listener became even more arrogant. This daddy has followed the Buddha Lord for who knows how many years. I also don't know how many different forms of the world I've seen. How can this daddy not know what you humans are thinking? Do you think this daddy will be stupid enough to believe you? Scram, you want to scram out of the imperial palace right now? Don't even think about touching this pagoda with a single finger. Hee hee. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled faintly. This Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao doesn't have any injuries on his body. I don't need to see any highness and I don't need to seek redress for injustice. Moreover, this Xiao previously thought that it was the demon lord who tarnished the dragon god's bones, but now it seems... Buzz. The truth listener's body immediately emitted an inexplicable aura. That aura was like a giant hand, enveloping nearly 10,000 miles around the pagoda. Xiaohua felt his vision darken. Whatever Buddhist light, whatever light shadow, everything turned into a monstrous fury that pounced on him. Although this fury could strangle Xiaohua, he didn't panic at all. He stood there as if he had a card up his sleeve. He didn't believe that the heaven-devouring beast, who knew that the dragon god might be suppressed by the Maitreya Buddha, would ignore it. Sure enough, without waiting for the truth listener's aura to fall, the heaven-devouring beast slightly raised its head. The heaven-devouring beast's aura immediately swallowed Xiaohua's aura, leaving not even a trace behind. Heaven-devouring beast. The truth listener's expression changed. It said coldly again, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The heaven-devouring beast said coldly, "Since we've reached this step, whether it's the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, or the Buddha Lord inside this pagoda, I think we should meet them." Chapter 42:52. Then the heaven-swallowing beast turned to Xiaohua and said, "Little guy, don't be afraid. I'm here. Whatever you want to do next, just do it according to your own thoughts." "Senior, please wait a moment." Xiaohua successfully caused the confrontation between the two beasts. After bowing to the heaven-swallowing beast, he flashed into the pagoda and carefully released his Buddhist sense to explore. Unfortunately, it was as the heaven-swallowing beast said. There was nothing in the pagoda. Xiaohua flew out of the pagoda and entered another space. He also started from the beginning of the pagoda until he reached the bottom of the pagoda. Di Ting looked at Xiaohua coldly and did not speak. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Di Ting coldly, guarding against Di Ting's sudden attack. The heaven-swallowing beast was like a bullied little wife. It kept a distance from the two beasts and carefully accompanied them. Xiaohua walked out of the pagoda and used his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Then he patted his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. A moment later, Xiaohua flew back to the inverted space and also released his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Di Ting sensed Xiaohua's Buddhist sense and the Buddhist light on its body moved slightly. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered. Di Ting glanced at the heaven-swallowing beast and concealed the killing intent in its heart. It sneered and said, "I want to see what you can find." Xiaohua did not speak. He stood on the ground and opened his delirium eyes again. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Because the pagoda in the previous space did not have a specific outline, he could only see the occasional Buddhist light. However, the pagoda in the inverted space was indeed a real pagoda. Exquisite tower of great derivation? Damn it, how can there be two of them? Xiaohua was shocked and hastily flew up again to look up. After a few more glances, Xiaohua's shock gradually disappeared. This was because the appearance of this pagoda was exactly the same as the exquisite tower of great derivation. However, there were some differences in the delirium breaker eye. In the eyes of Xiaohua and the others, they were unable to distinguish these differences in a hurry. This pagoda also had 9 levels. At the top of the pagoda, there was the sun and moon, overflowing with the light of the sky. At the base of the pagoda, there were mountains and rivers, revealing the great virtue of the earth. And at the eaves of the 9 levels of the pagoda, there were clouds and jade, showing infinite brilliance. No. Xiaohua finished looking at the pagoda and frowned. This doesn't seem to be a pagoda. It's not my Dao Sect's Dharma artifact either. Instead, it was the imperial artifact of a Confucian cultivator. How could there be imperial equipment here? Could it be that other than the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, and the Buddha Lord, there was someone else here? Or perhaps, this Zhao's guess is correct? Little thing. The Harkin sneered, "What did you see with your third eye?" Xiaohua closed his delirium eyes and pointed at the pagoda. "There is another pagoda inside this pagoda. Everything we saw was an illusion." "How is this possible?" The Harkin was shocked. It twitched its ears in disbelief, but the expression on its face did not change much. The heaven-devouring beast naturally released its primordial perception as well, and even opened its mouth to release waves towards the Buddhist pagoda. However, the two beasts, without exception, showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't find anything unusual. "Seniors." Xiaohua opened his mouth. "There's no need to look anymore. The pagoda in that layer is fused with the pagoda in the outer layer. Only, if we break the pagoda in the outer layer, we might be able to see the pagoda in the inner layer. Who dares?" The Harkin originally wanted to drive Xiaohua and the heaven-devouring beast out of the skyward tower. How could it allow them to break the pagoda now? The Harkin roared, and the Buddhist light around its body soared into the sky. Its voice shook Xiaohua's mind until it was buzzing with pain, like the legendary Buddhist lion roar. "Of course I dare." The heaven-devouring beast was even more unaffected by the Harkin's words. Its body trembled and the pitch-black demonic cloud appeared again, and its body expanded several times. The Harkin was not surprised by the heaven-devouring beast's attitude. He only looked at Xiaohua coldly. Xiaohua's body turned cold. The Harkin's fierce gaze was like a flying sword that wanted to pierce through him. Xiaohua sneered. At this point, did he still have the chance to retreat? Even if the nameless pagoda was the dragon god or the Buddha lord, for his own survival, for the billions of lives in the Chaos Continent, Xiaohua would definitely give up his life. I dare to. Xiaohua straightened his body and took a step forward. His voice was not loud, but the unquestionable tone was more real than gold and stone. Damn it! The Harkin cursed angrily. Its entire body suddenly expanded and its aura completely changed. It was no different from when it was in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Buddhist lotuses appeared in the surrounding space, and each of them contained terrifying negative karma. In the center of these Buddhist lotuses, wisps of blood-red light resembled stamens, tainted with incomparable desolation amidst the benevolence. The heaven-devouring beast roared at the sky and swung its huge head in midair. Tens of thousands of black gas immediately flew out from the demonic cloud phantom that soared into the sky. When the black gas landed in the air, it immediately transformed into small heaven-devouring beasts. Each heaven-devouring beast emitted a strange fluctuation from its mouth as it pounced towards the Buddhist lotuses within the Buddhist light. The moment these fluctuations landed in the air, they immediately produced spiral-like spatial ripples that enveloped the Buddhist lotuses. The Buddhist lotuses spun as though they were about to be annihilated by the spatial ripples. However, wherever the Buddhist light around the Harkin flickered, endless heavenly flowers fell from the void. Not only did the heavenly flowers disperse the void ripples created by the heaven-devouring beast, but they also made the Buddhist lotus's rotation as stable as a boulder. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched to begin with. Furthermore, the two beasts' injuries were the same. It was very difficult to determine the victor between them under normal circumstances. As for Xiaohua, Truth Listener did not take him seriously at all. Unfortunately, Truth Listener was wrong. At that moment there was a wild roar. Not far from the two beasts' battle, countless hurricanes were produced. Countless indescribable fluctuations were produced in the void. The Chaos Continent's alien realm also began to distort in the hurricanes. An aura that was enough to affect the battle and make Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast feel threatened gradually revealed itself. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were shocked. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the bone-honing Xiaohua had already rushed out of the space above Xiaohua's head. The triangular blood bone was falling on the heaven-devouring beast's head. This. Truth Listener turned pale with fright and cried out, Where did you get the heaven-devouring beast's bone? Quick, quick! The heaven-devouring beast was overjoyed. Hurry up and give me a hand. Let's kill this damn Truth Listener first. Kill. The blood bone landed on the celestial skeleton's head, and an ugly celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms quickly took shape. A thunderous voice came out of the celestial skeleton's mouth, and it was very straightforward. Whoa! As soon as the heaven-devouring beast was born, different rays of light shot out from its 3 mouths and rushed towards Truth Listener like a waterfall. The primordial aura was even more obvious than that of Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast. Although the power of this ray of light was insufficient, wherever it went, fine lines would appear in the space. A slight sound of thunder was produced from these fine lines. Swish! Wherever the ray of light landed, the countless heavenly flowers that Truth Listener summoned were destroyed. The Buddha lotus that was as stable as a rock moved and fell towards the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Moreover, the edges of the Buddha lotus were also destroyed by the ray of light. Phew! Seeing that the ray of light was weak, Truth Listener let out a long sigh and sneered, So it's just a piece of paper. With such strength you still dare to show off? Hee hee. The heaven-devouring beast suddenly let out a strange laugh. When this laughter fell into Truth Listener's ears, it actually made him feel uneasy. Rumble? 2 of the heaven-devouring beast's arms waved slightly in mid-air, and the somewhat dim ray of light suddenly brightened. Countless thunderbolts and thunder threads bloomed from the ray of light like flowers, instantly destroying more than 40% of the Buddha lotus. Damn it! Truth Listener was alarmed. He was already seriously injured and did not dare to rely on his body to fight head-on with the heaven-devouring beast. Therefore, the 2 beasts tacitly used spells to fight. However, spells were not his forte. In particular, although the heaven-devouring beast controlled by bone-honing Xiaohua looked inferior to Truth Listener, if he used his body's ability, the heaven-devouring beast was still much more powerful than Truth Listener. Therefore, the heaven-devouring beast's innate lightning power could match up to 40% of the power of Truth Listener's spells after being injured. Under the situation where Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched, not to mention 40% of the power, even 10% of the power was enough to push the victory to Xiaohua and the heaven-devouring beast. How could this situation not shock Truth Listener? With 40% of the Buddha Lotus destroyed, the remaining could no longer resist the devouring of the small heaven-devouring beast. Just as Truth Listener was shocked, they were all sucked into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. After obtaining the Buddha's light, the heaven-devouring beast's body swelled up again, turning into endless demonic aura once again and pouncing on Truth Listener, sealing the space within millions of miles around Truth Listener. Even the connection between the pagoda and Truth Listener was cut off. After Truth Listener lost its connection with the pagoda, the Buddha's light immediately shrank rapidly, revealing Truth Listener's scarred body. "Little thing. I'll definitely kill you," Truth Listener yelled, his body suffused with a bloody light. Within the bloody light, fist-sized golden swan runes tumbled out like bubbles. As the golden swan runes tumbled, the sound of a wooden fish, the chanting of sutras and the chanting of thousands of Buddhas came out from the golden swan runes. Layers of bloody Buddha's light surged out from the golden swan runes, not only piercing through the sealed demonic aura, but also turning into a bloody phantom that pounced on the heaven-devouring beast. The phantom had already been born, and the golden swan runes had completely turned into a golden liquid. Every drop of the liquid was like a minor chiliocosm, surging with the powerful power of karma. Haha. The heaven-devouring beast laughed. "Truth Listener, you've even used the bloody Buddha's shadow. I'm afraid you're already at the point of exhaustion, aren't you?" As it spoke, the heaven-devouring beast's figure pounced forward. The demonic clouds around its body merged with the demonic clouds that had previously sealed Truth Listener. A loud explosive sound was produced from the demonic clouds and the Buddha's shadow, and the entire space shook violently from this sound. Chapter 4253. Whoa. Just as space trembled, Truth Listener suddenly moved. Its figure stirred up a gust of wind in space as it pounced at the celestial with its single horn. Hon Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood Di Ting's plan to create a diversion. He smiled coldly, and his 3 heads spat out thunderbolts while his 6 arms reached into the void. The space around Di Ting rippled, and 6 skeletal arms were revealed. Before the skeletal arms appeared, Truth Listener suddenly opened its mouth. A fluctuation visible to the naked eye stirred up spatial folds. It was as though a fishing net had been lifted in front of Truth Listener, instantly binding the celestial's 6 arms. Furthermore, the fluctuation's momentum didn't diminish. While extinguishing the lightning, it also sealed the celestial's white bones. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked. Darkness appeared in front of his eyes and ears as a dizziness arose in his mind. He couldn't stand steadily. Just as the celestial's white bones staggered and tried to break free from Truth Listener's sound wave, Truth Listener raised its head fiercely and looked at Xiaohua. Its gaze suddenly landed on Xiaohua like lightning. At that moment, Xiaohua's essence had been absorbed by the celestial's white bones. He was extremely weak as he stood in midair dispiritedly, barely maintaining his balance. Truth Listener looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart immediately shrank. He had already seen through Truth Listener's sinister intentions. Truth Listener clearly wanted to fight to the death and kill him before Truth Listener was killed by the heaven-devouring beast. Xiaohua's face was pale as he urged his body to escape. However, he wasn't Truth Listener's match to begin with. Now that his essence was damaged, he was no match for Truth Listener. Just as his body flew, Truth Listener's body had already escaped from the space sealed by the demonic aura like a blood-colored qilin. Although the demonic aura tore off his flesh and blood in midair, Truth Listener had already pounced in front of Xiaohua's head in a few breaths. The murderous aura had already controlled Xiaohua's surroundings. Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe, let alone use his dermic powers. "What are you trying to do?" Xiaohua desperately tried to dodge. His pale face was filled with panic. The Harken was no more than 300 meters away from Xiaohua. Behind him, the heaven-devouring beast was blocked by the blood-colored Buddha image, and the Deva skeleton was trapped by the sound waves. Although the 2 of them were about to break through the encirclement, and although the Harken would be killed by the 2 of them in mere moments, at this moment Xiaohua was the absolute ruler of this area. His goal was very simple. He wanted to deal a fatal blow to this human who had given him a sense of threat since he appeared on the Eldritch continent. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence that he could kill this human. Truth Listener lashed out with its hoof, shattering space and time. Light and shadow distorted as the despicable human's horrified face magnified infinitely in front of Truth Listener's eyes. However, at this moment, a roar that made Truth Listener feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart resounded. A wave of devil chi that made Truth Listener tremble in fear was born. Xiao Hua's fearful expression suddenly turned into ridicule, and his trembling body suddenly became as steady as a mountain. Amidst this steadiness, Xiao Hua's left hand, which had been hidden in his Taoist robe, suddenly swung out. Truth Listener saw a flash of black light, and thousands of layers of devil chi sealed the surrounding space. Before he could even think of trembling, his huge body had already been split into two by the devil saber. Not only that, as the devil saber shrank back into Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, the thousands of layers of devil chi turned into thousands of devils, madly pouncing on Truth Listener's corpse and desperately devouring the Buddha's light. When the heaven-devouring beast destroyed the blood-colored Buddha image and looked at Xiao Hua in shock, all the Buddha's light had already disappeared. Those devils were devouring the flesh and blood under the Buddha's light. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and raised his left hand again. At this time his left hand was slightly trembling, but devil chi gushed out from the surface of his body and quickly formed a layer of devil armor on his left arm. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's left hand grabbed, and the devil shadow pounced on Truth Listener's corpse. The thousands of devils that were preparing to devour the flesh and blood were frightened and scattered in all directions. The devil shadow fell into Truth Listener's corpse and passed through it. When the devil shadow flew out with a bloody light, Truth Listener's corpse turned into flying ash and scattered in the air. "Come here." Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with killing intent. The blood-colored devil shadow obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left hand. The entire devil shadow spun rapidly in Xiao Hua's left hand, and finally condensed into a red-black rhombus. "Come out." Xiao Hua ordered again, and the devil shadow obediently flew out of the red-black rhombus. The rhombus instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent blood-colored rhombus, emitting a misty luster. The luster rushed out of the rhombus and turned into Truth Listener's appearance. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood-colored rhombus. His mind swept it into the space, and then his left hand moved. Whether it was the devil shadow, devil head, or devil chi, they all shrank back into his body. You are the devil." The heaven-swallowing beast's tone was filled with surprise, but its expression did not change much. Xiao Hua respectfully said, "This junior has a devil clone, I presume senior already knew." "If this junior did not know the devil clan's cultivation method, how could I know that the dragon bones of Supreme Dragon God were defiled by Supreme Dragon God?" At this time, bone-tempering Xiao Hua also urged the celestial to fly back. In order to not cause the heaven-swallowing beast to misunderstand, Xiao Hua kept bone-tempering Xiao Hua and the celestial. The heaven-swallowing beast looked thoughtfully at Xiao Hua keeping the celestial, and said indifferently, "At this time, you don't have to hide anything from me. You want to kill the Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda, right? Moreover, there is no dragon god here." "Senior is wrong," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This junior can clearly tell senior that there is no Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda. If there is, it is only the remains of Maitreya Buddha. In other words, there must be a dragon god in this pagoda, and it is Supreme Dragon God who is using the remains of Maitreya Buddha to confuse Di Ting." "How is that possible? How do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be in disbelief. "I and Di Ting have spent who knows how much effort and time to find out the truth. How do you know so well?" "It's very simple," Xiao Hua explained. "Namo Maitreya Buddha has already reincarnated, and his reincarnation is this junior's nephew." "Huh?" The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned on the spot, and said hesitantly, How can it be so coincidental?" "Yes, it is so coincidental. I don't know if senior knows that there is an ancient saying in our human race, called there is no story without coincidences. Many things seem to have been arranged and it is unimaginable." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "When Junior saw the Buddha statue of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I already knew about this coincidence. So, when Junior didn't know about the relationship between Di Ting and Namo Maitreya Buddha, Junior didn't think much of it, but when Junior knew about this relationship, Junior already understood that Di Ting will definitely not let Junior off, and he will definitely force Junior into a dead end. Human race, a human race." The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua, truly speechless. "The human race has always claimed to be the leader of all living things, and I have always scoffed at it. But looking at it today, this sentence is not without reason." "Actually," Xiao Hua said again, "if Di Ting didn't have killing intent towards Junior, Junior would definitely not make a move. I believe Senior can also see this." Hee hee. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered, how can he not have killing intent? He is the same as me and won't live for long. How can he let go of a human who snatched the Buddha light from his Buddha Lord? He has carried his Buddha Lord for millions of years. I believe this is also the reason why Senior is not worried about Junior, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Alas, if I didn't fight with Di Ting it would have been fine. This fight has already worsened my injuries and I am like a dried-up oil lamp. You don't even need to make a move and I will die. At this point, why should I be afraid of you? The heaven-swallowing beast sighed lightly, and didn't hide anything, answering honestly. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast's eyes suddenly turned and asked, that's right, that Pangu axe, you really didn't take it? Xiao Hua looked at the pagoda, then looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and said with a smile, Senior doesn't need to be depressed, Venerable Dragon God is in this pagoda. As long as Senior finds Venerable Dragon God, won't these injuries be trivial? I hope so. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer his question, the heaven-swallowing beast somewhat understood, but then Xiao Hua replied seriously, that's right, Senior, that Pangu axe, Junior really didn't take it. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's heart that had just understood instantly became confused again. He didn't understand what Xiao Hua meant by himself. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua ignored the heaven-swallowing beast's confusion and flew up. Although it was very slow, it was still much better than before when he used the Deva white bone. The heaven-swallowing beast casually responded, and watched Xiao Hua fly towards the pagoda. Heaven-swallowing beast, come here. Xiao Hua flew towards the pagoda, looked up at the heaven-swallowing beast in the distance and said, Enlightened Master. The heaven-swallowing beast stuttered. It seemed that this child was frightened. Try using the nine-toothed rake, see if you can topple this pagoda. Xiao Hua instructed. Hearing that Xiao Hua wanted it to work, the heaven-swallowing beast finally breathed a sigh of relief, and activated its avatar, waving the nine-toothed rake and hitting the pagoda. Buzz. The pagoda burst with a burst of Buddhist light, not only blocking the nine-toothed rake, but also sending the avatar flying. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little scared, but it didn't dare to be negligent. It took a deep breath and the aura around its body surged. The nine-toothed rake flashed with hundreds of afterimages and attacked the pagoda. Unfortunately, the result didn't change except that the heaven-swallowing beast was pushed back dozens of miles. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand, stopping the heaven-swallowing beast from attacking again. The heaven-swallowing beast at the side suggested, this pagoda is very powerful in my opinion, I'm afraid we'll have to use Pangu axe, you'd better go out and find Pangu axe first. Of course, Xiao Hua wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of Pangu axe. He smiled bitterly and said, with Junior's strength, I don't know how long it will take to reach Tongtian Peak. If I look for Pangu axe and come back, this innate heavy water will probably flood the primitive continent several times. Chapter 4254. Then there's no other way. Heaven-swallowing beast wags its tail, looking like it wants to help but can't. If I didn't have any injuries I could give it a try. But now, I don't dare to casually make a move. Junior will think of another way. Xiao Hua says and moves his body to look around the pagoda. Soon after, Xiao Hua flies over the space barrier and comes to the other side, looking left and right at the pagoda. Finally, Xiao Hua flies to the top of the pagoda and looks at the mirror-like space barrier and ponders. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast wait for a moment, look at each other and fly up to the sky at the same time. Seeing the two beasts fly over, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly light up and he reveals a confident smile. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast fly over the space barrier and see Xiao Hua coming over with a smile. Heaven-swallowing beast's face shows surprise and it says anxiously, Taoist, you've already thought of a way? Hee of course. Xiao Hua nods and says while looking at the pagoda under his feet, this pagoda and the pagoda in the inverted space are definitely not simple. The reason why the scenes in these two spaces are inverted is because of these two pagodas. Previously, when this Xiao arrived at the Imperial Palace, the space barrier was a mirror, reflecting all the scenes in this space to the other space. After this Xiao shattered the mirror, the space barrier appeared. This Xiao had always thought that the mirror was a restriction, but now, this space barrier is the real thing. But the reality is not so. The current space barrier is actually the surface, the mirror is the real thing. How can heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast understand this? Both beasts had a baffled look in their eyes. Haha. Xiao Hua says with a smile, actually to be more clear, this pagoda under this Xiao's feet is the same as the pagoda in the inverted space. This pagoda is the real pagoda. The pagoda in the inverted space above our heads is only the reflection and surface of this pagoda. Its purpose is to cover the real pagoda in the other inverted space. And in that pagoda, there are the remains of Lord Dragon God and Namo Mithraea. See. Heaven-swallowing beast takes a breath of cold air and rubs its eyes in disbelief. It looks at the pagoda under its feet and says, "Taoist, what you said is too profound, I can't understand." "I think I understand." The heaven-devouring beast frowned and said, "Little thing, do you mean that there are two different pagodas in each of these two spaces? The one above us is the real pagoda used by Supreme Dragon God to set up the formation, and the pagoda below us is just a cover for that pagoda?" "Indeed." Xiaohua nodded. "If we blindly attack the pagoda in the inverted space, it would be like attacking the pagoda's shadow. We would never be able to break the pagoda. Only by attacking the pagoda in this space would we be able to break the pagoda in the inverted space." "I don't understand." Sky Swallowing sniffled and replied, "I only understand that we need to attack this pagoda." Seeing that the two beasts didn't understand at all, Xiaohua simply didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and patted his head, calling out, "Fellow Taoists, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, Xiaohua of the phoenix body, Xiaohua of the bone tempering, Xiaohua of the green robe, Bodhi of the Buddha, and Xiaohua of the devil spirit all flew out and said in unison, 'I greet you.' I believe that fellow Taoists already understand." Xiaohua pointed at the exquisite tower of great derivation and said, "Only by pushing down this pagoda can we see the truth of the matter. Only then can we save the billions of lives in the great wilderness continent from the flood." Watch Eye's method. Bone-honing Xiaohua was the first to roar. He opened his mouth and streams of heaven and earth yuan qi entered his mouth. His great wilderness dharma body rushed into the sky. The bronze brilliance of his body reflected an emerald green color. A spirit that wanted to compete with the heavens pounced towards the exquisite tower of great derivation. Seeing Xiaohua move, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline also opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body was revealed, and the dragon horn on his forehead glowed with a mysterious dragon pattern. Xiaohua of the phoenix body didn't want to be left behind, so he spread his wings and let out a deafening phoenix cry. The power of the stars and moon fell into his phoenix body, and layers of phoenix phantoms appeared on Xiaohua's feathers. Xiaohua of the Confucian body opened his mouth. Buzz buzz. The 9 cauldrons glowed with multicolored light and gathered into a huge cauldron shape in midair. The destiny of the human race fell from the sky, and its momentum was no less than that of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Xiaohua of the demon spirit was even more arrogant, and his demonic aura covered the lower half of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Tens of thousands of blood demons rushed out crazily and tore at the Buddha's light at the base of the pagoda. The Buddha's light tore the space apart, and whether it was the heavenly flowers, Buddha phantoms or Buddha's voice, they all fell into the demonic aura and disappeared. Xiaohua of the green robe stood on top of Xiaohua of the demon spirit. As he waved his hands, thunderbolts condensed into the shape of a sickle, and wherever the sickle's blade passed, the void couldn't take shape. Namo Mithraea Buddha, Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, and stepped on a Buddhist lotus. The million Buddha painting reflected layers of Buddha phantoms on his body. Buddha Bodhi's hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and the power of mountains mixed with the power of stars was about to smash the pagoda. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the seal of overturning the sea rushed into the sky. Wherever the rays of light passed, lines of jade appeared around the seal of overturning the sea. Xiaohua urged his magic power and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, let's attack together." As the seal of overturning the sea fell, all of Xiaohua's avatars moved in tacit understanding. Other than the devil spirit Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua who were at the bottom of the pagoda on the other side, the other avatars were at the top with Xiaohua on one side. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed together, and countless rays of light soared into the sky. Even the rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire space. Not to mention the sky-devouring beast was dumbstruck, even the sky-devouring beast's face was somewhat moved. Its previous calmness had already begun to weaken, and its main body under the demonic cloud slightly shrank back a bit, raising its vigilance. Namo Mithraea Buddha, Namo Mithraea Buddha. But within the pagoda, the chanting that sounded like thunder also sounded along with Xiaohua's attack. That Buddha's rays of light were like the rising sun, covering the brilliance of all kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures. Even within that Buddha's rays of light, a small world that was like a sea of sand once again appeared. These small worlds were born and extinguished along with the Buddha's rays of light and gave birth to an endless amount of telekinesis. This telekinesis was continuous like spring water, unceasingly slashed by sabers, and its power was inexhaustible. It protected the entire pagoda. No matter how Xiao Hua and the others attacked the pagoda until its light and shadow were distorted, and even the nearby space was fake, the entire pagoda didn't collapse like Xiao Hua and the others thought it would. In a short moment, the raging force all disappeared. Xiao Hua and the other avatars somewhat awkwardly appeared in midair. The Buddha's rays of light from the pagoda were still there, and all kinds of strange phenomena from before had already disappeared along with the Buddha's rays of light, just like the pine trees on the cliff in the fierce wind. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth. Didn't you say it clearly before? This pagoda is the center of these two spaces, and is also the key to the great array. Do you think that with your strength you can break it? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. How could he not know that his strength was insufficient? Even if several of his avatars were all at the great ascension stage in this chaos divine realm, they really couldn't even be compared to the spiritual beasts they were riding. But at this time, in the entire space, in the entire chaos continent, how many assistants could he rely on? Only the Pangu axe. The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be egging him on. Even if I am at my peak strength, I still have to rely on the Pangu axe to split this pagoda open. It's just like toppling Tongtian Peak. The bone-honing Xiao Hua looked at this similarly sky-reaching pagoda, and inwardly pondered whether or not he should take out the celestial bones. At this time, Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth. Namo Maitreya Buddha, this poor monk has an idea. But Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Our strength is insufficient. Facing this pagoda, we can only use our wits and not our strength. Buddha Bodhi didn't care about Xiao Hua's attitude and replied, this poor monk saw that this pagoda was built in the shape of the exquisite derivation pagoda, but in fact, it's not the exquisite derivation pagoda. If we use the exquisite derivation pagoda to break it, it'll be easy. Good. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, Grandmaster's words are very true. Although we don't know who built this pagoda, but it seems, the possibility of Jianghu's actions in his previous life is quite high. He must have some thoughts. Only in this life can he rely on the exquisite derivation pagoda to break the array. Unfortunately, the exquisite derivation pagoda is now in Grandmaster's hands. Under a freak combination of factors, the Tao of Heaven wants to borrow our hands to solve the disaster of the flood. Xiao Hua didn't comment and only replied indifferently. After obtaining Xiao Hua's help, Buddha Bodhi returned to his Niwen palace. When he came out again, he was holding the exquisite derivation pagoda that was overflowing with Buddhist light. Exquisite derivation pagoda. Although the heaven-devouring beast was mentally prepared, when it saw the real exquisite derivation pagoda, it still couldn't help but cry out. At the side, a faint trace of madness flashed through the heaven-devouring beast's eyes. Xiao Hua and his clones all held their breaths and stared at Buddha Bodhi with rapt attention. Buddha Bodhi flew out of his Niwen palace and landed at the base of the pagoda. He chanted the exquisite leaf scripture, and the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately fell into the Buddhist light of the pagoda. When the Buddhist light of the pagoda came into contact with the exquisite derivation pagoda, it instantly reflected thousands of Buddhist kingdoms. Within these kingdoms, there were countless Buddhist shadows of Nanwu Maitreya Buddhas smiling while holding flowers. When the exquisite pagoda fell into the pagoda, the Buddhist light of the entire pagoda suddenly converged towards the interior of the pagoda. After that, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the pagoda. A circle of Buddhist light flew out from the base of the pagoda and rushed towards the top of the pagoda. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the originally indestructible pagoda collapsed layer by layer. The 9-layered pagoda collapsed in just a few breaths of time. The ring of Buddhist light didn't stop after reaching the top of the pagoda. It rushed through the space barrier and landed on the top of another pagoda. Then it followed the top of the pagoda and fell toward the base of the pagoda. Chapter 4255. Unlike the collapse of the pagoda in the inverted space merely overflowed with light and shadow. After the extraordinary Buddhist light faded, a huge pagoda with a dense and noble aura appeared. How is this possible? Is it really like this? The heaven-devouring beast couldn't believe its eyes. This was a mystery that even Di Ting couldn't see through, but a little cultivator of the human race actually saw through it. Moreover, he was able to easily uncover this mystery. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to the heaven-devouring beast's shock. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the exquisite pagoda that had replaced the pagoda. A feeling of the vicissitudes of time involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. At that time he was still a chi condensation cultivator. Because of a stroke of luck, he obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda during a fierce battle between two foundation establishment cultivators. From then on he embarked on the path of Buddhist cultivation. Now the exquisite derivation pagoda had arrived at this moment. Tens of thousands of years later, in this unfamiliar place, he was about to settle the karma from countless years ago. Fate, is it really so wonderful? Xiaohua muttered. However, in a moment, his heart felt as if it was being pierced by needles. Because if he hadn't obtained the exquisite pagoda in the Imperial Thunder sect, it would have been obtained by Jianghu in the future. It would have been the step he took to enter the Buddhist sect and block Jianghu's path forward. There were 3,000 great Daos, and every cultivator was fighting for a chance of survival. Xiaohua was no exception. However, Xiaohua didn't want to snatch the chance of survival from his junior, and he didn't want to erase his senior sister's hope from this world. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's joy of breaking the seal disappeared. Xiaohua indifferently ordered, "Take it." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi nodded and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The exquisite pagoda once again fell into his hands. At this time there was no longer a pagoda in the entire space. A heavy pressure fell from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. "Fellow immortal, you're a bit reckless." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was somewhat displeased. "It's better to let Grandmaster try first. If there's any mishap, all our previous efforts would have been in vain." Xiaohua said disapprovingly, "Won't? This space is one with the inverted space above our heads. Before either space collapses, the other will definitely not collapse. That space is supported by the giant tower, so there won't be any problems for the time being." As he spoke, Buddha Bodhi sent the jewel derivation pagoda into his Naiwan palace and came out again. However, he only stood behind the crowd and looked up worriedly without saying anything. Little thing. The heaven-devouring beast firmly believed in Xiaohua now, and it said, "What should we do next?" "Enter the tower." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the huge tower overflowing with awe-inspiring qi. He said confidently, "All the secrets are in this huge tower." "All right." The sky-devouring beast nodded and charged into the sky with the sky-devouring beast. At this time the spatial barrier was even thinner and there was no resistance at all. When Xiaohua and his clone fell into the inverted space, an aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble came from the giant tower. "Fellow Taoist." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, "This is the heaven and earth pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it should be the mother and child pagoda. There is also a child pagoda inside. Oh, don't ask me how I know. This is the information from the literati star. It should be the holy news of all the saints." Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, "Do you know how to collect it?" "What we Confucian cultivators emphasize is passing on the torch." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua smiled and said, "The holy news of the literati star is the inheritance of our human race since the birth of our race. There are countless profoundness in it, so it naturally has the secret of how to collect the heaven and earth pagoda." "So you're saying?" Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This kind of inheritance is similar to the demon race, but it is different from the demon race. I can only use it when I need it or when my cultivation reaches a certain level. Moreover, my usual cultivation is different from the literati star. After all, we Confucian cultivators emphasize sailing against the current. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. The saints definitely won't let their descendants reap without sowing." "All right." Xiaohua understood that his extravagant hope of obtaining the Confucian cultivation technique from the saints' literature song was shattered. "Fellow immortals, please wait a moment." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said confidently. He soared into the sky and landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda. He opened his mouth and the 9 continents cauldrons flew out. Then he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. 5 colored true qi gushed out and landed on the 9 continents cauldrons. The 9 continents cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and clusters of mountain, river, and country patterns flew out from the cauldrons and landed on the heaven and earth pagoda. Strangely, when these mountain, river, and country patterns landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda, they immediately fell down along the body of the pagoda. Every time they passed by a layer of clouds, some of them would be left behind. When all 9 layers of the pagoda eaves merged with the mountain, river, and country patterns, the body of the heaven and earth pagoda let out a chanting sound. fellow immortal. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said to the dragon bloodline Xiaohua with a smile, "The sun and moon in the sky and the clouds covering the sky are the sky, the yellow soil laying the foundation and the mountains and rivers as the roots are the earth. The royal aura is the authority and the mountains and rivers as the seal are the monarch. The 5 elements are the form and the country is the tool is the human being. At this moment, the heaven, the earth, and the human are all present. It's time for fellow immortal to suppress them with the mountain and river seal." Good. The dragon bloodline Xiaohua laughed and opened his mouth. The mountain and river seal rushed into the sky with the royal aura and the 9 province cauldrons resonated with the nation weapon. When the mountain and river seal landed on the cauldrons, the entire heaven and earth tower let out the sound of flowing water. Along with the sound of flowing water, the sun and moon at the top of the tower moved like the rising and setting sun. As the sun and moon changed, the top of the tower was gently opened and the 9th layer of the tower turned into a giant plum blossom. After the plum blossom bloomed, it revealed the empty tower. At the same time, a dense benevolent aura uncontrollably leaked out from the bottom of the plum blossom and a faint Buddhist light shined out. Why is it like this? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. It was as if the emptiness inside was different from what he expected. The heaven-swallowing beast was originally vigilant, but when it saw that the tower was empty, it rejoiced but also felt a bit disappointed. It sniffed and coldly said, "Panga's axe was placed here before. There is the aura of Panga's axe inside." "I see." Xiaohua pondered. He looked at the 8th layer of the tower and said, "If I'm not wrong, this 8th layer of the tower should be a Buddhist artifact. Before Panga's axe was hung on the heaven-connecting peak, it was placed here to suppress Buddhist artifacts." "That's right." The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said, "But I can't think of any other Buddhist artifact that Di Ting's Buddhist lord has that could compete with Panga's axe other than the exquisite derivation pagoda." At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast hesitated, but after a while, it transmitted its voice. "I thought Lord Dragon God was in the 9th layer of the tower, but I didn't expect him to not be there. Moreover, we caused such a huge commotion when we destroyed the heaven and earth tower. Why didn't he do anything?" "Senior?" Confucian cultivator Xiaohua explained, "Didn't I say earlier? The heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda, and there's a sub-pagoda within it. The sub-pagoda and the main pagoda are 2 different spaces. Lord Dragon God should be in the sub-pagoda, and he should be at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda right now." "All right." The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said no more. Then, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua once again activated the Mountain River Seal and 9 province cauldrons on the Heaven and Earth Tower. The 8th layer of the tower slowly bloomed like a lotus flower. As the lotus flower bloomed, a Buddhist light that connected heaven and earth was produced. Wherever the Buddhist light went, countless rivers of faith were born from the void and poured into the Buddhist light in an endless stream. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably solemn aura began to gather. Countless flying flowers, Buddha shadows, and heavenly dragons were also revealed. At the center of this multitude of strange phenomena was the Buddha shadow of Nanwu Maitreya sitting cross-legged. One of its hands pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the ground. It was the only one in the world. Looking at the appearance of this Buddha shadow, wasn't it the same as the one enshrined in the stone giant's magma shrine? Wasn't it Jianghu's appearance? And in this Buddha shadow, a 9-colored relic flashed with indescribable Buddhist light and emerged from the void. This is Nanwu Maitreya's relic. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out, "Lord Buddha has indeed reincarnated. And he even left all his reincarnation merit points here." Lure. Xiaohua also couldn't help but tremble. He was already familiar with the Buddhist secret arts, so how could he not know the function of this ancient relic? Previously, he had thought of many possibilities. He thought that this could be the remains of Nanwu Maitreya, or it could be Nanwu Maitreya's relic. But he absolutely didn't expect that Nanwu Maitreya would leave all his merit here to condense into relic. No wonder Lure couldn't be accurately born in the Dawn Rain continent. No wonder he couldn't find the exquisite tower of great derivation first. No wonder I put him in the space to be destroyed for hundreds of years. No wonder he fell into the tribulation of sutra seeking in paradise. At this point Xiaohua finally understood. Because before he reincarnated he was simply staking everything on one throw. He didn't bring any merit or karma with him when he reincarnated. Could it be that he encountered some great difficulty here? So much so that he took such a risk because he couldn't grasp it? Thinking of Jianghu's suffering, Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but ache. In the lotus-shaped pagoda, Nanwu Methraya's Buddhist light overflowed. Layers of Buddhist halls and halls appeared one after another, magnificent and magnificent. And these halls and halls slowly sank into the 7th level of the heaven and earth pagoda under the Buddhist light, as if they were also suppressing something. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast withdrew its shock and said, "There's no need to say more. The relic of the 8th level is to suppress something in the 7th level. If Diding was here, this relic would naturally be his. It's very useful for his cultivation. Since he's not here, then, it's his." Following this hymn, the heaven-swallowing beast looked up at Buddha Bodhi, who was hiding not far away. Chapter 42:56. The sky-devouring beast looked up at Bodhi and said meaningfully, "I can see that he and Di Ting's Lord Buddha are of the same lineage. Besides, in this life he has snatched the opportunity from Di Ting's Lord Buddha. All he needs to do is devour the fortune, and Di Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone in this life. Know that Di Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone forever. He will never have the chance to attain the fruit of Namo Maitreya." Xiaohua nodded. "This junior understands." Saying that, Xiaohua released his mind and wrapped the fortune, wanting to put it into the space. However, in his mind, the fortune was heavier than a mountain. Xiaohua's mind couldn't move it at all. "Oh." Xiaohua frowned slightly. He glanced at Buddha Bodhi in the distance, who had lowered his head and ignored him. Xiaohua patted his head again. A Buddhist light rushed out and landed on Tsili. Unfortunately, Tsili was still as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. "Little fellow." The heaven-devouring beast was getting impatient. It sent a telepathic message. "Kylie is the accumulation of merit from the countless reincarnations of Namo Maitreya Buddha. How could it be collected by an outsider?" Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He raised his hand and took out the Jewel Divination Pagoda and Mahavairakana Buddha's edict. He wanted to take the fortune into the Jewel Divination Pagoda. But it just so happened that even after Xiaohua exhausted all his abilities, he was still unable to move the Jewel Divination Pagoda in the slightest. "Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator." Xiaohua's eyes were a bit red. He looked up and asked, "Can it be that we can only enter the 7th floor after taking away the fortune? Since you already control the heaven and earth pagoda, why can't you directly?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua immediately answered, "This junior actually doesn't control the heaven and earth pagoda. Instead, I used the mountain river seal and the 9 province cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda. Without Namo Maitreya's fortune suppressing the 7th floor, we can naturally enter. However, with the fortune suppressing it, how can we pass the 8th floor? Moreover, if we can't pass through the 8th level of the pagoda, we won't be able to enter the other levels of the pagoda, let alone break the formation. It seems, only you can do it?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Bodhi with ridicule. "Namo Maitreya." Buddha Bodhi did not refute. He stepped on a Buddhist lotus and arrived in front of Tsili. Although Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light was not as bright as Tsili's Buddhist light, when it came into contact with Tsili's Buddhist light, it blended into the Buddha shadow like water and milk. The moment the Buddha's light entered, Tsili trembled violently. The Buddha's shadow on Tsili opened its eyes and tears of blood flowed out of its eyes. The tears of blood flowed down the Buddha's cheeks and slowly dripped onto the 8th level of the pagoda. "Namo Maitreya Buddha?" As the tears of blood dripped down, Tsili began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra, one word at a time. "Namo Maitreya Buddha?" As soon as Tsili's Buddha shadow's voice rang out, Bodhi also sat down cross-legged and pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. His eyes were slightly closed and he began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra. His recitation matched Tsili's. As the exquisite leaf sutra was recited, Bodhi's Buddhist light seeped into Tsili's Buddha shadow like hundreds of millions of tentacles. The Buddhist kingdom phenomenon also slowly disappeared. All the clones who had their attention on Bodhi heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cold, bloodthirsty and emotionless voice rang out not far from Bodhi. "Let go of Tsili." As soon as the voice rang out, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the space. Within this space shrouded by killing intent, wisps of blood-red devil flame mixed with pitch-black devil chi emerged from the void. When the devil flame and devil chi landed in the air, they transformed into ferocious devils. All the clones were shocked and hastily looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the source of the voice was Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the badge on Xiaohua's chest was seeping with blood. A broken heart-shaped mark was overflowing with devil chi. This devil chi was like a surging fountain that constantly gushed out of Xiaohua's chest. This devil chi not only entered the surrounding space, but also covered Xiaohua's body and gradually transformed into a devil armor. At this moment the devil armor was different from before. An extremely large amount of Xianming devil lightning flickered between the devil flame and the blood-red color. This devil lightning condensed into a knot and covered the entire devil armor. Moreover, behind the devil armor, several tens of feet long devil thorns suddenly stretched out. The space near the devil thorns had already begun to distort and become extremely unreal. In particular, at devil god Xiaohua's back, a huge irregular mirror had already formed an outline. It was incomparably dark inside, and even light couldn't escape. Moreover, within the darkness, an indescribable aura leaked out from the edges of the outline. This aura was full of blood and evil. The moment the aura leaked out, light and shadow flickered in the air. Within the light and shadow, there was a strange devil kingdom vision. However, this light and shadow flashed and disappeared. Even with Xiaohua's many clones, none of them could see it clearly. Devil? Devil sovereign? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was the most sensitive to the aura of the devil race. When he saw Xiaohua's devil chi rush out, his expression immediately changed and he couldn't help but shout, "Devil spirit brat, what's going on? Big brother has turned into a devil." Devil spirit Xiaohua had a long face. The blood-red figure appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's devil armor and was struggling with all his might. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from the devil chi. This little brother can't break free, damn it. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua cursed angrily, "Why didn't you step into the devil sovereign realm earlier or later? Why did you step into the devil sovereign realm at this time?" Big brothers? Devil spirit Xiaohua had an innocent face. He tried to stick his head out and shouted, "This has nothing to do with this little brother. Although this little brother has devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, if I want to advance into the devil sovereign realm, now is not the time. This little brother still needs some blood spirits. Damn thing, quickly get to the point." Confucian cultivator shouted, "Why are you still thinking about blood spirits now?" Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was very afraid of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. He hurriedly explained, "Forcefully advancing into the devil sovereign realm wasn't something this little brother deliberately did. It was Big Brother who pushed me. Just now, when Big Brother forcefully occupied this little brother's devil body, this little brother realized that Big Brother actually already had a heart devil when we entered this great desolate continent." Nonsense. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua berated, "When we were in the ruins, we already killed the heavenly devil. How could he have followed us to the great desolate continent?" Devil god Xiaohua's aura rose little by little. His doppelgangers were really at a loss. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were currently busy suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda. They couldn't spare too much energy to stop devil god Xiaohua's advancement. Buddha Bodhi was sitting cross-legged, chanting the exquisite leaf scripture along with Tsili's Buddha image. He acted as if he didn't hear devil god Xiaohua's situation. How could the other doppelgangers like Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Green Robed Xiaohua be a match for devil god Xiaohua? Hearing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's berating, devil spirit Xiaohua explained again, "Big brothers, there's something you don't know. It was only when Big Brother occupied this little brother's devil body that this little brother was able to clearly see the ins and outs of the matter." Motherfucker, hurry up and say it. If you delay any longer, my true body will really be beyond saving. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua was truly anxious. Demonic chi covered several thousand miles of space. A sealing force that was several times stronger than the blood drop paradise gradually emerged. It was like a demonic cocoon wrapping everything within the inverted space. A feeling that made dragon bloodline Xiaohua tremble with fear rushed into his heart. He couldn't help but curse as he found it difficult to control the mountain and river seal. Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was also somewhat at a loss at this moment. He hurriedly replied, "Big Brother has always been concerned about Jianghu. Long before Jianghu went to Nirvana to seek the sutra, he would rather give up his life to forcibly stop her. He felt that since he brought Jianghu to the hidden immortal continent, he must protect Jianghu well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to senior sister. As soon as we entered the wilderness continent, we began to fight for Jianghu's past life's merits. Big brothers, do you still remember the Buddha shrine and Buddha statue in the lava of the stone giant? It was also at that time that Big Brother had already planted the heart devil. And as time passed, Big Brother's heart devil grew stronger. Now, at this moment, Senior Heaven-swallowing beast had clearly said that the fortune was Jianghu's last hope for cultivation in this life. Without the fortune, Jianglu's cultivation path would be blocked. Jianglu could only cultivate from the beginning again. Thinking about how he had personally blocked his nephew's path of survival, Big Brother, in the end he had turned into a devil. He himself wanted to stop Master Bodhi from collecting the fortune. Fellow Taoist, you're smart all your life but this time you're stupid. Green-robed Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, Jianglu is only one person, even if he was Namo Maitreya Buddha in his past life. But now there are billions of living beings in the wilderness continent. How can one person compare to billions of living beings? If billions of living beings die, the entire wilderness continent will be destroyed. But if Jianglu's path of survival is blocked, he can find another way to survive. Speaking of which, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed, and a look of realization and difficulty appeared on his face. He said, but you have to know that Jianglu is our nephew but billions of living beings are not. We can't use the lives of billions of living beings to force fellow Taoists to personally destroy Jianglu. Moreover, if you don't love one person, how can you love the world? If fellow Taoist doesn't even cherish Jianglu, how can he cherish the world? Alas, with such a difficult choice, it's no wonder that fellow Taoist would turn into a devil. Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua also sighed, if it was me, I also wouldn't know how to deal with it. Forget it, this matter is the foundation of fellow Taoist rebirth. I can't participate, everything depends on fellow Taoist's choice. No matter what fellow Taoist decides, I will agree. While speaking, Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua spread his wings, flew back several miles and landed in a corner of space. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Seeing that every time Buddha Bodhi finished chanting a layer of the Heart Sutra, devil god Xiaohua's devil chi would rise by a layer, he also sighed and said, originally we were born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? I also can't choose. After speaking, green-robed Xiaohua's figure flashed and landed on the other side of space. Chapter 4257. Fuck. Bone-honing Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the furious Xiaohua and then at Buddha Subhuti who insisted on chanting the scriptures. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only curse at fiend spirit Xiaohua. I knew you were the root of disaster. I shouldn't have let you live back then. Brother, I'm innocent. Fiend spirit Xiaohua really wanted to cry but had no tears. This was clearly Xiaohua's main body that had been demonized. Furthermore, he had forcefully taken over his fiend body. He was the victim. Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua ignored him. He stepped on a cloud and landed in another spot in space. He squatted down gloomily and drew circles in the air with his thick fingers in boredom. Seeing that all the avatars had chosen to leave, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were helpless. They looked at each other and flew up slightly. Although the two avatars didn't say anything, their actions clearly told everyone that they were also watching from the sidelines. Xiaohua's avatars had made their decision. The heaven-devouring beast and heaven-devouring beast beside him also looked at each other. Heaven-devouring beast was the first to fly back a few kilometers. He was just a minor character in such a situation. It was already good that Xiaohua didn't kill him when he killed Truth Listener. How could he dare to say another word? When the heaven-devouring beast saw that heaven-devouring beast had also left, he looked coldly at Fiend Celestial Xiaohua. He didn't retreat or charge forward. Only his eyes revealed a thought-provoking expression. It was exactly the same as the look he had when he spoke of the importance of Kylie. After all, the exquisite Leaf Sutra was a Buddhist scripture. There was always an end to the chanting. When the 7th level of the Buddhist scripture was finished, Kylie's Buddha figure paused slightly and raised her head. Her face was already covered in blood and tears. However, Buddha Subhuti didn't stop. He continued chanting the incomplete Buddhist scripture on the 8th level. As the scriptures filled the space, the devil chi actually showed signs of retreating. Furthermore, the Buddha light that had fused with Silei's Buddha shadow fell on Silei like a hot knife through butter. Buzz. Silei emitted a dazzling light. The entire Buddha shadow collapsed rapidly amidst the dazzling light, turning into a blood-colored Buddha light that fell into Silei. Demon God Xiaohua shook his arms and roared towards the sky. Demon God Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of demon blood that could make even Confucian cultivator Xiaohua tremble. When the blood landed in the middle of the surrounding demon chi, it immediately turned into 81 huge blood demon heads. When these blood demon heads appeared, they also roared towards the sky. However, they didn't spit out any demon blood. Instead, they produced an unparalleled suction force. Hundreds of millions of tiny blood demon heads were swallowed by these 81 blood demon heads. In just a few breaths, These 81 blood demon heads actually turned transparent and turned into 81 strange demon patterns. Umph. Demon god Xiaohua coldly snorted. Those 81 demon patterns ignored the space and firmly sealed the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda in an instant. Demon god Xiaohua waved his left hand and the devil saber murder appeared in his left hand. Immediately after, demon god Xiaohua slowly lifted his foot and walked towards Buddha Bodhi. With every step demon god Xiaohua took, the entire blood-dripping space would tremble. The surrounding devil chi would spurt out a mouthful of blood-colored light and cleanse the space. When demon god Xiaohua arrived in front of Buddha Bodhi, it was exactly 81 steps. The entire space also trembled 81 times. The entire space was filled with despair and deathly stillness. Demon god Xiaohua looked at Buddha Bodhi who was sitting cross-legged, then looked at the Buddha light that had already covered Sili's surface. His hoarse voice was like that of a god, containing a kind of ruthlessness. Are you going to stubbornly cling to your own course? That's right. Although Buddha Bodhi still hadn't finished reciting the exquisite leaf scripture, he still stopped and raised his head. His eyes were filled with compassion and determination. This little monk already made a decision when the flood fell. This little monk is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent, regardless of the outcome. You are forcing this venerable. The emotion in demon god Xiaohua's voice became increasingly faint. Buddha Bodhi raised his eyes to look at demon god Xiaohua and said, neither too fast nor too slow. What joy is there in life, what bitterness is there in death? If this little monk can die for the sake of billions of living beings, this little monk is not afraid. Speaking up to here, Buddha Bodhi's eyes revealed a trace of warmth and said, Sandalwood, this little monk understands your heart. This little monk has never wanted to make things difficult for you. Didn't this little monk already say it when I first stepped into the great desolate continent? This little monk will absolutely not snatch Lu Er's Buddha fruit. This little monk has also once made a great vow that if the netherworld's demons are not eradicated, this little monk will absolutely not become a Buddha. Now this little monk has once again made a great vow. Everything this little monk has obtained today, no matter how it was obtained, will definitely be returned to Jianghu in the future. Even if this little monk can attain Buddha fruit today, this little monk will absolutely not attain it. Since you don't want to make things difficult for this venerable, then step aside. Demon god Xiaohua said coldly, as long as you don't touch this fortune, this venerable will absolutely not touch a single hair on your head. If you don't take this fortune away, the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent will have no way to survive. Buddha Bodhi continued to persuade demon god Xiaohua. This little monk is only temporarily using this fortune. When this little monk returns to the hidden immortal continent, this little monk will immediately pass away in meditation and return all of this Namometriya's merit to Jianghu. When you fuse with this fortune, you will instantly attain Buddha fruit. At that time, this venerable is afraid that this venerable will not be able to control you. Demon god Xiaohua replied, this venerable cannot guarantee that you will be able to return this Buddha fruit to Jianghu. This venerable cannot believe you. Namometriya Buddha? Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and no longer tried to explain himself. Instead, he slowly chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. Under the Buddha's light, the Namometriya Buddha gradually took form. Wu. Almost without any hesitation, a ghost-like howl was born in the air. Before this howl, a pitch-black saber light flashed through the air. The entire space seemed to be split into two halves. The devil's saber murder in Xiaohua's left hand finally landed on Buddha Bodhi's body beyond the expectations of all the clones. Namometriya, Namometriya. Endless Buddha chanted the name of Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Dang dang dang. Countless sounds of wooden fish came from the rank 8 Buddha lotus. Swish swish swish. Innumerable flashes of blood flew out from the mirror behind Buddha Bodhi's head. Buddha Bodhi's golden body was split into two by the devil's saber murder. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden liquid in the flesh and blood also filled the surrounding 100 zhang of space. In this bloody scene, 10,000 Buddhas wailed, 10,000 flowers withered, and the Buddha light was dyed red. The 81 translucent devil runes let out extremely arrogant and wild laughter. Wung wung. The entire heaven and earth pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon vein Xiaohua, who were suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda, looked at this scene in disbelief. Dumbstruck expressions appeared on their faces. Seeing Buddha Bodhi's flesh and blood fuse with the golden liquid and that human figure slowly disappear, dragon vein Xiaohua rubbed his eyes and asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in a loud voice, Immortal? Fellow immortal, I didn't see wrong, right? This should be an illusion, right? Little monk Bodhi was killed by Xiaohua just like that? This shouldn't be possible, right? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't reply. Instead, he looked for a moment and said with a bitter smile, if this little one's guess is correct, this is real. Our main bodies have already turned into devils. He really killed Buddha Subhuti? But why didn't the little monk fight back? Dragon Vein Xiaohua was very anxious. Other than fellow immortal, only the little monk is the nemesis of devil god Xiaohua, right? Because Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face emitted a kind of holy radiance. His words were filled with reverence, because the little monk Bodhi wanted to die for the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent. He wanted to use his own death to tell our main bodies that he didn't have any selfish motives. He could give up everything he had. As long as our main bodies took away the treasures and broke the innate heavy water world destroying great array, he used his own death to repay everything he owed Jianghu. Damn it. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's eyes shed 2 drops of tears. Little monk, I am inferior to you. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. There was no joy in his tone. You're crying. I'd rather not cry. Dragon Vein Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and licked the tears at the corner of his eyes. I'd rather be that kind of Dragon Vein who doesn't understand emotions and only knows how to cultivate. That's just a kind of extravagant hope. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua and said with a double meaning, we still have a long way to go. We still have to experience a lot. Along the way what we gain is always more than what we lose. But Dragon Vein Xiaohua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation appeared in the space of the blood drop paradise. This fluctuation appeared in an extremely strange manner. It was like a heartbeat and also like a breeze. However, at the origin of the fluctuation, the devil chi that sealed the surroundings of the heaven and earth pagoda was suddenly rushed out by this fluctuation, creating a void passage. Damn it. Just as the fluctuation appeared, demon god Xiaohua roared. The devil's saber in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and landed at the location of the fluctuation. Shua. The space within several hundred zhang was like a pool of clear water being split in half by the flying sword. Between the 2 halves of the space that was split in half, there were still tens of thousands of spatial fine lines from before. These fine lines were now filled with devil chi and devil flames. The devils hidden in the blood drop paradise roared and pounced towards the fluctuation that was also split in half. However, beneath the group of demons, there was a faint ripple that flashed like an undercurrent. Within this ripple, an obscure void passage flashed and disappeared. In just a split second, the void passage landed on the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. The space of the entire pagoda began to twist and distort rapidly. Xiaohua felt his vision blurred for a moment. Then, the golden body of Buddha Subhuti, together with the rainbow of Namo Maitreya Buddha, disappeared in a bizarre manner in this void tunnel. The clones were greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked towards the origin of the fluctuation. They saw the heaven-swallowing beast standing there proudly with its mouth slightly open, a faint Buddhist light overflowing. Chapter 4258. 9th Grade Buddha Lotus? Happiness-melting heavenly demon was shocked. Why is it in your hands? The heaven-devouring beast did not answer. Instead, it opened its mouth and the Buddha lotus fell into its mouth. Damn it! Take it out from me. Happiness-melting heavenly demon cursed and waved its left hand. It was also the killing devil saber. There was no demonic aura or demonic light. It was just a simple flash of light, and the killing devil saber hacked into the heaven-devouring beast's head. Roar. The heaven-devouring beast's last roar was not a bark. A blood-red sound wave rushed out and blocked the killing devil saber for a few breaths. However, it was only for a few breaths before the purple Buddha lotus disappeared. Happiness-melting heavenly demon roared again, damn it! Then the killing devil saber did not stop. The killing devil saber passed through the heaven-devouring beast's body. After the killing devil saber passed through, the blood-red light and Buddha light flew out along with the killing devil saber. The heaven-devouring beast's body turned into ashes and scattered in the air. The blood-red light spun rapidly at the tip of the killing devil saber. It condensed into a crystal-clear blood-red rhombus that emitted a misty luster. It was exactly the same as when Di Ting was killed. However, the luster that rushed out of the rhombus crystal was in the form of a heaven-devouring beast. As for that cluster of Buddhist light, it was emitted by Buddha Bodhi when he fused with the ancient Sili. At this time, It had already fused with the purple ninth-grade Buddhist lotus. With the fusion of the Buddhist lotus, Buddha Bodhi had already touched the Tsili's Buddhist light and thoroughly penetrated the Tsili. As the Tsili melted, an 8-foot-tall Nanwu Maitreya Buddha once again stood up from the golden liquid without fear. However, this Nanwu Maitreya Buddha no longer had Buddha Bodhi's original appearance, but instead looked like Jianghu, heaven-devouring beast. Happiness Heavenly Demon swallowed the blood-red crystal formed by the heaven-devouring beast's soul and shouted fiercely, "How dare you spoil my plan? I will torture you to the point of death and let you know how powerful I am." After Happiness Heavenly Demon finished speaking, it stretched out a thick finger and pointed at Bodhi's bald head. It laughed and said, "You're an interesting little monk. It seems like you already knew that there was something fishy about the Maitreya Buddha Lord, but why didn't you tell your true body? Could it be that he wanted to be the last one standing and bear everything himself? However, how can your tender little shoulders bear all of this? Not only was he killed by the main body, but all his previous efforts were also absorbed by the Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie. You said you were a little monk now? Or Lord Maitreya?" Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi only chanted the name of Buddha and did not answer. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're a little monk or the Maitreya Buddha Lord. None of them can affect my grand plan. Because I've already obtained the exquisite leaf scripture back in the Imperial Palace. Happiness Melting Heavenly Demon chuckled. With this item, I'll be able to refine 70% of the Maitreya Buddha Lord's fortune. Now, with the body of a Deva and the billions of blood spirits in the primitive continent, I will be able to step into the realm of fiend deity and escape from this damned turbulence of time. At this point, the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven suddenly stopped talking. He looked up in surprise and said in surprise, "What? Why is the incomplete primitive continent so lively today? Which great deity has decided to do this on a whim? Damn it, I'd better hurry up and get to work." Extreme joy begets sorrow. With that, the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven's finger that was pointing at Buddha Bodhi's forehead suddenly turned into tens of thousands of tentacles and landed on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Demonic spots suddenly appeared where the tentacles landed. The spots were like drops of ink falling into clear water, spreading wildly on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. No matter how much Buddhist light flashed, it couldn't stop it. Facing the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven's supreme ability, Buddha Bodhi smiled faintly and put his palms together. Namo Maitreya Buddha, disciple prays to Buddha here and earnestly asks Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, then it's the Buddha kingdom. If it's the heavenly demon, then it's the heavenly demon. Buddha Bodhi's words were like pearls that turned into gold when they landed on the ground. Every time a word fell into the air, it turned into a golden rune that shone with golden light. At the same time, Buddhist lotus seeds emerged from the void and supported the golden runes that came out of Buddha Bodhi's mouth. When the golden runes landed on the Buddhist lotus, they immediately shone with boundless Buddhist light. Then amidst this Buddhist light, the Buddhist lotus bloomed. In the end, 44 Buddhist lotuses surrounded Buddha Bodhi. Behind each Buddhist lotus, countless rivers of faith were faintly born. Murmuring sounds flowed out from these rivers of faith like flowing music. Moreover, right behind Buddha Bodhi's head, a Buddhist kingdom with a myriad of phenomena had taken shape. In the void, countless Buddhist kingdom phenomena appeared one after another. It seemed that with this verse alone, Buddha Bodhi was about to attain enlightenment. However, something seemed to be missing. The Buddhist kingdom phenomena seemed to be an illusion, a shell. There was no substance at all. The Buddhist kingdom was also like a pancake that could not be completed for a long time. Ha ha. After hearing Buddha Bodhi's heartfelt prayer and seeing the phenomena of the southern gate Maitreya Buddha attaining enlightenment, Happiness Melting Heavenly Demon did not panic at all. On the contrary, he let out a deafening laugh that was both arrogant and sarcastic. He pointed at Buddha Bodhi's head and said loudly, "This is really funny. Damn it, it's as if time has turned back." Back then, Maitreya Buddha Lord also said the same thing and wanted to take the final step in the same way. However, he still could not escape the fate of being killed by me. This place is surrounded by time turbulence. Thousands of spaces are superimposed without any pattern. Even the heavenly demons of Happiness Melting Heavenly Demon cannot find the location of this space. Little monk, use your bald head and think carefully. If the heavenly demons of Happiness Melting Heavenly Demon came, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to come up with so many schemes. I would have already withdrawn and returned to Happiness Melting Heavenly. Little monk, stop dreaming. Without me, a heavenly demon, how can you Buddhist disciples attain enlightenment? You'd better obediently run into my mouth. Let me use your body to devour Maitreya Buddha's merit. That's good too. Just as Hua Heaven's heavenly demon was laughing out loud, an extremely dim green brilliance suddenly appeared within his huge demonic body. Then this brilliance disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Happiness melting heavenly demon was shocked. Freedom heavenly demon? Why did you come from Freedom Heavenly? How did you escape from this space? Did you find a way to break through the time turbulence? What is this place? Why are you here? Just as Happiness melting heavenly demon was muttering to himself, 13 loud booms rang out. The 13 divine statues from the Soul Cultivator's ruins in the Spring Forbidden Sea flew out of the Devil Chi with green light shooting into the sky and landed around Happiness melting heavenly demon's body. Then a series of cryptic green seal scripts burst out of the Devil Chi, and the 13 divine statues turned into 13 huge green stars that slowly rotated with Happiness melting heavenly demon as the center. Soul threads of different waves flew out of each green star, and depending on the angle of rotation, these soul threads fell into the Devil Chi from all directions. The Devil Chi didn't weaken under the influence of the soul threads, but it looked a little clearer, as if the 13 stars were purifying the Devil Chi. At that moment, the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua, who had been missing all this while, transmitted his voice to all of Xiao Hua's clones. Little Imo Ling, I have already lured the happiness-melting heavenly devil into the Xinhua continent. Come and help me. Little monk, Confucian Immortal, don't hesitate. Come with I to suppress this heavenly demon. This is all arranged by our true bodies. Taoist Long Mai and the others, seal this entire space. Don't let any of the heavenly demon's clones escape. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's voice was like a flash of light, waking all of his clones up. How is this possible? Green-robed Xiao Hua stood up from a corner of the space and asked in confusion, Didn't we say that we were going to ambush the heaven-devouring beast? Nonsense. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua became anxious and scolded, Among all of us, you are the most familiar with the Xinhua continent. Before our main bodies recover their minds, why don't you hurry up and help our fellow Taoist soul cultivator? Only when our true bodies awaken from their demonic state will we have a chance to survive. Yes. Green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly came to his senses and rushed into Xinhua continent without delay. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hua, the devil spirit with the bone spear, flashed through the Devil Chi and rushed into Xinhua continent. Reverend. Confucian Immortal Xiao Hua looked at Bodhi Buddha and said sadly, You saw it. Our true bodies did this on purpose. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi Buddha did not wait for Confucian Immortal Xiao Hua to finish speaking. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. A towering Buddhist light descended and suppressed the Devil Chi of the heavenly demon. Then he waved his hand and the exquisite Dayan Pagoda Mahavairakana Buddhist Edict, 10,000 Buddhist painting, and other Buddhist treasures appeared one after another and landed on the restless Devil Chi and demons. Together with the Soul Cultivator's shaman artifact, they destroyed the Devil Chi. Good. Confucian Immortal Xiao Hua shouted at Long Mai Xiao Hua, Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. Long Mai Xiao Hua replied. Then the 9 cauldrons flew out from under the mountain river seal and spewed 5-colored true chi at the heavenly demon's body. Although the heavenly demon had lost control of its body, there were still many other demons suppressed by the heavenly demon. These demons were frantically trying to break free, so they naturally had to fight against Confucian Immortal Xiao Hua and Bodhi Buddha. However, Xiao Hua's Soul Cultivator Doppelganger, Confucian Doppelganger, and Buddhist Doppelganger all attacked at the same time. Not only did the Soul Cultivator Doppelganger's shaman tool purify the devils, but the Confucian Doppelganger Xiao Hua had already reached the scholarly level. His righteous energy surged out of his 5-colored true energy, and the power of life flashed with 5-colored brilliance. Not only did it exterminate the devils without devil bodies, it also rapidly compressed the devil bodies that were no longer under the control of the heavenly devils. Chapter 4259. Similarly, Bodhi, who had fused with Nanwu Maitreya Buddha's ancient glory, had reached a whole new level in terms of psyche power and faith power. The boundless Buddhist light swept across the devil's body like sharp flying swords. Many devils howled in agony as they were killed. Even more devil chi was melted, turning into pitch-black liquid that fell into the air. The battle outside the devil's body was extremely exciting, but the battle inside the devil's body was extremely thrilling. When the heavenly devil saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, the ecstasy he felt was indescribable. He had been trapped in this incomplete eldritch continent for many years. He had deliberately planned to destroy the world so that he could escape from this place surrounded by time turbulence. When he saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, he chased after him without hesitation. He wanted to find the way back to the Freedom Heavenly Devil through the nameless space that the Freedom Heavenly Devil had escaped from. Unfortunately, when he squeezed into that space, he was not greeted by the Freedom Heavenly Devil. Instead, it was the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua who was surrounded by green light and filled with the aura of the Freedom Heavenly Devil. When Xiao Hua had entered the Eldritch continent, the Heavenly Devil had already seen him. However, Xiao Hua had too many doppelgangers. During the battle at Chaotiangke, the Heavenly Devil could not tell which doppelgangers had not appeared. However, when he saw Xiao Hua, the Heavenly Devil's heart trembled. He screamed and immediately wanted to fly out of the Xinhua continent. Just like what Xiao Hua had said to Xan, once he entered the Xiao sect, he would be as deep as the ocean. Since the Heavenly Devil had entered the Xinhua continent, how could he escape so easily? The Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua used his soul technique to purify Xiao Hua's mind and called for the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua to suppress the devil chi of the Heavenly Devil. At the same time, he waved his hands and countless soul strands turned into ropes to bind the Heavenly Devil. Damn it! Although Hua Ledian didn't understand what exactly had happened, he was very clear that he had definitely fallen into Xiao Hua's trap. However, seeing that there was only Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua here, he was also clear that Xiao Hua's main body was still in a state of bedevilment. He only needed to escape from this space, and victory would still be within his grasp. Heavenly Demon Hua Le cursed in his heart. His body trembled, and he instantly split into billions of doppelgangers. Some of them flew toward the Xinhua continent, some flew toward the starry sky, and some flew into space. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly when he saw how cunning the Heavenly Demon was. Countless green lights flashed between his eyebrows as he unleashed all sorts of soul techniques to control the area within 10,000 miles. At the same time, he took out his brush and waved it, causing even more green fireflies to spread out and fall on the Heavenly Demon's avatar. Bang bang bang. Light explosions rang out as the Heavenly Demon's avatars were shattered one by one under the power of life. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 10. Seeing that his clone was destroyed, the Heaven's Devil laughed wildly. A hurricane suddenly arose and the entire space became chaotic. Woo-woo. Just as the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua was panicking, a demonic roar that was even more arrogant than the Heavenly Demon's roar rang out. Holding the Bone Dragon Spear, demonic spirit Xiao Hua rushed into the Xinhua continent first. The moment demonic spirit Xiao Hua landed in space, he roared into the sky without saying a word. As he opened his mouth, he spat out a whirlwind that covered the 10,000 miles of space controlled by the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. Countless Heavenly Demon doppelgangers were like moths drawn to a flame, obediently falling into his mouth one by one. Damn demon scum. The Heavenly Demon Hua Lu was flustered and exasperated. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a human who had not set foot in the immortal realm cultivate a demonic doppelganger. Moreover, the strength of the demonic doppelganger seemed to be a bit stronger than the original body. Unfortunately, he only dared to curse in his heart and did not dare to reveal himself. At this time, the Heavenly Demon Hua Lu had already sensed the strangeness of the Xinhua continent. He also understood that although he was more powerful than demonic spirit Xiao Hua in this space, he was definitely no match for demonic spirit Xiao Hua. What should I do? Faced with such a hopeless situation, the Heavenly Demon Hua Lu truly did not know what to do. However, when he looked at the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua, the Heavenly Demon Hua Lu suddenly had an idea. Many of his doppelgangers charged towards demonic spirit Xiao Hua, towards the outside of the space, and towards the unrestrained Heavenly Demon's aura. Hee hee, you're already here and you still want to leave? Demonic spirit Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Back then I also wanted to. Oh, not good. As he spoke, demonic spirit Xiao Hua's body trembled, and his demonic body transformed into a demonic formation that enveloped the surrounding area. Not only did it cover 10,000 miles, but it also went beyond 10,000 miles, until it reached tens of thousands of miles. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Hua's devilish body started to tremble rapidly. Various devilish heads that looked completely different from Xiao Hua started to appear in various parts of the devilish formation. Moreover, the devilish formation started to collapse one after another. Damn it. How could Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua not know that the Heavenly Demon Hua Lu was taking advantage of the situation to corrupt demonic spirit Xiao Hua? Although demonic spirit Xiao Hua had already become a demon sovereign, he still couldn't resist the Heavenly Demon Hua Lu. Go. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the subbrush in his hand and stabbed it into the demonic formation like a sharp sword. However, at the same time that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was killing the heavenly devil, his devil formation was also rapidly shrinking. At this time, the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's body flashed with a green light, and the unrestrained heavenly devil's aura suddenly weakened. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He already understood the unrestrained heavenly devil's plan. The unrestrained heavenly devil's essence in the space had not been completely refined. If it was used by the unrestrained heavenly devil, wouldn't the unrestrained heavenly devil be able to do whatever it wanted on Xinhua continent? Although he had trapped the heavenly demon Hualu in the space and saved the billions of lives on the Eldritch continent, what about Xinhua continent? There were billions of lives on Xinhua continent right now. Rumble? At this critical moment, a shocking thunderstorm swept across the sky above Xinhua continent. On the broken immortal slaying platform, thunder water gushed out like a flood, covering the demonic formation formed by demonic spirit Xiaohua within 100,000 feet of Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Above the thunderstorm, the green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared. Damn it! How dare you show off in front of me? I'll let you know how powerful I am. The green-robed Xiaohua protected demonic spirit Xiaohua with the thunderstorm as he cursed. Then he struck out several spells to seal several important places in the space. He then raised his hand and pointed again. The sun star in the sky also emitted sun true fire, which poured into the thunderstorm. The heavenly demon Huali's wails were incessant in the thunderstorm. Phew! Seeing the green-robed Xiaohua come to help, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua let out a long breath. He thought that he and demonic spirit Xiaohua could deal with the heavenly demon Hualu easily, but he didn't expect the heavenly demon Hualu to be even more difficult to deal with than the freedom heavenly demon. Go to hell. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was naturally furious now that he had nothing to worry about. He activated his soul spell to kill the heavenly demon Huali's doppelgangers. At this time, demonic spirit Xiaohua also broke free from the heavenly demon Hualu and used the power of the thunderstorm to counterattack the heavenly demon Hualu. After witnessing the heavenly demon Huali's abilities, the green-robed Xiaohua didn't dare to be distracted. He released his divine sense to cover the entire space and closely monitored the situation. After an hour, more than 70% of the heavenly demon Huali's doppelgangers were killed, and the remaining ones were struggling at death's door. Suddenly, the green-robed Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and hurriedly waved his hands. Layers of seals appeared in mid-air, and within the seals, the originally formless heavenly demon Huali's doppelgangers froze. Damn it! Even the green-robed Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but complain, why is this heavenly demon Hualu so difficult to deal with? Oh, not good. Seeing that a few of the heavenly demon Huali's doppelgangers were about to escape from the space, the green-robed Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This was Xiaohua's biggest secret, and also the secret that all his doppelgangers relied on to grow. If the heavenly demon Hualu escaped, this secret would be exposed to the public. At this time, a cold voice like that of a god appeared. The entire space was suddenly completely sealed. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua. Good boy. The green-robed Xiaohua saw Jade Archive Xiaohua and immediately beamed with joy. He said, "Fellow Taoist, you are finally here. I will leave this place to you." "Fellow Taoists, I will have to trouble you." Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed. However, his aura was different from before. It was as if he had cut off something, but also as if he had sublimated something. His every movement faintly had the aura of controlling the entire space. This aura was comparable to the heaven and earth, and also had the tendency to surpass inner sage and outer monarch. The green-robed Xiaohua looked envious, but at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He casually cupped his hands and returned the greeting before retreating to the side. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked around. He looked at the heavenly demon Huali's doppelgangers in the lightning, and then looked outside the lightning at the place where the green-robed Xiaohua had not paid attention to before. Seeing that Jade Archive Xiaohua was looking at another place, the green-robed Xiaohua's heart thumped loudly. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart because that place was where the Xinhua continent was located. All the Fortune Gate's disciples and the flashy mundane world were also there. What is Buddha? What is devil? Jade Archive Xiaohua said indifferently. What is light? What is darkness? Where there is light there is darkness, and where there is darkness there is light. There is no absolute light and there is no absolute darkness. Therefore, if there is Buddha there is devil, and if there is devil there is Buddha. There is no Buddha that has been completely erased, and there is no devil that has been completely exterminated. Since there is Buddha on the Xinhua continent, then, it is inevitable that there will be devil. Blindly avoiding the distinction between Buddha and devil will only cause the entire Xinhua continent to collapse. Since all the heavenly demons have come to cause trouble, then, all of you can stay here. Chapter 4260. As he spoke, countless strange fluctuations appeared in the air. Wherever the fluctuations passed, heaven and earth changed. But as for where the changes were, even Xiaohua couldn't tell. Xiaohua's seal on the Jade Archive began to loosen as these fluctuations appeared. Even the green-robed Xiaohua could see faint clones of the Hua Le Heavenly Devil mysteriously dissipating in various parts of the space. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua cried out, What are you doing? Don't you know the principle of eliminating evil? You're letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving behind future troubles? He. Xiaohua said with a confident tone. Could it be that fellow Taoist still doesn't understand? Although Xinhua continent is our biggest secret, with the development of Xinhua continent and our Fortune Gates disciples, it is inevitable that they will leave Xinhua continent. Restricting Xinhua continent is the same as restricting our disciples. It is a selfish thought. Instead of hiding it like this, why don't we just let Xinhua continent go? But, Xiaohua said anxiously, if that's the case, our secret, won't it not be a secret anymore? And then I ask you, if you have a priceless pearl, where would you hide it? Xiaohua asked. Xiaohua was surprised and asked in confusion, Does this have anything to do with Ai's worries? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Answer Ai's question. Put it in the spatial ring, in the Kunlun mirror, or in Xinhua continent. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before answering. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Fellow Taoist is right. But, does fellow Taoist know the story of passing off fish eyes as pearls? Of course I know. Xiaohua nodded. Usually I read a lot of books. Then fellow Taoist, do you think it's better to hide the pearl in a place and worry about it all day long, or to throw it into a pile of fish eyes so that others won't know even if they see it? Xiaohua asked rhetorically. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes and replied, I feel that it's better to keep it for myself. I can't be at ease throwing it among the fish eyes. Jade Archive Xiaohua said, there are countless spatial interfaces in this world, and each spatial interface has an edge. Breaking through this edge will lead to another spatial interface. Although I don't know what is beyond the edge of Xinhua continent, I still don't know. However, since all of you can freely enter and exit the Xinhua continent based on your senses, the Xinhua continent must be like the other spatial planes and can be entered by others. Therefore, instead of imprisoning the entire Xinhua continent, why don't we throw the entire Xinhua continent into the various spatial realms? Whoever comes, they don't even know that this is a continent that we control. Whoever comes, won't they be at our mercy? I seem to understand. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. What you mean is that there is no need to deliberately seal off the Xinhua continent. Anyway, the Xinhua continent is the same as the hidden immortal continent. Even if cultivators come in, they will not know that this space belongs to us. That's the reason. Jade Archive Xiaohua replied. Fellow Taoist, you are really imaginative. Green-robed Xiaohua sighed. And you are really daring to let it go. If it were I definitely wouldn't dare. Sai, do you think I can bear to? Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Xinhua continent is already filled with Buddhist sects, and there are frequent occurrences of Buddhist sections. However, if there are Buddhas, what about demons? Without demons, how can Buddhas become Buddhas? Therefore, the entire Xinhua continent has formed a kind of abnormal psychokinesis, and it is this psychokinesis that attracts the heavenly demons. Damn it. Green-robed Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder. I knew it, we are only at the peak of the human world. How could we attract the heavenly demons from the heavenly demons and Hua Le Heaven? So the root is here. But, even so, you can't let the heavenly demons live, right? Aren't you afraid that the heavenly demons will overturn the heavens? Divulging information about us? If it were any other space, I naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. However, in this space, on this Xinhua continent, we can say whatever we want, right? Even the heavenly demons from the unrestrained heaven and Hua Le Heaven have to listen to us, right? Jade Archive Xiaohua replied with a mysterious smile. I understand. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded again, but in the end he still reminded, however, I still have to remind fellow Taoists that heavenly demons are heavenly demons after all. They are far from what we can deal with our current strength. Fellow Taoists, don't let your guard down. In this world there is something called a whetstone. With this object the blade can be sharpened. Jade Archive Xiaohua said meaningfully. Since we want to be strong, to be the sharpest blade in the world, if we don't have a whetstone like the heavenly demons, how can we be sharpened? All right. Green-robed Xiaohua heard this and his heroic spirit soared. He shouted, I will follow fellow Taoist and see how powerful the whetstone forged by the heavenly demons is. Hee, no matter how powerful it is, it's still in our hands. Jade Archive Xiaohua chuckled and waved his hand. All the lightning within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers suddenly retracted, condensing all the demonic chi into a demonic pearl. He then said, Demon spirit, hurry up and kill the happiness-melting heavenly devil. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Demon Spirit Xiaohua both listened to Jade Archive Xiaohua and Green-robed Xiaohua's words. They trembled with fear but also had some expectations. Now that they heard Jade Archive Xiaohua's orders, how could they not know that Jade Archive Xiaohua had a card up his sleeve? Demon Spirit Xiaohua replied loudly and revealed himself, opening his mouth and swallowing the demonic bead into his abdomen. Sigh. After Demon Spirit Xiaohua swallowed the demonic bead, Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed again. As the saying goes, man proposes but God disposes. This is exactly the case. After such a long time of planning, in the end it was just a good idea or an opportunity. Even if fellow Taoist I and fellow Taoist had been vigilant, I'm afraid we still couldn't escape the fate of death. Fellow Taoist, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. Green-robed Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. How did you know there was a heavenly demon in the imperial court of heaven? Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get out. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua laughed. I'm afraid Buddha Bodhi outside is going to be wronged to death. Since Jade Archive Xiaohua could enter the space, the Soul Cultivator Grand Formation outside naturally had already succeeded. Moreover, Xiaohua's demonic body had already been suppressed by the Soul Cultivator, Buddhist and Confucian cultivators. When Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, Demon Spirit Xiaohua flew out. In just a moment, the demonic chi around Xiaohua's body had already shrunk back into its body. The devil head and demonic chi brought by the heavenly demon were also swallowed by Demon Spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at Buddha Bodhi, who had transformed into Jianghu's appearance. He bowed and saluted. I've wronged great master. This is all I's fault. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi's face had the same unfathomable benevolence. He put his palms together and replied. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. This is the knot in our hearts. You get rid of the heart devil, I also get rid of the heart devil. Great kindness. Little monk. The green-robed Xiaohua was baffled. He didn't dare to speak bluntly to Xiaohua. He turned his head and asked Buddha Bodhi, what kind of Zen trick are you playing? How come I don't understand? Namo Maitreya Buddha, I can't say it, I can't say it. Unexpectedly, Buddha Bodhi smiled and shook his head, not answering. Hearing this, Xiaohua smiled and said, Great master, you'd better explain it to them. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed. All right. Buddha Bodhi seemed to have already let go of everything. He nodded and explained, Then this poor monk will explain it to you. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive admitted his mistake. He misunderstood this poor monk and thought that this poor monk wanted to snatch Jianghu's karmic fruits. Although he had such thoughts because he fell into the heavenly demon's trap, the real reason was that he had such real thoughts. He really didn't want this poor monk to gain merit in the primitive continent and destroy Jianghu's future. However, this poor monk only wanted to save the billions of lives in the primitive continent and enlighten those pitiful low-level beasts. I didn't have the intention to snatch anyone's merit. However, no matter how this poor monk explained, fellow Taoist Jade Archive refused to believe me. This is the knot in this poor monk's heart. This knot in this poor monk's heart caused the estrangement between this poor monk and fellow Taoist Jade Archive. This estrangement also became the opportunity for the joyous heavenly demon to attack fellow Taoist Jade Archive. Of course, when fellow Taoist Jade Archive waved his demonic saber to kill this poor monk also understood. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive was the kind of person who was greedy for small gains but had a righteous heart. When he killed this poor monk, he was actually killing himself. He would rather die than let his juniors and nephews be harmed. This poor monk was actually fellow Taoist Jade Archive himself, and the Jianghu he cared about was someone else. In this world, how could there be a reason to go against oneself? Therefore, this poor monk's knot in this poor monk's heart was also untied at that moment. That's not all. Xiaohua said with a smile, I's saber not only untied the knot in our hearts, but it also allowed you to gain a blessing in disguise, right? Indeed. Buddha Bodhi admitted. As long as the Buddhists of the Buddhist sect leave the mortal world, they have to cut off their roots in the mortal world. However, this poor monk does not have any roots in the mortal world. My flesh and blood are not complete, so how can I cut it off? And fellow Taoist Jade Archives saber cut off this poor monk's mortal world. Excellent, excellent. The green-robed Xiaohua could not help but praise, only with great kindness can there be great returns. However, master, in your current state, what is the use of cutting it off? The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at the completely different Buddha Bodhi and asked thoughtlessly. Buddha Bodhi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. This poor monk does not care whether it's useful or not. All this belongs to Jianghu. This poor monk has already made a great vow. As long as there's a chance, this poor monk will return everything to Jianghu." As he said that, Buddha Bodhi looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and said, "Don't you think so, fellow Taoist?" Of course. Xiaohua did not evade anymore and said with a smile, "What you think is what I think, and what you do is what I want." Chapter 4261. Fellow Taoist, we already know about Buddha Bodhi, but what's going on with this heavenly demon of joy? This happened too suddenly and there were no signs at all. I really don't know what's going on. Bonehone Xiaohua was the most outspoken. After understanding the knot between Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi, he immediately asked about the heavenly demon of joy. It's actually very simple. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at everyone and explained, "It's just like what fellow Taoist soul cultivator told everyone earlier." Then Xiaohua explained the details of the matter to him. In fact, as early as when Xiaohua saw the Buddha statue of Jianghu's previous life in the shrine, Xiaohua had doubts about his own Buddhist cultivation, and the target of this suspicion naturally fell on Buddha Bodhi. Even though Buddha Bodhi was explaining, his explanation was actually Xiaohua's self-reflection, and it was not enough to dispel Xiaohua's doubts. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart had already been planted with a demon. The Buddha statue in the shrine had tears in its eyes, and the Buddha statue had been torn apart in its heart. This was not done by Maitreya Buddha, but by the heavenly demon of joy to lure Xiaohua into becoming a demon. At that time Xiaohua did not have any doubts. Later, when the dragon pattern appeared, the dragon pattern stone giant of the same lineage regarded the stone giant who worshipped Namo Maitreya as an enemy, and this made Xiaohua see two undercurrents in the Eldritch continent. Since there were undercurrents, there was naturally a mastermind behind the scenes. Xiaohua naturally believed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Namo Maitreya and the god of the dragon race. Of course, Xiaohua already knew that Namo Maitreya had reincarnated, so the mastermind behind the scenes must be the dragon race or the successor of Namo Maitreya. After Xiaohua learned about the Imperial Palace from Devouring Heaven, he entered the Imperial Palace to defeat the 5 small eldritch beasts, rescued Dragon Gate Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and even subdued the Black Jade Qilin. The target of Xiaohua's suspicion fell on the successor of Namo Maitreya. After all, the Imperial Heaven Tower had existed for many years, and according to the Black Jade Qilin, every once in a while the Imperial Heaven Tower would open up, and weapons and crystals would appear. This kind of miracle would not appear out of thin air. There must be an invisible hand behind it. However, Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was injured in Chaotian Tower, yet no dragons appeared. This could only mean that there were no dragons or their descendants in Chaotian Tower, or that there was a dragon that looked down on the 5-clawed golden dragon. Apart from this possibility, it could only be the successor of the Maitreya Buddha. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was originally the exquisite derivation pagoda that opened the heaven and earth. This further confirmed Xiaohua's conjecture. However, as the Fortune Gate disciples' teaching power expanded, and Xiaohua witnessed the power of the Dragon Clan's faith, a new idea surfaced in his mind. He did not think that the Dragon Tribe and the Buddhist sect, who were fighting fiercely on the primitive continent, did not fight in the Imperial Palace. The Dragon Clan would not allow the Buddhist sect to build the Imperial Palace of Heaven without taking any action. However, other than the Imperial Heaven Tower, there was no other Imperial Heaven Tower in the Fortune Gate's territory, which made Xiaohua even more suspicious. When Xiaohua learned from Lu Yi that someone was spying on him, he saw the Buddha statue that was split in two inside the lava giant's body. At that time, Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the Buddhist sect emphasized on imperceptible influence, even if it was Buddhism, the more simple it was, the higher the level it was. How could the Buddhist sect use bloody tears as a warning? If it was faint tears, then that was the real Buddhist sect's realm. Of course, the stone giant's body was covered in lava, and using lava to make tears would always be red. This was reasonable. But the most unusual thing was that the Buddha statue had cracked. What was even stranger was that the stone giant had only wept bitterly at the beginning, and then later, it did not seem to care. At least, it was not as pious as Xiaohua had imagined. The Buddha statue had always been a symbol of faith, and with the stone giant's faith power, it was impossible for the Buddha statue to crack, even if Buddha Bodhi was teaching the stone giant. Even when the Buddha Lord's Buddha fruit was replaced, the Buddha statue would not crack, and only its appearance would change. Although the Buddha statue cracked, Xiaohua's heart also cracked, but it also made Xiaohua suspicious. Xiaohua suspected that the Buddha statue and the stone giant's faith were two completely different things. When Xiaohua went to another group of stone giants to look at the dragon god statue in the shrine, he had a whimsical idea. He believed that the dragon tribe's descendant and the Buddhist sect's successor did not exist on the primitive continent, and that there was only a third force that borrowed the dragon tribe's and Buddhist sect's power. As for who the third force was, Xiaohua suspected it was the heavenly devil. In truth, there was no special reason or divine ability, but Xiaohua had suffered too much from the heavenly devil recently. Xiaohua felt like a bow cup in a snake's shadow. Since he had a suspect, Xiaohua naturally had to come up with a countermeasure. However, Xiaohua already knew that he might have been possessed by the heavenly devil, and even his other clones might be tainted by the devil chi. If he was not careful, he might be taken advantage of by the heavenly devil. Therefore, Xiaohua could only choose the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who was connected to him in terms of soul, to be his helper. He only told the soul cultivator Xiaohua about his thoughts in the mysterious dark cloud, and told him to hide in the Xinhua continent. He even told him not to tell his other clones, and not to come out of the Xinhua continent unless it was a critical moment. However, with the appearance of the heaven-devouring beast in Di Ting, Xiaohua felt that his worries were groundless, because all his previous suspicions were perfectly explained by the two beasts. Even the heaven-connecting peak in Chaotian Tower could be attributed to the reckless dragon god. However, Xiaohua was still cautious, and did not let the soul cultivator Xiaohua appear in Chaotian Tower. And the result was exactly what his clones saw. Xiaohua's suspicions were correct. Besides the dragon god and Nanwu Mithriya, there was indeed a third almighty on the Eldritch continent, and that was the heavenly devil. As for why the dragon god and Nanwu Mithriya came to the Eldritch continent, and whether the heavenly devil came with them, Xiaohua did not know. Damn it! The bone-honing Xiaohua was dumbfounded when he heard this. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's so complicated. I saw all of this with my own eyes, but why didn't I feel anything special? So, Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Taoist bone-honing and fellow Taoist, you still have a long way to go. If you want to be a real cultivator, you have to be a real person first. Damn it, I am not a person to begin with. Why should I be a person? Dragon Vein Xiaohua used the mountain and river seal to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda in the sky and shouted loudly, but his voice was full of joy. There is no such pagoda in the world without a foundation. Even if the heaven-connecting peak can reach the sky, its foundation is still deeply embedded in the earth. Xiaohua replied with a smile. If you want to become almighty and move unhindered in the three realms, you have to first lay a good foundation. Humanity, emotions, and experience are all indispensable. This heaven and earth pagoda has no foundation, and Great Master's exquisite derivation pagoda also has no foundation. Green-robed Xiaohua took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. Xiaohua smiled and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed and he said to Xiaohua, "Oh right, fellow Taoist Confucian, when Great Master was attaining enlightenment, the heavenly devil said that this incomplete eldritch continent is in the turbulent flow of time. The Buddhist light of the Buddha realm cannot shine, and the devil nation has no passage to this place. Even the heavenly devil is trapped here. Then, why did fellow Taoist choose Wuxia that day? If I'm not mistaken, Confucian cultivators should have divine abilities that Buddhists don't have. Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. We might not be able to leave this place without fellow Taoist divine abilities. As Confucian cultivators say, one can't reach 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one wants to reach 1,000 miles, one can reach a higher level." The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "I've heard some news from the sage of literature, and I've also gained some insights in this regard. After we resolve the calamity in the primitive continent and leave the imperial palace, I'll work with fellow immortal Green Robe and fellow immortal Soul Cultivator to improve the teleportation formation. Of course, since a female immortal from the immortal world left this place, we should have a chance." "Good?" Xiaohua nodded and looked at the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. A mysterious smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Now that the imperial court's matter has been settled, let's see what it is that requires the Maitreya Buddha Tsaili to suppress." While speaking, Xiaohua looked up again. Far away from the heaven and earth pagoda, the heaven-swallowing beast was hiding behind a mountain range with the nine-toothed rake in its hand, looking very nervous. Hee, this little guy is probably scared out of his wits. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. A large hand appeared out of thin air and covered the heaven-swallowing beast. The heaven-swallowing beast was very anxious and waved its nine-toothed rake to resist. Don't be afraid, Xiaohua said. This old man has already killed the heavenly demon. Now there are only a few of us left in the Imperial Heaven Tower. Besides, if this old man wants to kill you, why would I need to go through so much trouble? The heaven-swallowing beast was already in awe of Xiaohua. Now that it saw the space being sealed, it naturally had the intention and the ability to break this cage. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, it gave up on resisting. It only held the nine-toothed rake in its hand and was taken into the heaven and earth pagoda with unusual vigilance. Let's go. Xiaohua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast's vigilance and said indifferently, although you are related to Di Ting and followed him into the Imperial Heaven Tower, you are also fated to be with this old man. Today this old man will give you a share of the merit of saving the billions of lives in the primitive continent. This can be considered as living up to your Dharma name of Jieqi. The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned and muttered a few words. However, in the end it didn't say anything. After all, the scene just now was really frightening. The heaven-swallowing beast couldn't let down its guard for a while. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Bone-Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua returned. Moreover, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua still activated the 9 cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda and open the 7th floor of the pagoda. The pagoda turned into a pure white camellia flower. Chapter 4262. 7 mysterious lights rushed out of the camellia, and the whole space was immediately enveloped by the 7 lights. All the light and shadows dimmed. When Xiaohua's eyes fell on the source of the lights, he saw a Buddhist treasure that looked like 7 bamboo joints and 7 tree branches floating in the camellia. However, no matter what the illusion of the Buddhist treasure was, there were still 7 layers of extremely obscure waves that penetrated into the heaven and earth pagoda. Within these 7 layers of waves was an absolute space that no one's gaze or Buddhist consciousness could enter. The Tree of 7 Wonders? Bodhi could not help but cry out in surprise. Why is it here? Is this what Maitreya Buddha's Kylie is suppressing? Master, you're wrong. Xiaohua's divine mind swept over and immediately understood. He smiled and said, this thing is the same as Pangu's axe. It's not the real Tree of 7 Wonders. It's just a shell or a shadow. Like Pangu's axe, it's a Buddhist treasure of Maitreya Buddha Lord. Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie is placed in the 8th level of the pagoda not to suppress this thing, but to control it. The 6th level of the pagoda under this thing is what the heaven demon of nirvana needs to suppress. Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed. Sure enough, where his hand passed, the Tree of 7 Wonders turned into a shadow. Xiaohua could not hold the Buddhist treasure at all. Master. Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. The Buddhist treasure will finally fall into your hands. I'm afraid that the multicolored light in the imperial palace that day was emitted by this thing. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua looked at each other and said almost in unison, congratulations Grand Master, congratulations. What's there to be happy about? Bodhi shook his head slightly. Everything is just a reflection of the moon in the water. Only my Buddha is real. However, Bodhi still chanted Buddhist mantras and came before the Tree of 7 Wonders. He raised his hand and held the Buddhist treasure. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Buddhist chant filled the whole space, and Bodhi easily held the Tree of 7 Wonders in his hand. Haha, fate is too wonderful for words. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He knew very well that the heaven and earth pagoda itself was a unique treasure. It was used by the heavenly demon to support the reversal of space. Inside the heaven and earth pagoda, it was used to suppress the formation I of the innate heavy water flood formation. The heaven and earth pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Panga's axe was on the 9th level, Ancient Sili was on the 8th level, and now the Tree of 7 Wonders was on the 7th level. He really could not figure out what better things were in the other levels of the heaven and earth pagoda. After putting away the Tree of 7 Wonders, Buddha Bodhi continued to stand by the side. However, the Tree of 7 Wonders did not leave the heaven and earth pagoda. This was because there were strange waves rushing out from the 6th level of the heaven and earth pagoda, as if the whole pagoda was about to burst. What is this? Xiaohua frowned as he muttered in his heart, I actually have to rely on the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures to suppress it. I won't release something that I can't control, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua said to Bodhi, Grandmaster, be careful. If there are any accidents, immediately activate the Buddhist treasure. Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, Tanyu. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. Bodhi's words naturally revealed his lack of confidence, indicating that he might not be able to control the Tree of Seven Wonders. However, Xiaohua still gritted his teeth and said, Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, open the 6th level of the pagoda. At worst, we'll destroy this inverted space and overturn the Great Formation. Fellow Taoist, your thinking is too simple. The green-robed Xiaohua was a formation grandmaster. He curled his lips and said, If we could break the formation like this, would we still need to break it layer by layer? Xiaohua stared at the heaven and earth pagoda with a solemn expression. When Xiaohua opened the 6th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, the body of the pagoda transformed into the shape of an orchid. Xiaohua and the others were dumbfounded because there was nothing inside the orchid at all. The previous fluctuations had all disappeared without a trace. Strange. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. After his divine sense swept over, he opened his delirium destruction Dharma eye. However, before he could open it, a bewitching blue color instantly pierced into his Dharma eye, and even a cold and astringent feeling like a gust of wind was born from his Dharma eye. The origin of wind. Xiaohua was really ecstatic. He shouted almost without hesitation, Fellow Taoists, we've struck gold. Quickly prepare. As he spoke, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Within the space, the origin of wood that had yet to be refined immediately spread out. Xiaohua guided his fists into the orchid and slowly displayed the Big Dipper divine fist. Ah, great. Great. This is what I like the most. The bone-honing Xiaohua was the happiest. His figure also landed on top of Xiaohua's head. Wind whooshed out of his fists as he displayed the fist technique together with his body. The Big Dipper divine fist that others couldn't learn no matter what was displayed by the two of them at the same time was truly dazzling. Like the other origins, the origin of wind didn't have any special resistance under the attraction of the starry sky fluctuations. It quickly entered Xiaohua's body and tempered his body with the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist before finally entering the space. However, it was somewhat different from the other origins. As soon as the origin of wind entered the space, the entire space immediately produced a whistling sound. Then the entire space seemed to be stretched, producing a strange change. Oh, not good. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. At this time, there were billions of living beings in his space. How could it tolerate the slightest bit of change? Almost without hesitation, Xiaohua's divine sense entered the space. However, when Jade Archive Xiaohua stood firmly in the space, his brows were tightly knitted together again. The entire space was indeed different from before, and it was very different. Everything in front of him was somewhat blurry and distorted. Even the appearance of the Fortune Gate's disciples on the Xinhua mainland seemed somewhat unreal. However, other than this distortion, there were no other obvious changes. Not only were all the living beings growing normally, even the Hua Lishan's heavenly devil avatar that wasn't killed was bewitching some Fortune Gate's disciples who had fallen into the devil path. Everything was no different from before. What is going on? Jade Archive Xiaohua was truly puzzled. Could it be that there are changes in this space that even I don't know about? At this time, the green-robed Xiaohua also came in from outside the space and asked curiously, Fellow Taoist, why did you rush into the Xinhua mainland without any reason? What the hell happened? Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled slightly and looked at the green-robed Xiaohua's blurry and distorted figure asking, What? Don't you feel that there are some changes in the Xinhua mainland? Is that so? The green-robed Xiaohua looked around in bewilderment and asked curiously, No? I didn't find anything different. Is everything exactly the same as before? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked. Of course it's exactly the same, I really didn't find anything different. The green-robed Xiaohua looked again and even moved his hands to attract lightning, carefully comprehending the power of lightning before answering. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked meaningfully at the space and nodded, saying, Perhaps. I was thinking too much. Let's see what the wind origin is suppressing. Is there still a need to say? The green-robed Xiaohua flew out of the space with the Jade Archive Xiaohua as he replied, Previously, we had been guessing the origin of this innate heavy water. Now that even the origin of wind has appeared, the origin of wind must be suppressing the origin of water. This is the only way to explain how so much innate heavy water came to be. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position and his spirit shook. He clapped his hands and said, Good, I also think so. If we have the water origin, our 5 elemental origins will be complete, and the light escape technique will enter a whole new level. Under everyone's gaze, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua opened the 5th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. Seeing the purple chrysanthemum in the pagoda, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and was overjoyed, because there was nothing in his divine sense. Moreover, there was a kind of heavy fluctuation in the entire chrysanthemum that went straight into the 4th layer of the pagoda. Wasn't this the water origin he was thinking of? However, when he opened his illusion breaker eyes, his eyes were filled with dazzling purple lightning patterns. Xiao Hua was absolutely dumbfounded. What? Why is it the lightning origin? Could it be that the water origin is in the 4th layer of the pagoda? Oh, I understand now. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoists, do you still remember the white bones we picked up from the dozen or so big pillars under the lava where the stone giant was? Those white bones either had the power to kill with lightning or a fine penetrating power. They were all killed by the lightning origin and wind origin. They were probably killed by the wind and lightning because they wanted to collect these things." Xiao Hua was astonished when the lightning origin was revealed. Not only was there lightning vibrating on the pagoda, but the entire space was also shaken, and countless purple colors dyed the surroundings. "Great Master, quickly make a move." Seeing the purple color in the illusion breaker eyes fly up like the rising sun, Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly called out, "Namo Maitreya Buddha." Buddha Bodhi chanted Buddha's name and raised the 7 wonders tree to block it. However, just as he raised his hand, the Buddha's light on the golden body rapidly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't activate the 7 wonders tree. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and shouted, "Fellow Taoist tempered bones, let's attack together." Tempered bones. Xiao Hua saw the lightning origin and almost somersaulted in midair. Hearing Xiao Hua's order, he happily responded and rushed into the sky to activate the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiao Hua landed below the bone-honing Xiao Hua. While releasing the starry sky fluctuations, he also danced with the Big Dipper God Fist. When the thunder origin entered his body, Xiao Hua's body immediately felt like it was being smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was smashed apart inch by inch and then fused back together inch by inch. This was even more painful than the first time he introduced the fire origin. Chapter 4263. Xiao Hua's days felt like years. He did not dare to faint casually, nor did he dare to let go of any trace of understanding. After all, the power of thunder was the most important of all the spells that he practiced. His understanding of the thunder vanquishing bead was still shallow. In the face of this thunder origin, he could only treat the feeling of not being able to live or die as an experience. However, when the thunder origin fell into the space, Xiao Hua's heart clenched again. His mind followed the thunder origin into the space, and an inexplicable premonition was born from the bottom of his heart. Rumble. The thunder origin fell into the starry sky, and the entire space was suffused with purple. At the same time, the green that had not completely disappeared before mixed with the purple. Immediately, there was a change that Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not expect. The previously blurred and distorted space was now being stretched by the power of wind and thunder. When the light and shadow stretched to a certain extent, the light and shadow rapidly shrank and returned to its original state in a moment. The power of wind and thunder seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and it continued to stretch until the entire space was stretched into another Xinhua continent. However, the Xinhua continent in this space was much smaller than the previous Xinhua continent, and everything inside was somewhat similar to what Jade Archive Xiao Hua felt before. Everything inside felt blurry and unreal. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He saw that the space had actually given birth to another space. Waves of strange fluctuations rushed from the space into his mind, and a feeling of being at a loss arose spontaneously. When the strange fluctuations entered his body, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, carefully perceiving the fluctuations. While Xiao Hua was comprehending the fluctuations, the changes in the entire space continued to develop. Besides this small space, 6 different spaces appeared around the Xinhua continent. These spaces were somewhat similar to the small space from before, but their sizes were different, and the colors of the spaces within were different as well. So much so that if the Jade Archive Xiao Hua opened his eyes, he would be able to see that the outer layers of these 7 spaces were all wrapped in a hazy luster, just like each and every one of the mysterious stars. Finally, a golden light flew up from Xinhua continent and landed on all the spaces. Only then did the shaking of the entire space stop. The entire space fell into a state of absolute stillness. The vibrations that came with the appearance of each space also stopped abruptly. The moment the spatial vibrations stopped, many star-like brilliances appeared in the adjacent spaces. These brilliances were somewhat dim and not particularly vivid. The changes in the space had ended, but the changes in the Xinhua continent had not. Many treasures and rare items had broken free from Xiaohua's shackles. After disappearing in an extremely strange manner, they reappeared in different spaces. There were even many Fortune Gate disciples who had disappeared several times on the spot before slowly returning to their original state. However, this kind of change was caused by the will of heaven and earth. Everything in the space was in a state of stillness. The Fortune Gate disciples were unaware of this, and even Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, was unaware of this. As for the strange beasts and rare items that Xiaohua had collected into his space, they had all fallen into the void along with the golden light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids moved, the stillness of the entire space was broken, and everything began to move again. Xiaohua was no longer on the original Xinhua continent. Instead, he was in a kind of void. He looked at the darkness around him, then at the space where Xinhua continent was, and then at the other spaces that had just appeared. He sighed and said, "Space, ah, space." The so-called space naturally has emptiness first, then space. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are emptiness, and the power of wind and thunder is space. Only spaces with complete origin force can be considered real spaces. As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua gently waved his hand, and countless tiny spaces appeared in the void. With another wave of his hand, these tiny spaces were completely annihilated, and a terrifying destructive force was born from the birth and destruction of these spaces. This is the true power of space. Only by controlling the power of heaven and earth can one have such destructive power. Xiaohua said with a wry smile. What is I's cultivation level now? What's the use of knowing these profound truths of heaven and earth? Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept across the various spaces again. He already understood everything inside. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao in the endless void. Previously, in the space where Xinhua continent was, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had taken shelter in the starry sky. Now Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had escaped from the starry sky of that space and landed in the endless void. His figure became increasingly ethereal and larger. Similarly, in the void, Xiaohua of the Karma Hand had covered several spaces, and the Karma Hand was incomparably large. Everything will change and everything will develop. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and his figure landed in the space where Xinhua continent was. He thought to himself, previously I thought that this was how the space was, but who would have thought that there would be such a change today? Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, when will it end? While flying, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao raised his eyebrows, and his figure stopped in mid-air. He looked at a star halo in the distance. The heavenly devil of freedom was actually reborn in that unformed space? Oh my, even the heavenly devil of joy was there? Sure enough, this devil can't be eliminated unless there is no more life in this world. However, the place where the heavenly devil of freedom and the heavenly devil of joy are, is it the devil nation? Why hasn't that place formed yet? Hehe, I don't care. With these 2 heavenly devils in I's space, the Fortune Gate's disciples can also pass the devil tribulation. Their cultivation is the real cultivation. I don't believe that the disciples who passed the heavenly devil's test can't be compared to the disciples of the hidden immortal continent or even the dawn rain continent. As Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao was thinking, the green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space where Xinhua continent was. The moment the green-robed Xiaohua appeared, he looked at the newly formed space in surprise, as if he had already sensed it. Oh, interesting. Seeing this, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Why did fellow Taoist come in?" Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua ignored Xiaohua's question. Instead, he continued to look in the direction of the space and asked curiously, "What's going on? I didn't feel anything when I entered the space just now. Why did I find a place that made me feel a strange connection when I came in this time?" What strange connection did you discover with the place outside this space? Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao asked calmly. The green-robed Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he said word by word, "I can't explain this connection. However, I feel that other than this Xinhua continent, there should be another place that I can go. It's like a home. Fellow Taoist, what's going on?" Hehe, fellow Taoist, if I can say, I will naturally say it. I feel that it's not too late to say it when you discover it. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao replied mysteriously. The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Taoist, it's up to you to say it. At this moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows again. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Gua appeared beside the two. Xiao Gua looked at the two dumbfounded. She didn't understand why two masters suddenly appeared. What's going on, Xiao Gua? The green-robed Xiao Hua asked. When Xiao Gua heard this, she immediately bowed and said while crying, Master, please know that our house has been robbed. Suddenly, a lot of spiritual herbs have been stolen. When the green-robed Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly looked at the herb field and then looked at the place he was worried about. Sure enough, his expression changed greatly. He looked at Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao with bright eyes and said, fellow Taoist, is there really a thief? Is it those heavenly demons? Don't worry. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao smiled and said to the green-robed Xiao Hua and Xiao Gua, there are some changes in Xinhua continent. This is normal. Everything is under I's control. Master. Xiao Gua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua with doubt. And whatever Master says. The green-robed Xiao Hua felt very bored and waved his hand. Just do your own thing. Go Xiao Gua. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Gua's head a few times. You did very well. Master saw everything. Yes, Master. Xiao Gua still couldn't tell which one was the real master. She simply bowed to the two of them and left. Let's go. Fellow Taoists must be waiting anxiously. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao waved his hand and called the green-robed Xiao Hua out. What's the hurry? We just came in. The green-robed Xiao Hua muttered and flew out of the space with Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao. However, at this moment he stroked his chin and said, right, there are some changes in the space. When we came in it was a bit difficult. Did you do something? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. He had already sensed what the green-robed Xiao Hua said. The boundary of the space now was completely different from before. It was the endless void that was in contact with the outside world. It wasn't the original space that was directly in contact with the outside world. Even if a powerful expert discovered his own space, they could only enter the void first before discovering other spaces. Of course, the current Xiao Hua couldn't completely understand the connection between the spaces. Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position. The group of doppelgangers looked at Xiao Hua and waited for his analysis. They seemed to have seen something from the green-robed Xiao Hua's excited face. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's a long story. If fellow Taoists are interested, you can go and see for yourselves after leaving the Imperial Palace. At this point, Xiao Hua glanced at the dragon-veined Xiao Hua and said thoughtfully, if I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist Long Mai should be able to enter Xinhua continent this time. Chapter 4264. Oh ho! Xiao Hua of the Dragon Vein shouted. He raised his head and let out a dragon roar above the heaven and earth pagoda. He seemed very happy. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he immediately shouted, fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist can't wait any longer. Can this poor Taoist go in and take a look? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blooming chrysanthemum. He nodded and said, the fourth floor of the heaven and earth pagoda should contain the water source that we urgently need. With the help of wind and lightning sources, it should be able to produce more innate heavy water. If we can obtain the water source, then, the Xinhua continent will have all 5 elements. Who knows what changes will happen to the space. Forget it, fellow Taoist Long Mai, you can try to enter. Good. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua praised. His figure swayed and rushed into the space, while Xiao Hua's mind entered first. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, this time, Xiao Hua entered the space very smoothly. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't enter the Xinhua continent. Instead, he fell into another space above the Xinhua continent. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure flickered and he appeared above the continent. Fellow Taoist, is this the Xinhua continent? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was surprised to see such a barren space filled with rich origin energy. Where did our Fortune Gates disciples go? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and then at the space around him. He already understood that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was formed from the Dragon Cleansing Liquid, which was an item from the Dragon Domain. Therefore, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was of a higher grade than ordinary dragons. He might be able to exist in a space like the hidden immortal continent, but he could not enter an incomplete space like the Xinhua continent. Now that Xiao Hua's space had merged with the wind and lightning sources, there was a level to it. This space might be a higher grade space that could accommodate Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Similarly, the space that green-robed Xiaohua had sensed on the Xinhua continent was also a higher grade space. Feel it again. Xiaohua suggested, see if you can sense other spaces? Other spaces? Dragon Vein Xiaohua was stunned and said in surprise, fellow Taoist, how many spaces are there here? Isn't there only one Xinhua continent? Naturally, there wasn't any in the past. But from today onwards there will be. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Haha, congratulations fellow Taoist, congratulations fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua immediately understood and cupped his hands with a smile. The Jade Archive Xiaohua returned the greeting, congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Then Xiaohua followed Xiaohua's instructions and carefully sensed his surroundings. Before long he found the aura of the space where Xinhua continent was located. In the past, Xiaohua had been able to sense the Xinhua continent, but he had not been able to enter. Now that he had sensed it and activated his dragon qi, he was actually able to enter. However, it consumed a lot of dragon qi and the space that came into contact with the Xinhua continent showed signs of collapsing. Because of this, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay for too long. After looking around a bit, he hurriedly left. How was it? The moment the green-robed Xiaohua saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua come out, he immediately asked, Avicania, Avicania. Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline was actually keeping them in suspense. Xiaohua smiled faintly and simply passed on some of his insights into the advancement of space to these clones. It can't be? When the clones sensed what Xiaohua said, they were all stunned. After a moment, they were all beaming with joy. Our luck is actually so good? Previously we shared a space, but now each of our clones has a space? Xiaohua nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. However, if you want to enter your own space, fellow Taoists, you all need to continue to work hard. Good. We understand. The clones replied in unison. Xiaohua and the other clones calmed down and said to the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, scholarly fellow Taoist, you can release the water origin now. Okay. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua responded and activated the heaven and earth pagoda again, releasing the fourth level of the pagoda. After a graceful peony flower bloomed, wisps of green gas flew out from the peony flower and floated towards the surrounding space. Tai-Wei green light? The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this green light and immediately cried out, This is an innate jellyfish. When the clones heard this, they immediately looked towards the peony flower. Sure enough, a ball of water blue green light was emitting brilliance from within, and endless amounts of Tai-Wei green light fell into the third level of the pagoda. Although an innate jellyfish was also an extremely rare thing in the world, Xiaohua's eyes clearly showed extreme disappointment. Compared to the water origin, the innate jellyfish was still too far away. Granny, I understand now. The green-robed Xiaohua cried out like a prophet. That heavenly demon didn't have the water origin in his hands, so he borrowed the power of wind and thunder to produce something similar to the water origin. Then, he used the innate jellyfish to turn this thing similar to the water origin into Tai-Wei green light and sent it into the Great Formation. At this point, the green-robed Xiaohua stopped because the Grand Light Azure Light was the Grand Light Azure Light and not the Khanate Heavy Water. The Grand Light Azure Light could kill, but it couldn't create a flood like the Khanate Heavy Water. The green-robed Xiaohua couldn't guess what was inside the third level of the pagoda that could turn Tai-Wei green light into innate true water. Xiaohua had used his mind to collect the innate jellyfish before, so it wasn't too difficult for him to do so now. However, this innate jellyfish clearly contained too much power of wind and thunder, and too much Tai-Wei green light. It was abnormally heavy, so Xiaohua had to spend a lot of effort to collect it. The green-robed Xiaohua watched Xiaohua collect the innate jellyfish. His eyes turned a few times and he asked, Fellow Taoist, our 5 elements wishful sky cudgel needs the innate mother of nature. Previously we used the innate jellyfish and innate fire origin, so which one do we lack now? We still lack the innate mother of nature and the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. These 2 things are still unknown. Previously, Xan gave us the information about the location of the wood and water elemental magnetism, but we already obtained it in the ruins, so we don't need to go there anymore. And the water origin. The bone-honing Xiaohua reminded again, without the water origin, fellow Taoist can't cultivate the light escape technique. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, the things we need for cultivation are all rare treasures in the world. Even the immortals of the immortal world would covet them. Fortunately, our luck is not bad and we were able to wander to the upper realms like the ruins and the Great Desolation continent. Otherwise, who knows when we would be able to gather all these things. As for the things we lack, we don't need to worry, we can slowly look for them. Good. The bone-honing Xiaohua obtained 3 origins at once, but he couldn't refine them in a short time. At this time he naturally didn't have any objections and was the first to applaud. Fellow Taoist, continue to open it. Xiaohua instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. I am already very curious, what exactly is inside the 3rd layer, to actually be able to turn the Tai Wei green light into the innate heavy water. Not only was Xiaohua curious, even the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was also curious. However, when the 3rd layer of the pagoda turned into a blood-red azalea flower and bloomed, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the thing inside the azalea flower. Because inside the azalea flower, there was a complete set of golden dragon bones curled up, and an aura that made everyone prostrate themselves in worship overflowed from it. It forced everyone to retreat, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. And that almost endless amount of Tai Wei green light fell into the dragon mouth of this golden dragon bones and flowed out from the tail of the dragon bones. That gu-gu-gu sound of flowing into the 2nd layer of the pagoda was precisely the innate heavy water. Close it first. Even Xiaohua was unable to resist the dragon aura from the dragon bones. He descended from the sky and hurriedly ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua urged the heaven and earth pagoda to close the azalea flower, he discovered that he was unable to suppress the soaring dragon aura, and thus was unable to close the azalea flower. Damn it, this Hua Heaven demon is definitely a genius. At this time, the green-robed Xiaohua somewhat admired the Hua Heaven demon. He was actually able to use the characteristics of these heaven and earth treasures to arrange a great formation, and forcibly create something out of nothing to make the innate heavy water appear. Now that we have slightly damaged it, it can't be restored to its original state. Since the heaven and earth pagoda had already been opened, the dragon aura from the dragon bones above the dragon god became more and more penetrating, gradually forming a dragon shape above the heaven and earth pagoda. And as this dragon shape became more and more plentiful, Xiaohua and the others became more and more unable to stay for long, as if they would have to kneel before this dragon shape at any time. Io? At this time Dragon Vein Xiaohua exclaimed, This seems to be Ao Sheng. What? Ao Sheng? Xiaohua stared blankly, trying his best to look at that blurry dragon shape, but it was useless. In his eyes, Ao Sheng was no different from Ao Jia and Ao Yi. Only Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body and Little White's dragon body could be distinguished. Who cares if it's Ao Sheng or not? The golden light above the dragon bones was truly dazzling, and even through this dragon shape, it still pierced Xiaohua's eyes, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He angrily said, If fellow Taoist has the means, why don't you hurry up and take this dragon bone? But if I take it, I won't be able to return it to Ao Sheng. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. I can't be compared to Master Bodhi, I can only beat dogs with meat buns. Bullshit. Xiaohua angrily said, How can Ao Sheng, this little brat, be compared to Luer? Hurry up and take this dragon bone. We won't leave a single hair for Dragon Island. Alright, then I will give it a try. I don't have much confidence. Dragon Vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then said to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, who was also somewhat numb, Fellow Taoist, help me. Alright. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded, and according to Dragon Vein Xiaohua's message, he did his best to close the azalea flower a little. When the azalea flower moved, Dragon Vein Xiaohua also let out a long roar, releasing his dragon body, and landing on the azalea flower in the same position as the dragon god's dragon bone. Then he inserted the dragon horn on his head into the gap of the azalea flower. Chapter 4265. Wong Wing. The entire dragon horn let out a rumbling sound, and the countless dragon patterns on it fell into the azalea flower along with the dragon horn. The entire azalea flower also shook, and as the dragon patterns overflowed, the entire azalea flower also turned into a dragon shape. Pa pa pa. In just a moment, there was another burst of explosive sounds, and like bamboo being thrown into a fire pit, many dragon patterns flew out from the cracks of the azalea flower. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua suddenly shouted, Lend I 9 drops of essence blood. 9 drops? Xiaohua opened his mouth in shock. Don't tell me you want Ai's life. Fellow Taoist, this is the dragon bone of the dragon god. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's extremely tempting voice came, If you pass this village, you won't have this shop anymore. Today, fellow Taoist is unwilling to part with 9 drops of essence blood, but in the future, even if you have 90 drops of essence blood, you won't be able to find the dragon bone of the dragon god. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and agreed. When the 9 drops of essence blood fell into the azalea flower, Xiao Hua's face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand in the air. Boom. A huge rumbling sound came from the azalea flower, and the dragon shape in the air turned blood red. Now is the time. Dragon vein Xiao Hua roared, his body shrunk and rushed into the azalea flower. However, in just a moment, the dragon breath that rushed into the sky slowly dissipated and fell into the azalea flower again. Roar. Dragon vein Xiao Hua flew out from the azalea flower, his body was covered in golden light, and an uncontrollable dragon might rushed out of his body. Fellow Taoist. Dragon vein Xiao Hua seemed to be unable to control his body and he shouted, I can't continue to help fellow Taoist here, I want to enter the Xinhua continent to rest. Okay, you can go. Xiao Hua said and released his consciousness to put Dragon vein Xiao Hua into the space. Once Dragon vein Xiao Hua left, the entire space immediately returned to its original state, and the clones all let out a long breath. Fellow Taoist, can you control this nation treasure? Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the mountain river seal, and asked Confucian Cultivator Xiao Hua. Confucian Cultivator Xiao Hua smiled, this nation treasure originally belonged to my Confucian imperial power, of course I can control it. Needless to say, the heaven and earth pagoda is now under my control. As he spoke, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua spat out a mouthful of true qi to stabilize the mountain and river seal. He looked at the innate heavy water that had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of the pagoda and said, taking away the dragon bone is already taking drastic measures. This great array no longer has an endless supply of innate heavy water. The catastrophe of the great desolate continent should have already been resolved. As for the 2nd level of the heaven and earth pagoda, there's no need to guess. It can only be the innate heavy water. Is there even a need to guess? The green-robed Xiao Hua snorted and said, anyone with eyes could see the innate heavy water flowing into the 2nd level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Now what we need to guess is, what is being suppressed at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda? This. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't guess. Let's take a look first. Xiao Hua frowned and instructed. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua opened the 2nd layer of the pagoda. Indeed, after a huge osmanthus flower bloomed, the entire 2nd layer of azure water waves appeared. Looking at the endless azure water waves, Buddha Bodhi mercifully shook his head and said, Namo Maitreya Buddha, if this innate heavy water fell into the great desolate continent, wouldn't it destroy the entire great desolate continent? Keep it. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that there were still many whirlpools appearing from time to time. He understood that the great desolate continent was still raining cats and dogs. He instructed Bodhi, the longer it stays the more lives will be harmed. Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, this little monk's water bottle is already full of innate heavy water. I can't keep it anymore. This innate heavy water should be kept in the Xinhua continent by Tanyue. No. The green-robed Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, so much innate primordial water the entire Xinhua continent can't contain it. Could it be that Master wants to flood the Xinhua continent? This. Bodhi was also in a difficult position. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Tanyue can seal it in a place, right? Aha, there's no need for you to think too much. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He thought of the space where Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was at now. That place was merely barren. There was no sea or ocean. Wasn't this innate heavy water exactly what that space needed? As for the harm this innate heavy water would do to the dragon race, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely refine this innate heavy water into ordinary water. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his consciousness and began to collect the innate heavy water. The green-robed Xiao Hua was still worried. He entered the space to check. When he didn't see any water droplets entering the Xinhua continent, he raised his head to look at the sky. He seemed to have thought of something. Taoist. Seeing Xiao Hua use his divine ability to collect the innate heavy water, Sky Devouring, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but fly closer. It knelt in midair and kowtowed. This little one represents the strange beasts of the great desolate continent to thank Taoist Jinhun. If this little one has offended you in any way, please forgive me. Hee, get up. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and helped Sky Devouring up. He smiled and said, previously you and I didn't understand each other. The so-called offending has already become a thing of the past. Yes, Taoist Jinhun. Sky Devouring stood up with Xiaohua's help and respectfully stood at the side. Its attitude was completely different from before. Xiaohua was busy for less than an hour. The amount of innate heavy water in the osmanthus flower didn't seem to have decreased by much. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and raised his head to ask, "Scholarly cultivator, you can already control the heaven and earth pagoda. Can you directly send this innate heavy water to the Xinhua continent?" "This little one has yet to completely control the heaven and earth pagoda," Scholarly Cultivator Xiaohua replied. "Moreover, this little one has already tried. There is simply too much innate heavy water. This little one is unable to activate the heaven and earth pagoda. All of you come." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "If I only rely on myself, I don't know when I'll be able to collect it." Hee. The green-robed Xiaohua laughed. He waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said, "We also don't have enough. Why don't we let the Fortune Gate's disciples come out and help?" "Great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. "I am used to fighting alone and have always neglected the strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples." Then the green-robed Xiaohua handed the Kunlun mirror to Xiaohua. Xiaohua casually glanced at Sky Devouring, who was standing respectfully not far away. He took the Kunlun mirror and activated it, releasing the Fortune Gate's disciples one by one. The strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples couldn't be underestimated. They might not be able to escape the calamity of the desolate continent, but it wasn't a problem to get them to help collect the innate heavy water. Especially the Lu family's disciples. When they saw that they could do something for Xiaohua, they all activated the divine ability of the Dragon Clan's descendants and collected the innate heavy water as if they were showing off. After Fujiwen and the others saw Xiaohua, they directed their disciples to various parts of the heaven and earth pagoda to collect the innate heavy water. When they finished distributing, they simply returned to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua was quite happy to see that his disciples had become useful. However, when he glanced at Fujiwen, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. He sent a voice transmission to Xiaohua, but Xiaohua merely shrugged and shook his head. Although there were many Fortune Gate's disciples, there was too much innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda. With so many disciples, it took more than a month to collect all the innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda's second floor. Seeing that the innate heavy water was gradually drying up, a magic formation set up in the void appeared at the point where the second and first levels of the heaven and earth pagoda came into contact. This magic formation exuded a kind of dragon's might, and the faint dragon patterns were mixed with some Buddhist light. Xiaohua's divine thoughts revealed a wave that he was familiar with. Wasn't this the firmament formation that Xiaohua had seen on the heaven-connecting peak that day? Phew. Only now did Xiaohua's heart completely calm down. He understood that this great formation was most likely the dragon formation that the dragon god knew about. He might not be able to break it with his strength. However, he had already taken away the innate heavy water. Even if this great formation was not broken, the apocalyptic disaster of the untainted land would become a thing of the past. After the innate heavy water dried up, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor was revealed. After Xiaohua sent the Fortune Gate's disciples back to the Xinhua continent, he stroked his chin and looked at the heaven and earth pagoda's body. "Fellow immortal," Xiaohua reminded, "the desolate continent's calamity has been eliminated. Now the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor can be opened or not. What is fellow immortal's choice?" "What if I open it?" Xiaohua asked with interest. "It's very simple." The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua laughed. "There is no such thing as perfection in this world. We have already done everything we could. We have also obtained the treasures we should have obtained. It is actually best for us to stop now. If I am not wrong, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor should be sealing the heaven and earth pagoda's guardian. This thing could be a heavenly demon or some other demonic creature. If there is another heavenly demon on the desolate continent besides the heavenly demon, then this heavenly demon must be in the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor. If we open this floor, it might be released. If we can't subdue it, then I don't need to say more about the outcome." Hee. Xiaohua laughed and replied, "In that case, why should we open it? Fellow immortal, you can put away this heaven and earth pagoda, and we will leave the imperial heaven court." "What a pity." Xiaohua's face was full of regret as he replied, "I have already said that there is nothing perfect in this world. There is a guardian in this heaven and earth pagoda, so I cannot take it away. Therefore, if we want to leave, we will have to abandon this heaven and earth pagoda. Moreover, this heaven and earth pagoda is the eye of the heavenly dome formation. If we don't take it away, this heavenly dome formation will always be there. Even? The green-robed Xiaohua's face changed. We can't even leave, right? That's right. There is such a possibility. Xiaohua nodded solemnly. After all, this great formation covers the entire desolate continent. Our teleportation array is also within this great formation. Chapter 4266. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and suddenly turned to ask Sky-Swallowing Beast, Sky-Swallowing Beast, do you think I should open it or not? No. Sky-Swallowing Beast replied without hesitation. Xiaohua asked with a smile, why? Sky-Swallowing Beast stared blankly and hurriedly explained, Disciple feels that there are so many powerful things in the pagoda. Those that can be used to guard the pagoda must be even more powerful than these things. Now that the disaster of the primitive continent has been resolved, why should we look for trouble? It's just like when this lowly one found a mud-curved beast to eat. I ate its body, but I had to discard the poisonous beast's head in the end. Otherwise, not only would I have to vomit out the body, even my own life would be in danger. You foodie, you only know how to eat. Xiaohua laughed and scolded him. He turned to the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi and said, Fellow Taoists, be on guard. If there is anything strange, feel free to attack. Fellow Taoist Confucian Cultivator, prepare to open the last floor. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't listen to his advice and wanted to open the last floor, Xiaohua was also helpless and prepared to open the last floor. Wait a moment. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly spoke again. He looked left and right and flew up, forming a triangle with the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi. Finally, he didn't forget to tell Sky-Swallowing Beast behind him, Sky-Swallowing Beast, be careful. If there really is another heavenly demon, I won't be able to protect you. Sky-Swallowing Beast vigorously nodded and asked in a low voice, Taoist, can I not open the last floor? Of course not. Xiaohua replied and raised his hands, holding the seal of turning the sea in his hands. He was very alert. When the green-robed Xiaohua held the Tingjiao shears in his hand, Buddha Bodhi struggled to lift the Tree of Seven Wonders. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua glanced at Xiaohua and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, opening the last layer of the pagoda. The purple datura flower bloomed strangely, and a gust of ghostly aura mixed with the aura of the netherworld rushed out of the datura flower. Within the ghostly aura, countless ghosts roared and wanted to rush out. Ha! Xiaohua laughs and proudly says to Buddha Bodhi, Did you see that? This is I's wise decision. Back then, I had seen the souls of strange beasts from the primitive continent flashing in the innate heavy water before disappearing. You all said that you had never seen it before. Look, it's not that you didn't see it before. It's just that it was absorbed into the heavenly demon's heavenly dome formation. Now these ghosts belong to the Master. As long as the Master purifies these ghosts, who would dare to not give the Buddha fruit to the Master? Buddha Bodhi smiled and floated down from the sky. His face flickered from time to time, either Jianghu or Xiaohua. He said mercifully, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tanyue is right. As long as I obtain so much merit, not to mention the reincarnation of Namo Maitreya Buddha, even the reincarnation of Mahavairakana will not be able to snatch the Buddha fruit from me. Congratulations, Great Master. Congratulations, Great Master. Today you have finally achieved your goal. The green-robed Xiaohua also cupped his hands and congratulated him. Haha, congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Buddha Bodhi laughed heartily. This is the Buddha fruit of my Namo Maitreya Buddha. As long as I'm still alive, I will never let anyone snatch this Buddha fruit. Suddenly, a somewhat timid but abnormally resolute voice rang out from behind Xiaohua. Immediately after, a heaven and earth pagoda that was several feet tall appeared behind Xiaohua. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda appeared, the second layer of the pagoda was immediately controlled by it. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his Dharma power. However, the whole pagoda was imprisoned and his Dharma power could not be urged at all. Not to mention Xiaohua, even the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi were sealed in mid-air and could not move at all. Sky-Swallowing? Are you crazy? Xiaohua was on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. Seeing the pagoda that he had mentioned before appear and that it was actually in Sky-Swallowing's hands, he immediately cried out in surprise and tried his best to urge the heaven and earth pagoda. Unfortunately, although the heaven and earth pagoda made a rumbling sound, the second layer of the pagoda did not change at all. Spiritual Master Xiao. Sky-Swallowing saw that he had the situation under control and did not dare to be negligent. He cried out, I didn't do it on purpose. This is you who forced me. As he spoke, Sky-Swallowing opened his mouth. A golden dragon flew out from his stomach and fell into the heaven and earth pagoda. Dragon crystal? You actually have the dragon crystal of the dragon god? Xiaohua was shocked. At this point, how could he not know what sky swallowing was going to do? Buzz. The moment the dragon crystal fell into the heaven and earth pagoda, the whole pagoda immediately made a rumbling sound. Then the pagoda turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was exactly the same as Ao Xing, but this Ao Xing's face was ferocious. The dragon horn on his head flashed a cold light. That overwhelming dragon power filled the second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, firmly covering Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua, and Bodhi. Then the dragon-shaped Ao Xing gave a strange smile. On his face, there was a smile that was similar to the smile of the heavenly demon. He crazily pounced on Xiaohua's back. Boom! Xiaohua's back shone with a myriad of light like the rising sun. He wanted to resist the attack of the dragon-shaped pagoda, but this light was instantly annihilated by the dragon horn. Even Xiaohua's body was crushed like paper under the power of the dragon crystal and the heaven and earth pagoda, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in the air. With the fall of Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua and Bodhi's faces changed greatly. Their bodies shook a few times and turned into flowing light, rushing into the blooming purple datura flower in the heaven and earth pagoda. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. He was about to escape, but after flying for a moment, he also turned into a ray of light and fell into the datura flower. Alas! Seeing that Xiaohua had fallen and all his doppelgangers were killed by him, Sky Swallowing's face turned pale. He raised his head to look at the empty second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, then he looked at the heaven and earth pagoda that had turned into a dragon. He sighed and knelt down at the place where Xiaohua had fallen. He kowtowed to the flesh and blood and said, "Spiritual Master, this little one knows that you have done a lot to save the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. You are the savior of all the creatures in the Eldritch continent. Moreover, you have been really good to this little one. This little one really likes the weapon you have given to this little one. If you had not uncovered the last layer of the pagoda, this little one would definitely not have made a move. However, since you've decided to unveil the pagoda and fight for merits with Namomethria Buddha, destroying his path of survival today for the sake of Namomethria Buddha, I have no choice but to launch a sneak attack on Enlightened Master. This little one will pay for Spiritual Master's life. I will use the weapon Spiritual Master gave to this little one to end my life. I hope that after this little one reincarnates, I can be Spiritual Master's mount to repay Spiritual Master's kindness." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing raised his hand and picked up the nine-toothed rake. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, as if he was extremely afraid of pain, and hit himself on the top of his head. However, what was extremely strange was that the nine-toothed rake seemed to be illusory. When it hit Sky Swallowing's head, it simply flashed past. What is going on? Sky Swallowing opened his eyes and looked at the nine-toothed rake in his hand in bewilderment. He then touched his head and asked curiously, "Am I already dead? Didn't I hear that death is very painful?" As he said that, he hugged her a few more times with the back of his hand. "And it seems that you are really dead. If that is the case, then I have not let Spiritual Master Xiao down." Sky Swallowing's pale face showed a trace of relaxation and a smile. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a kind of laughter rang out in the previously silent heaven and earth pagoda. Sky Swallowing turned pale with fright. He raised his head and saw that not only was Xiaohua's figure facing him in perfect condition, but there was also a trace of a smile on his face. Even the green-robed Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua were standing in their original places without any injuries at all. You. Sky Swallowing was puzzled. He then realized and said with a smile, "So you have also arrived here a step earlier." Then he knelt in front of Xiaohua and kowtowed, "Spiritual Master, don't blame this little one for being ruthless. It is only because this little one has been under Buddha Maitreya since young. He often taught this little one, and this little one is willing to do anything for Buddha Maitreya. The last floor of this heaven and earth pagoda is the last guarantee for Buddha Maitreya's enlightenment. If Spiritual Master took them away, Buddha Maitreya would really have no way to live, so this little one could only take action." And? Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Sky Swallowing with a smile that was not a smile and said, "In that case, this old man has slightly forgiven you. This little one does not care. I beg for Spiritual Master's forgiveness." Sky Swallowing did not dare to get up and said sincerely, "This little one only hopes to be Spiritual Master's mount after reincarnation to atone for the sins of my previous life." Xiaohua looked at Sky Swallowing thoughtfully and asked, Who gave you the dragon crystal that you used to attack this old man? Let this old man see. This little one found that in Chaotian Imperial Court. Sky Swallowing raised his head and answered honestly, and that small pagoda. That thing has already been left in Chaotian Imperial Court, how can this little one take it out? You can try. It is said that the dragon crystal of the dragon god can be reincarnated with the soul. Xiaohua said. Okay. Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. Wang. The dragon crystal was spat out from his mouth again. As soon as the dragon crystal entered the air, it immediately emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance was once again in the shape of Ao Sheng's dragon. This. Seeing the dragon crystal like this, Sky Swallowing's face suddenly revealed a kind of surprise. He was actually not stupid, nor was he stupid. It was just that because he attacked Xiaohua earlier, his conscience was quite guilty. Moreover, when Xiaohua suddenly appeared, he felt a kind of shame that he did not have the face-to-face, so he lost his mind. At this moment, seeing the dragon crystal as dazzling as before, he immediately came to his senses. However, just as he came to his senses, he heard a dragon roar. Roar. Then he saw an even more dazzling golden light flash by, and then a soaring dragon breath flashed in front of his eyes. The entire world returned to its calm state, and the dragon crystal in front of him had long disappeared. Chapter 4267. That's not right. Seeing this, heaven-devouring beast immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed, This isn't the netherworld. Aha. At this time, a voice sounded behind heaven-devouring beast. Of course this isn't the netherworld, this is just an illusion to test you. Heaven-devouring beast turned around in shock. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was standing there in the distance with an indifferent expression. On his shoulder was a colorful mirage butterfly. Illusion. Heaven-devouring beast's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth again as if wanting to spit out the son of heaven and earth pagoda, but thinking that the dragon crystal was no longer there, how could the pagoda harm Xiaohua? In fact, even if he still had the dragon crystal now, how could he hurt Xiaohua? How did you know? Heaven-devouring beast's gaze fell on the first layer of the datura flower and looked at the ghost inside. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He was really unwilling to accept this, so he asked absent-mindedly. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at heaven-devouring beast. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't want to lie to heaven-devouring beast at all. If he really wanted to trick heaven-devouring beast, couldn't he just create an illusion? But he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, heaven-devouring beast would confess without being pressed. So Xiaohua rolled his eyes and pushed the boat with the current, and made heaven-devouring beast's dragon crystal go away. Of course, Xiaohua didn't care whether this was heaven-devouring beast's cunning trick or not. Because when heaven-devouring beast used the nine-toothed rake to hit his head, Xiaohua had already made a decision in his heart. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's actually very simple. Heaven-devouring beast doesn't have any magical powers, he only relies on bewitching others. Who hung the Pangu axe on heaven-connecting peak? Who placed the Chao Tiang's weapon and crystal? Who placed the Buddha and dragon statues worshipped by the stone giants and other prehistoric beasts on the primitive continent? All signs point to the fact that heaven-devouring beast is only the mastermind behind the scenes. He has a spokesperson in front of the stage. Who is this person? The heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting were not suitable because they were much stronger. Moreover, they were extremely loyal to Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha. Hualu Heavenly Demon could not make use of them. Of course, it wasn't that the Heavenly Fiend didn't have the ability to do so. However, from what the heaven-devouring beast and truth listener said and did, they didn't know of the Heavenly Fiend's existence. In fact, they were key to the Heavenly Fiend's other plans. Previously, I also suspected that it was the primordial five little ones. After all, they are stronger than you. Furthermore, they are more arrogant and easily controlled. However, when I get the Imperial Heaven Tower and you're the only one here, do I still need to suspect anyone else? Moreover, fellow immortal Confucian cultivator said clearly that this heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda. Now that we've reached the bottom, we still haven't seen the child pagoda. How could I not know that the magic tool you used to attack me was the child pagoda? However, I never expected you to have the dragon crystal of the dragon god. Damn it, why didn't I find out earlier that you had a dragon crystal? Otherwise, why would there be so many changes? At this point, Xiaohua asked curiously, That's right, sky-devouring beast, how did you end up hanging the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak? At that time, didn't you know what the Tongtian Peak was for? When the Tongtian Peak collapsed, the flood fell from the sky. What were you thinking? Sky-devouring beast hesitated for a moment before answering. The Pangu axe was placed on the Heaven and Earth Child Pagoda. However, at that time I didn't know that it was placed on the Tongtian Peak, but inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Therefore, I never knew that there was a Tongtian Peak on the primordial continent. At that time when I saw the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak, I was also dumbfounded. When the Tongtian Peak collapsed and the flood fell, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't know if the flood would be able to kill all the living things in the primordial continent. Only when Taoist Master mentioned it did I understand. How did the treasure inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda get placed? Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua asked. This is not something that I can know. Sky-devouring beast said in a low voice. When I came here, I only knew that there were two identical pagodas. Afterwards, the sky-devouring heavenly demon told them everything it knew. Xiaohua and the others roughly understood that besides the sky-devouring heavenly demon, there were many other exotic beasts in the Elysium continent. Of course, before the sky-devouring heavenly demon, the sky-devouring heavenly demon had done the same. However, this time, it was unknown whether it was Paradise Devil's luck or misfortune, but he finally realized all his plans. Unfortunately, he met Xiaohua again. After sky-devouring beast finished speaking, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda." Yes. Sky-devouring beast didn't dare to be negligent. It opened its mouth and spat out the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua raised his hand and immediately took the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda in his hand. Next, 9 Province Cauldron spat out Aoran Qi into the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda, cleansing it. He looked up at Xiaohua and said, "Good fellow immortal, this Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Then, Xiaohua said coldly, "What is Paradise Devil's plan? How could he give himself away in such a small matter? There is no accident." Then Xiaohua pointed at Sky-devouring beast and said, "This foodie also doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua didn't feel reassured. He also used Aoran Qi on Sky-devouring beast. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua behind Sky-devouring beast smiled and said, "The best way to control a person is to subtly influence their faith and make them believe that everything they do is true. Using an avatar to control their mind is a bad idea. Paradise Devil wouldn't do such a thing." Sure enough, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua didn't find anything strange about Sky-devouring beast. "Sky-devouring beast, you haven't answered what this old man asked you earlier." Xiaohua stared at Sky-devouring beast and asked, "When you knew that what you did could destroy the Great Desolation continent and kill billions of creatures, did you regret it?" "Speaking of regret, it's not like this little one didn't." Sky-devouring beast replied, "However, this little one only regretted it for a moment. After all, it was for the survival of Maitreya Buddha. This little one doesn't regret anything. This little one is willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha." Another extremely ignorant idiot. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua scolded without pity. "Actually," Xiaohua said word by word, "long before you made your move, this old man had already warned you. However, you turned a deaf ear and actually still wanted to make your move. If this old man didn't see the opportunity early, I'm afraid that this old man would really be like these billions of ghosts, struggling bitterly here without being able to escape. Yes, this little one thinks about it now. At that time, Taoist Master did indeed warn me." Sky-devouring beast smiled bitterly and said, "However, at that time this little one was wholeheartedly thinking about Maitreya Buddha and didn't care. Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Xiaohua looked up at his clones with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and the others all smiled but didn't say anything. Only bone-tempering Xiaohua said at the top of his voice, "Since fellow Taoist has already made a decision, why do you still need us to say anything?" "Alas." Xiaohua sighed, looked at Sky-devouring beast and said, "This old man has already given you many chances, but in the end, you still chose to attack this old man. Logically speaking, this old man should also take your life. Yes, this little one knows." At this time, Sky-devouring beast's life was already in Xiaohua's hands. How could he dare to say anything? However, after you sneak attacked this old man, you immediately chose to kill yourself. This really surprised this old man. Therefore, this old man is a little embarrassed to deal with you. Xiaohua changed the topic and said again, "After all, you didn't hurt this old man at all. If I killed you, it would seem that this old man is narrow-minded. Moreover, you attacked for the sake of Maitreya Buddha's survival. This old man admires this belief. However, if I didn't attack you, I would punish you, right? This old man is somewhat unwilling in his heart. Tell me, How should this old man deal with you? This little one attacked Enlightened Master and deserves 10,000 deaths. Everything is up to Enlightened Master to deal with. Sky-devouring beast had long heard that Xiaohua would not take his life. At this time, how could he not know how to take advantage of the situation to get off the donkey? He hurriedly answered respectfully. How about this? Xiaohua said, you already said previously that you're willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha. Is this true? Of course. Sky-devouring beast nodded vigorously. This little one would rather offend all the living beings in the primeval continent than be willing to let Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light suffer any harm. Good then. Do you still remember what this old man said to the heaven-devouring beast previously? Namo Maitreya Buddha has actually already reincarnated. Xiaohua had just opened his mouth to speak when he was immediately interrupted by Sky-devouring beast. He said in surprise, This? How is this possible? Maitreya Buddha is already a Buddha Lord. How can he possibly reincarnate? This little one thought that you were deceiving the heaven-devouring beast previously. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Sky-devouring beast, saying, Do you think this old man is someone who deceives people? No. Sky-devouring beast hurriedly changed his words. Then what does Taoist master mean? You're helping the evildoer, helping the Hua heavenly devil destroy the world. You've already been tainted with boundless karma. Now, you no longer have the face to stay in the primeval continent. Rather than being beaten to death by the primeval continent's 5 little ones in the future, why don't you leave with this old man? Xiaohua said his plan. This old man will bring you to see your family's Maitreya Buddha Lord. You can stay by his side to protect him. Firstly, it's to atone for your sins. Secondly, it's also this old man's punishment for you. How is this possible? Sky-devouring beast said anxiously, even if Maitreya Buddha Lord reincarnated, his magic power is still boundless. How is this possible? Buddha Bodhi smiled and interrupted Sky-devouring beast, saying, If that Maitreya Buddha had the power to protect himself, why would this poor monk snatch his Buddha fruit? Now that you have the opportunity to protect him and help him obtain Buddha fruit again, you might be able to mix in with the Buddha fruit like an envoy or arhat in the future. Wouldn't that be better than being cursed by the people of this primeval continent? Taoist Master. Sky-devouring beast knelt on the ground again and kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, saying, How is this punishing this little one? This is simply helping this little one. This little one has a great ambition since young and is willing to protect Maitreya Buddha. What you want this little one to do is precisely this little one's lifelong wish. Chapter 4268. Heaven-devouring beast, get up. Xiaohua smiled. How could this old man not know about your narrow-mindedness? However, since you also have a great wish in your heart, this old man can't not fulfill your wish. Yes, Taoist. Heaven-devouring beast hurriedly got up and obediently stood at the side. This old man will keep you in the Kunlun mirror. When we return to this old man's world, I will release you. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, However, your origin, when we return to this old man's world, don't mention it again. Otherwise, this old man won't even need to find trouble with you. Other greedy cultivators will also make an example out of you. I believe you understand the trick of this better than this old man. If heaven-devouring beast was stupid, how could happiness-melting heavenly demon choose him? On the contrary, heaven-devouring beast looked simple and honest, but its heart was very cunning. How could it not know the importance of the matter Xiaohua was talking about? It hurriedly replied, Yes, this little one understands. Good. Don't resist, this old man will keep you first. While speaking, Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and kept heaven-devouring beast into its space. Seeing this, Buddha Bodhi praised, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tanyu's action is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't praise I anymore. Xiaohua kept the Kunlun mirror and said, If not for heaven-devouring beast's sincerity towards Namo Maitreya Buddha, I would have already killed it. After speaking, Xiaohua rubbed his hands and looked at the purple datura flower with fervent eyes. He asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist, how many ghosts are there in here? Countless. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's tone was somewhat gloomy. Other than the living beings that were killed in this calamity, there are many that were killed in the past. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. He put his palms together and his face was filled with boundless benevolence. Heavenly demon. In the end he is still a heavenly demon. Xiaohua's heart suddenly sank and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. He turned to Buddha Bodhi and said, Master, do you think you want to transcend them? Or do you want I to lead them into the netherworld? Is there a difference? Buddha Bodhi smiled bitterly. Furthermore, with so many ghosts, how long will this poor monk transcend them? All right. Xiao Hua nodded and no longer held back. He released his consciousness, and the netherworld origin force also rushed into the bottom level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Countless ghosts were sucked into Xiao Hua's dimension along with the netherworld origin force. Because the space had already changed, Xiao Hua's mind also fell into the space along with these ghosts. Thus, another strange scene puzzled Xiao Hua. However, these ghosts did not fall into the dark side of the Xinhua continent. Instead, they rushed into the golden light high up in the sky. It was as if there was a dark side of the space in the shadow of the golden light. Xiao Hua was shocked as he followed the ghost into the shadow of the golden light. However, something even more inexplicable happened. The ghost landed on the inside of Xinhua continent, but the position was slightly different. When he landed near the nether lotus and flew out of the inside of the space, he found himself in the space of Xinhua continent. Could it be that the inside of every space is the netherworld? And every netherworld is a part of the real netherworld? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and pondered as he looked at the various spaces in the endless void. Although Xiao Hua's mind and netherworld origin force were strong, it still took Xiao Hua more than 10 days to collect all the ghosts that the happiness-melting heavenly devil had been collecting for so many years. When the ghosts at the bottom level were all gone, the purple datura flower trembled and closed again. Then the osmanthus, azaleas, peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, camellias, lotus and plum flowers closed one after another. The complete heaven and earth pagoda appeared in front of everyone again. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua first put away the mountain and river seal, then he raised his hand and patted the 9 provinces' cauldrons. The 9 provinces' cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and turned into a giant 9-colored hand that fell on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. As Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua urged his true energy, the heaven and earth pagoda let out a loud rumbling sound and was pulled out from the ground by Xiao Hua. As the heaven and earth pagoda flew out, the entire inverted space trembled violently. Collect. Finally, Xiao Hua patted his own head, and his 5-colored true qi turned into a huge cloud that covered the 9 continents' cauldrons and the heaven and earth pagoda. With a roar, he absorbed them into his body. Kacha. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda disappeared from the inverted space, the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda cracked like glass. Then cracks appeared in the void. As soon as these cracks appeared, they immediately spread in all directions, and a large area of the void collapsed in these cracks. Boom boom. Looking at the countless cracks in the void, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He understood that the heaven and earth pagoda was the eye of the great world-destroying formation. Now that Xiao Hua had absorbed the heaven and earth pagoda, the great world-destroying formation was also completely destroyed. These cracks in the void were the signs of the formation's collapse. But right at this moment, a fist-sized black hole suddenly appeared above the heads of Xiao Hua and the others, where the previous spatial barrier was. Whether it was the normal space from before or the inverted space now, everything within it surged towards the black hole. Everything, whether it was boulders, mountains, trees, etc., turned into light and shadow and fell into the black hole. Moreover, when the light and shadow of the 2 spaces collided, it emitted an indescribable fluctuation, and a violent aura was emitted from the black hole. Not good. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that this black hole was the starting point of the 2 spaces. Previously, when the heavenly demon was setting up the formation, everything was born from it. But now, the formation was going against the flow, and everything was going to be destroyed. Xiao Hua and his doppelgangers were also inside, so they would inevitably be annihilated in this black hole. Damn it, the heavenly demon actually left a trick here. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly recalled his doppelgangers. Then he activated the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror's light beam entered the void, and an abnormal distorted void passage appeared. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to escape into it. When Xiao Hua came out of the distorted space, he stepped into the sky above the imperial palace. At this moment, the rain that filled the sky had stopped. The space above the dome of heaven shattered, and in a moment, it was restored. The blazing sun was also hanging in the sky. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. Then he scanned with his divine sense and said, "Everything is done. As long as this innate heavy water disappears, the great desolate continent will return to the great desolate continent of the past." Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, boom! A huge explosion came from below him. Then a towering water pillar appeared again. Xiao Hua hurriedly teleported away. When the water pillar fell, A huge whirlpool appeared at the location of Chao Tian, Quebec. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that after the black hole destroyed the two spaces, it produced a huge explosion, and a huge abyss was born under the ground. What a pity. Xiaohua recalled his divine sense and said regretfully, this abyss is still not big enough to absorb the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent. However, before Xiaohua's regret disappeared, Xiaohua suddenly patted his forehead and said with a smile, what is this? Since there is such an abyss, who cares about its size? After saying that, Xiaohua activated the water escape technique and went to the bottom of the abyss. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense again, absorbing the innate heavy water near him into the space. As the saying goes, water flows to the lower places. There was such a bottomless abyss in the great desolate continent, how could the innate heavy water not flow here? After an unknown amount of time, when all the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent fell into the abyss, the whirlpool above the abyss that never stopped rotating began to slow down. Finally, the innate heavy water in the abyss disappeared, revealing Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss. Perfect. Xiaohua collected the last of the innate heavy water and stood up with a smile. He clapped his hands and seemed to be talking to himself. Just when he was about to fly away, he smiled again and looked at the sky above the abyss. Master? At this time, 5 huge shadows appeared under the sun. One of the shadows in front cried out in surprise. Aren't they the great desolate 5 little ones? What did I say? How could the apocalypse of the great desolate continent be so easily eliminated? So it was Master who did it. The black jade Qilin was somewhat incoherent with excitement. He shouted in the air, if we didn't chase in the direction where the flood disappeared, we wouldn't know the truth. Xiaohua flew out of the abyss and looked at the excited black jade Qilin and the other great desolate 4 little ones. Although most of the scales of these 5 great desolate beasts were damaged, the brilliance on their bodies was also dim, and they looked very miserable. The joy between their brows was obvious. Xiaohua didn't say much. He first asked about the situation of the great desolate continent. When the great desolate 5 little ones roughly explained the situation, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. The situation was far beyond his imagination. He still underestimated the power of the great demonic world annihilation formation. Although he almost didn't stop to find the flaws of the great formation and then broke it without much delay, many strange beasts still died in the great desolate continent. Even the great desolate 5 little ones would have turned into white bones if they didn't use that mysterious formation to resist the flood together. Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the great desolate continent within tens of thousands of li. At this time, the great desolate continent was completely different from before. Those huge mountains and huge rocks were mostly corroded by the innate heavy water. Those towering peaks were no longer there. Everything looked similar to the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. However, the heaven and earth origin chi in his divine sense was still abundant. The water origin chi of heaven and earth origin chi was even denser than the other 4. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this great desolate continent was restored to the great desolate continent full of vitality. Chapter 4269. After carefully sizing up the 5 little ones, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the ink jade Qilin. He said with a smile, Ink jade Qilin, I might leave this place very soon. You promised me before that wherever I go you'll follow me. Do you still keep your word? The ink jade Qilin didn't expect Xiaohua to ask this as soon as they met. He unconsciously hesitated, but a moment later he resolutely replied, Master, after this apocalyptic flood, I know what is called sincere unity and helping each other in the same boat. Therefore I'm unwilling to leave them. If old Master insists on this lowly one following, this lowly one will definitely follow without any complaints. However, if old Master can show mercy and bring all of them along, that would be for the best. Why would I bring you along? Xiaohua smiled. Now that the great disaster of the wilderness has just passed, there are many things waiting to be done. You're the 5 little ones, how can you leave the wilderness? Forget it, forget it. Let the agreement between you and this old man go up in smoke. I only hope that you can restrain your unruly character in the future and treat the weak creatures of the wilderness well. Thank you, Master. The ink jade Qilin was overjoyed. He knelt down in front of Xiaohua and thanked him endlessly. The gold toad, multicolored peacock, black tortoise and black sky white tiger were also happy and knelt down. Seeing the 5 little ones thanking him, Xiaohua said with a smile, It's rare for you all to be enlightened. As the saying goes, a prodigal son is better than gold. Today I'll also give you some benefits. With that, Xiaohua raised his hand, and a crystal light appeared on his fingers. Then, as if he had grown 5 arms, 5 similar fingers fell on the foreheads of the 5 little beasts of the Great Desolation. Boom. The Ink Jade Qilin and the others felt their vision go dark. Countless wilderness catalog poured into their minds like a tide. They were shocked and hurriedly closed their eyes to comprehend. Xiaohua waved his sleeve and moved the 5 little ones to the ground. Then he turned into the wind and floated away. After several tens of days, when the 5 little ones woke up, where was Xiaohua? What the 5 young ones of the primordial world did not expect was that Xiaohua had once again arrived at the heaven-reaching peak. Looking at the collapsed Tongtian Peak, the mountain looked like the backbone of a defeated hero. Its unyielding and indestructible aura was still emanating from it under the scorching sun. The strange beasts of the Eldritch continent did not dare to get too close to it. Xiaohua could not help but sigh and say, Tongtian Peak was originally innocent, but it fell into the hands of the heavenly demon of the Eldritch continent. It was a grave sin. The entire Eldritch continent was almost destroyed because of Tongtian Peak. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. Heaven Connecting Peak is the crystallization of the heart's blood of billions of stone giants. They also used their lives to build it. If he were to be placed in the Your Wilds continent, he would most likely be treated as a pillar of shame. No one knows what will happen in the future. The material of the Heavens Connecting Peak seems to be very strange, and the refining method is also very mysterious. It's not something that I can see through. Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes were also shining. Moreover, under the innate heavy water, everything in the Eldritch continent was corroded. Only Tongtian Peak was not damaged in the slightest. This thing should be of great use. Actually, Phoenix Body Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and suggested, the material needed to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven connecting staff doesn't seem to be something like Tongtian Peak. However, since it's a divine object made by heaven, we shouldn't waste it. We might as well collect it first and see if it's useful in the future. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wrapped his mind around Tongtian Peak and tried to collect it. He shook his head and said, this thing was refined by the heavenly demon divine ability. Its weight has long exceeded I's ability. It's impossible to collect it in a short time. What a pity. The doppelgangers all felt that it was a pity. Just as Xiaohua turned and was about to fly away, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi suddenly spoke at the same time. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, oh? Xiaohua stared blankly, then said with a smile on his face, could it be that you 2 fellow Taoists have a way? Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi flew to Tongtian Peak. Dragon Vein Xiaohua first released his origin sense, sweeping from the top to the bottom of Tongtian Peak, while Buddha Bodhi released his Buddhist sense from the bottom to the top. After the 2 doppelgangers finished their inspection, they looked at each other and smiled. Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile, congratulations fellow Taoist. Although this Tongtian Peak is incomparably large, every inch of it is refined by the secret techniques of my Dragon Clan and Buddhist sect. If I and Master Bodhi work together, and with the cooperation of all fellow Taoists, we have a 60% chance of collecting it. Excellent. Xiaohua clapped his hands, bowed and said, thank you for your trouble fellow Taoists. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua and Buddha Subhuti had a careful discussion for several days. Xiaohua and his doppelgangers listened attentively at the side. When the discussion was over, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua revealed his 5-clawed true dragon form. The dragon crystal that had not yet been refined transformed into a scale armor and appeared outside his dragon body. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua roared loudly. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's dragon armor emitted a dragon breath that made tens of thousands of people prostrate themselves before falling onto one end of Tongtian Peak. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's dragon breath seeped out from the depths of Tongtian Peak, transforming into an inch-long dragon form that swam towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. At the other end of the broken Tongtian Peak, Buddha Subhuti held the Tree of 7 Wonders in his hand and chanted scriptures. 7 rays of light fell onto Tongtian Peak. Golden runes similarly seeped out from the light. These golden runes were like Bodhi trees that were more than an inch long, spreading towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. It took no less than 10 days for the dragon marks and Bodhi trees to completely cover the broken section of Tongtian Peak. Sure enough, it was as Dragon Vein Xiaohua said. Within every inch of space of Tongtian Peak, the dragon marks and Bodhi trees were very abstrusely intertwined. A kind of heaven and earth truth faintly emerged from within. Alas! Xiaohua saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The heavenly Tao is boundless, but I was born with a cliff. Rise. Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out a dragon roar from one side of Tongtian Peak, and hundreds of millions of dragon marks rushed up along with the dragon roar. Rise. Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth almost at the same time, chanting Buddha's name. The wonderful tree of 7 treasures was also lifted up as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and hundreds of millions of Bodhi trees also soared into the sky along with the dragon marks. Boom. The entire earth trembled, and that huge broken Tongtian Peak actually showed signs of being lifted up. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. At the same time he released his consciousness, he shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please make your move. Rise." Green-robed Xiaohua shouted loudly and took out the sword gourd. Tens of thousands of spirit execution vital light flew out, and wrapped around a part of Tongtian Peak. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua also didn't show any weakness. 9 cauldrons flew out, and the 5-colored true qi also turned into a huge cauldron shape, wrapping around a part of Tongtian Peak. Phoenix Body Xiaohua let out a long cry, and flew to the bottom of Tongtian Peak. His whole body flickered with the power of the moon and stars, and countless invisible light pillars descended from the sky, also lifting up a part of Tongtian Peak. Devil Spirit Xiaohua landed in another place. Devil light surged around his body, and he turned into a 10,000 zhang tall devil body. That big hand firmly grasped the mountain rocks of Tongtian Peak, and countless devils roared as they lifted up Tongtian Peak. Bone Tempering Xiaohua took out the celestial white bone. The 3-headed, 6-armed celestial white bone spewed out a light pillar that covered Tongtian Peak. The 6 arms, along with the expansion of the avatar, directly lifted up the last part of Tongtian Peak with their hands. Withdraw. Seeing that the huge broken Tongtian Peak was being moved by the concerted efforts of the many clones, Xiaohua hurriedly urged his secret technique, and his consciousness mixed with divine sense fell on Tongtian Peak. Withdraw. Sensing Xiaohua's secret technique, the many clones urged their divine abilities at the same time. Wong. A strange howl sounded, and it seemed like the nearby space was collapsing and bursting. Along with this howl, the broken Tongtian Peak was lifted up a few inches, and that incomparably huge broken Tongtian Peak immediately and strangely disappeared. Hong hong hong. Along with the disappearance of the broken Tongtian Peak, countless explosions and uncontrollable fluctuations crazily rushed out everywhere. Whether it was Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, or even Phoenix Body Xiaohua, their bodies flashed with indescribable brilliance as they hurriedly urged their secret techniques to suppress the divine abilities that were about to go out of control. Needless to say, Xiaohua's face was already pale gold, and his entire body showed signs of collapsing. There were faint traces of blood between his eyebrows, and the surface of his Niwan palace was bursting with various innate divine seals. Xiaohua's divine sense and mind were already exhausted. Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything, and he hurriedly took some medicinal pellets to adjust his breathing. The other clones also sat cross-legged in various places and quietly cultivated. After a few months, the recovered Xiaohua and his clones once again put the other half of the broken Tongtian Peak into the space, and then rather weakly left Tongtian Peak and flew towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array was the key for Xiaohua to leave the great desolate continent, so outside the teleportation array, there was a capital heavenly star array personally set up by green-robed Xiaohua. Seeing that the capital heavenly star array hadn't suffered any damage, Xiaohua only checked it for a moment, and then left Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua in the array, letting him use the Confucian secret technique to continue modifying the teleportation array. He took the other clones to the magma where they first encountered the stone giant. The surface of the magma was completely covered by innate heavy water, and the thick magma stones were several hundred li deep. However, it was also because of the innate heavy water's cover that an extremely fierce power was constantly brewing and roaring under the magma. Previously, when the flood was overflowing, the innate heavy water constantly seeped in, extinguishing this power bit by bit. Now, the innate heavy water no longer existed, and after the heat of the magma solidified the innate heavy water, it penetrated to the surface again. Great! Xiaohua looked at all this and couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. The heavenly Tao is just and all things have their Tao. But when it's destroyed, the germination of rebirth has already been deeply implanted. This Xiao thought that although this apocalypse had disappeared, after all, the great desolate continent had been ravaged by the innate heavy water for many days, and this injury was extremely difficult to recover from. But now it seems that things are far from what this Xiao can speculate. Perhaps in a few days when the magma breaks through the surface, a new world will arrive. Chapter 4270. More than that. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also smiled. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance. That was not where the magma was, but after the innate heavy water corroded the hill, it seeped into the ground. But from the surface, it was mottled with rocks, completely devoid of life. However, the place Xiaohua pointed to was the place where the innate heavy water did not seep in. There were many seeds emitting green shadows, and clusters of vigorous life force were already brewing there. Life and death, death and life. Death is the beginning of life, and at the same time life is also the beginning of death. There is a glimmer of life in any apocalypse. The evolution of the heavenly Tao is just like this. Witnessing death and 10,000 layers of life force, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was extremely emotional, and shouted happily, "Even we can also treat this apocalypse as the arrival of another golden age." Not bad, not bad. Bone Hone Xiaohua also clapped and said, "In the past the stone giants were as simple and honest as I, and were always bullied by others. In the future, they will be the powerhouses of this great desolate continent." Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously muttered to himself. Green-robed Xiaohua understood Xiaohua's narrow-mindedness the most. He looked at Xiaohua with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What? Is fellow Taoist still unwilling?" Xiaohua pinched his chin and said with a rather sinister smile, "He in I's space even birds have to pluck a feather. The stone giants, the wood giants and the others are hiding from a disaster here, how can I let them go so easily?" Xiaohua was naturally not as narrow-minded as others thought. Previously, when there was only one Xinhua continent, Xiaohua would definitely not hesitate to release these strange beasts. But now, there were many continents in his space, and that golden light was clearly corresponding to the high-level space of the upper realm. If Xiaohua left the great desolate continent, where would he find strange beasts corresponding to the high-level space? Today, when he released these strange beasts, the space would become barren, and he was somewhat unwilling. "Fellow Taoist, why are you in a daze?" Green-robed Xiaohua disdainfully said. His attitude was really a bit like, "You have white hair all over your body, and you call others a demon." He said, "You collected so many souls in the imperial palace, which one of them after reincarnation didn't become strange beasts? These beasts are just a drop in the ocean compared to them." Xiaohua's heart was moved after hearing the green-robed Xiaohua's words. However, when he thought about it carefully, he snorted disdainfully. If the beasts that died in the Great Desolation Continent could only be reincarnated into the Great Desolation Continent, then Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha couldn't be reincarnated into the hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent. "What do you know?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Even Namo Maitreya Buddha doesn't dare to speak about the mysteries of reincarnation, how much can you possibly know?" "How about this?" The Soul Cultivator Xiaohua suggested, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to leave all the primitive beasts here. You can leave some of them in pairs and send the rest back to the primitive continent." "Good." Xiaohua laughed heartily, but after clapping his hands he blinked his eyes and asked, "The stone giants don't seem to differentiate between male and female. Isn't this giving I a difficult problem?" Xiaohua's words were naturally a joke. However, just as he was about to enter the space, boom boom, a loud sound came from afar. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his head and saw a pillar of flame mixed with black smoke in the distant sky. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, when he saw everything clearly, his face was not shocked but happy instead. He said with a smile, "There seems to be magma gushing out from the ground in front of us. Not to mention other things, the destruction of the innate heavy water is about to be eliminated in a few dozen li of magma." Yes. The doppelgangers also said with a smile, "Let's go take a look." Xiaohua and the others were not in a hurry. They slowly flew over and also released their divine sense to check other places along the way. Just as they saw, the area where the stone giants lived was where the magma was more active. The innate heavy water could only cover it for a while. Now, the magma everywhere had begun to erupt eagerly. Now, the magma had already erupted in places where the surface was more solid and less innate heavy water had penetrated. When Xiaohua and the others arrived, the gushing magma had already gradually decreased. However, there was still a lot of powder that drifted to many places. When the powder landed, it covered the surface corroded by the innate heavy water. Xiaohua's figure landed and picked up some grayish-black powder from the ground. He twirled it between his index finger and thumb a few times, then put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Although there was a pungent smell, Xiaohua's face still revealed a smile and said, "Not bad, this thing is very useful. It won't be long before the place where it lands will become fertile soil." "You can even know this?" The green-robed Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly landed. He imitated Xiaohua and twirled some powder and sniffed it. Other than the pungent smell, he really couldn't smell anything else. This is farming that I learned since I was young. Xiaohua said with a smile. How can you know? Since you were young? Is it here? The green-robed Xiaohua asked curiously. The smile on Xiaohua's face faded a little. He raised his head and looked at the dusk sky, then looked at the still unfamiliar land. He shook his head slightly and said, This? I don't know at this time. If there's a chance, I want to see what kind of place you live. The green-robed Xiaohua said with a mischievous smile. I also want to learn how to smell this powder. Cultivate seriously. Xiaohua nodded. When we succeed in our divine ability, there will definitely be a chance. And I believe, there will definitely be a chance. The green-robed Xiaohua nodded firmly. His gaze seemed to pass through the sky, through the turbulence of the world, and even more so through Xiaohua's memories. Xiaohua originally wanted to send out the strange beasts from the space, but seeing the great changes on the surface of the great desolate continent, he wasn't in a hurry. He simply brought his clones and flew into the depths of the great desolate continent. Along the way, pillars of fire filled the sky, black smoke filled the sky, and even many places collapsed. Some mountain ranges stretched out from the ground along with the eruption of magma. Seeing that the air was so unbearable, Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua activated the lightning and thunder technique again. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The rainstorm was born again. However, this time the rainstorm wasn't the Xiantian heavy water, but the real rain. Xiaohua didn't use this technique of clouds and rain, but once he used it, it was beyond his control. After all, the entire great desolate continent hadn't had any rain for many years. After the Xiantian heavy water, the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth that was imprisoned by the heaven and earth pagoda's formation began to recover. The dark rain in the sky not only had a tendency to continue, but also spread towards the great desolate continent. No way. Looking at the whole world, the rain poured down, the magma roared, the mountains rose up, and the rivers formed into rivers. Xiaohua cried out like a frightened bird. I won't also create a world-ending disaster, right? Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Phoenix body Xiaohua laughed. Although the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth in this world is raging, it's all under the suppression of the other origin energies of heaven and earth. The power of the stars and moon in the distance has also begun to descend. Dozens of days passed like this and the sky began to clear up. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds in the sky like a giant sword. Then all the dark clouds began to dissipate. Fierce winds suddenly rose and a seven-colored rainbow bridge ran through the world. The whole great desolate continent seemed to have just been cleansed, and was exceptionally clean. It really was a sign of another kind of golden age coming. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, how about you go take a look at the situation underground? Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen it, but he still didn't feel at ease and ordered bone tempering Xiaohua to go. Before long, bone tempering Xiaohua returned and reported, Fellow Taoist, there's still some magma surging under the ground, but most of it has already stabilized. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, now we can release the strange beasts we've taken in. Then Xiaohua's divine sense entered the space, and according to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's suggestion, he left some of the weaker strange beasts in pairs and released the rest. When collecting the strange beasts, all the Fortune Gate's disciples were dispatched, and it took a long time to complete. When releasing the strange beasts, there was no need to mobilize the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiaohua and his avatars only needed to go to various places and find a suitable place to throw these strange beasts into, and let them settle down on their own. After being educated, these strange beasts were no longer comparable to their former selves. Not to mention anything else, just the stone giants. These stone giants looked at the place that was completely different from before and the unfamiliar environment, but they didn't panic at all. Those with spiritual power used some of their magical powers to break the hard surface of the magma. Those without spiritual power started to work in the deep hole that they broke open. With the stone giants' cooperation, they soon opened a passage to the magma. With the magma, the stone giants had a home, and each of them looked for their own nest. Several months passed in this manner. When Xiaohua sent the last batch of strange beasts into a mountain range, he finally let out a long sigh of relief and soared into the sky. When he came to a stop as far as his eyes could see, a scene of lush greenery fell into his eyes. A continuous rain had sent enough water to the earth, and the seeds of life under the dry earth had the opportunity to grow. They couldn't bear the loneliness and poked their heads out from the earth. Not to mention Xiaohua had already prepared food seeds and spiritual seeds in the space. When his avatar sent out the strange beasts, they also threw these food seeds and spiritual seeds on the desolate mainland's land. Several months' time was enough for these food seeds and spiritual seeds to germinate, and also enough time for vegetation to cover the land and mountains. With green would a colorful life be far away. Chapter 4271. Haha, it's a success. Green-robed Xiaohua proudly roared at the ground without using a trace of magic power. Xiaohua listened to the sound disappear in the sky and smiled without saying anything. In the next few days, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Green-robed Xiaohua, and the others returned to the space early or late. Each of them stood beside Xiaohua with eyes full of hope. Looking at the land of hope, their hearts were brimming with pride. Describing them as the birth of a new world in their hands was too much of a merit, but the fact that a new world was preserved in their hands was well deserved. Such merit and fortune were not things that ordinary cultivators could come across, and similarly, they were not things that ordinary cultivators could obtain. It's just a matter of time. It's not a success. Green-robed Xiaohua said after his excitement died down. Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and asked curiously, "There are no more strange beasts in this space? Could it be that fellow Taoist has hidden some?" Damn it. Xiaohua was sweating in his heart. He first brought the strange beasts out of the star halo in the sky and sent them to the space where Xinhua continent was located. Then he had these clones send them to various places. Whether there were any strange beasts in the star halo or not, the clones didn't know. However, green-robed Xiaohua exposed it with a single sentence. Obviously he had the same small plan as Xiaohua. The strange beasts have been properly arranged, but the disciples of fragrance cult have not been arranged yet. Xiaohua said unhappily. Oh, these little things. Green-robed Xiaohua said indifferently, isn't it just looking for a place with them? Isn't that easy? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, green-robed fellow Taoist is right. The previous desolate continent was not suitable for the human race, but after the apocalypse, although the environment is still different from the hidden immortal continent, it is enough for the disciples of fragrance cult to survive. I passed by a place that is very suitable for these disciples. Xiaohua's face lit up. Just as he was about to ask, a figure flashed beside him. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua appeared in the air. How was it? Xiaohua's eyes lit up again and asked hurriedly. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile that was neither arrogant nor humble, fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said, fellow Taoist has made a great contribution. You flatter me. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it's all thanks to fellow immortal green-robed and fellow immortal soul cultivator. The teleportation formation you constructed was very good. With this foundation, this little one's Confucian cultivation secret technique will be very easy to succeed. Therefore this little one doesn't dare to claim credit. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. The green-robed Xiaohua proudly looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, I can also be of great use now. It's a pity that no one even knows his name now. Xiaohua was first stunned, and then he understood that this green-robed Xiaohua's wisdom and character were the most mature. Now he wants to ask for a status from me. Many thanks to the Thunderbolt Venerable. Xiaohua thanked the green-robed Xiaohua. In the future there will no longer be a green-robed Xiaohua in this world, only the Thunderbolt Immortal. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, you're welcome, you're welcome. The Thunderbolt Immortal happily helped Xiaohua up. Many thanks to Taoist Wu. Xiaohua then saluted the soul cultivator Xiaohua and said, in the future, there will be no soul cultivator Xiaohua in this family, only shamans. Shamans didn't feel much about this status, nodded and said, fellow Taoist, do as you please. Soon after, Xiaohua thanked all his clones, one by one, and declared that there will no longer be a clone Xiaohua in this world. Now, we should be able to pass through the time turbulence, right? Xiaohua then asked Wenchu somewhat worriedly. How would Wenchu know? He could only shake his head and said with a bitter smile, there should be no problem with this sage information, but before we use it, who knows what kind of accident will happen? AI, we must not have any more accidents. Xiaohua sighed, we have been wandering in the outside world for too long. We have been here for several tens of thousands of years, we don't care about this anymore. The Thunderbolt Immortal bluntly attacked. If XN wants to get married, even an immortal emperor would not be able to stop her. You really have a crow's mouth. Shamans scolded in both anger and amusement. Let's go, fellow Taoist Feng Wu, let us take a look at that place. Xiaohua waved his hand as if he wanted to get rid of these worries and said, "Okay." Feng Wu let out a long cry, spread her wings and flew to a place. In just a few days Xiaohua and the others arrived at a huge mountain range. This mountain range was thousands of feet high, surrounded by rivers, and above the mountain range were ancient trees and vegetation. Previously, Feng Wu had sowed some seeds of grain, and some spiritual herbs and gradually took shape. Great! This is a blessed land. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and immediately said with a smile, "The disciples of the fragrance cult will be able to pass down the incense of the fragrance cult." The Thunderbolt Immortal pondered for a moment and said, "There seems to be some long spike beasts nearby. These long spike beasts like to eat small animals. I am afraid that the disciples of the fragrance cult will not be safe here." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What, fellow Taoist Feng Wu wants to do something?" "Of course." The Thunderbolt Immortal said proudly, "Although they are disciples of the fragrance cult, they have nothing to do with I. But after all, they are of the human race. How can I just stand by and watch?" "Then I will have to trouble you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua was very gratified and he cupped his hands and smiled. "We will also help." Wu, Wenchu, Feng Wu and even Tianren and Shi came to join in the fun. Thus, everyone joined hands and laid down a great formation within a radius of 10,000 li. It took them several months to complete their task. However, in the end all the cultivators were dumbfounded. This great formation had a Dharma formation, an Origin formation, a Devil formation and even a Soul formation. Although the power of the great formation was there, no one could activate it. Thus everyone looked at Xiaohua, who knew that Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to everyone's expectations, and he flew up, looked at the ground and then waved his hand and said, "Everyone, we will hide ourselves first. I will release the disciples of the fragrance cult from the Xinhua continent." Although the sect leader of the fragrance cult did not say anything, when he handed the disciples over to I, he did not let the disciples see I's face, because he did not want us to leave any impression on the disciples of the fragrance cult. "Tiske, is there a need for that?" The Thunderbolt Immortal flew up with some disdain, and like everyone else he hid himself, but he still had some complaints. When Xiaohua placed the disciples of the aroma religion in the mountain range, he placed all the cultivation methods, pills, spirit herbs and magic tools aside. His heart was moved again, and he also placed some of the Tao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques he had obtained in the aroma religion. He only promised not to embezzle the things of the fragrance cult, but he did not promise not to give them more things. The disciples of the fragrance cult had inherited the method of cultivating the primordial spirit, and also the method of cultivating the nascent soul. It was not too much, was it? After doing all this, Xiaohua's figure once again teleported to a high altitude, and his hands began to form hand seals. Taoist magic, Confucian cultivation methods, soul cultivation methods and demonic cultivation methods. When the same magic power, demonic qi and so on turned into crystals and fell into the void, the entire sky was filled with 9 brilliant colors, and all kinds of fluctuations were like dragons dancing in the air. Rumbling sounds were more deafening than thunder. Xiaohua's figure turned into a golden body, and when he raised his hands, dozens of rainbow-colored halos were born from his hands, and they were scattered everywhere like chains. All the disciples of the fragrance cult opened their mouths in surprise, and were somewhat at a loss. Buzz. A strange rumbling sound began to be born from the thunder, like the roar of a god. Then Xiaohua's golden body suddenly withdrew, and the chains fell into his hands, followed by tens of thousands of restrictions of various colors. When these restrictions fell into Xiaohua's hands, he slowly waved his hands and shouted, "Go!" The entire brilliance condensed into the shape of a halo. Xiaohua then waved his hand and a jade eye appeared. When Xiaohua channeled his magic power, the halo hit the jade eye. Clang! The jade eye condensed into the shape of a tiger talisman. Xiaohua picked up the tiger talisman and casually threw it to a disciple of the fragrance cult. Then he said, "This place is no longer a ruin. This mountain range is where you all will live in the future. In order for you all to survive here, this old man has already built a formation in the nearby mountains. This is the proof to enter and exit the formation. You all should take care of it. You don't need to ask who this old man is. You just need to remember to live well here and cultivate. As long as the orthodoxy of the incense religion can be carried down safely, it will be your contribution." With that, Xiaohua didn't care about what the tens of thousands of disciples of the fragrance cult were thinking. He waved his hands again and tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell on the formation. The entire formation slowly lit up, and Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew towards the location of the sun in the sky. "We thank Senior." The disciples of the fragrance cult were shocked by Xiaohua's big move, and they all prostrated on the ground and kowtowed. After Xiaohua left the mountain range, the Thunderbolt Immortal almost held his stomach and laughed. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Dao friend, I really admire you." Although the fragrance cult's ancestor didn't want his disciples to see Dao friend's appearance, but Dao friend's actions will leave an impression in their hearts. Won't it be even more unforgettable than seeing Dao friend's appearance? Xiaohua didn't feel embarrassed seeing that his petty actions were seen through by the Thunderbolt Immortal. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "What? Do you not want to leave your name? Otherwise you'll be inside the formation." When he saw that Xiaohua was about to expose his past, the lightning Taoist's face flushed red, and he was about to interrupt Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the sound of bamboo flutes suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. After that, hundreds of millions of flowers appeared out of thin air. At the same time, over 10 dragons and phoenixes appeared in midair while waves of golden threads descended like rain from above Xiaohua and the others. "Oh this, what's going on?" The Thunderbolt Immortal turned pale with fright. Because of the birth of these flowers, the entire world was imprisoned. Not to mention sound, even thoughts were difficult to move. Chapter 4272. Just as the Thunderbolt Immortal's doubts were born, a myriad of phenomena appeared in the surrounding 100 li of space. Farmers plowing the fields, mulberry people raising silkworms, fishermen fishing, hundreds of children chanting, thousands of Buddhas chanting scriptures, and thousands of countries dying. In short, all kinds of worldly phenomena appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. At the same time, a kind of incense that Xiaohua had never smelled before appeared in his surroundings. This incense was very strange. When Xiaohua sniffed it, it was as if the entire space was filled with this incense. Moreover, the 100 meridians in his body and the 13200 small points in his body were intoxicated by this incense. A kind of lazy, powerless, and even decadent feeling was naturally born. However, this feeling was only limited to his body. His spirit and thoughts were incomparably active. Previously, Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao and Xiaohua of the Karma had passed on to him, but now, in just a short moment, they were all absorbed by him. What was special was that the wood, wind, and lightning essences that had just been absorbed by Xiaohua's body were fusing dozens of times faster than before. Following this fusion, Xiaohua's mind expanded in all directions without limit, like a leisurely cloud. King, king, king. Another wave of sound rang out from an unknown place. Within this sound, pillars of righteous chi were born like sky-reaching peaks, crazily falling into the void. The originally thin righteous chi immediately filled up. Following the righteous chi's birth, the flying flowers actually shattered, turning into a hurricane that fell into Xiaohua's body. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound, the 100 forms, and even the light and shadows also shrank, crazily falling into Xiaohua's body. Like the sound of a harp breaking, all the light and shadows and illusions disappeared in this sound. At the same time, an even stranger shadow flew out from Xiaohua's body, landing at the place where the flying flowers were and disappearing. What's going on? The celestial stood blankly in the air, not knowing what to do. As for Xiaohua, he was dumbstruck. He looked into the distance, his expression like water, not knowing what he was thinking. Sandalwood. Suddenly Bodhi cried out in alarm. Buddha fire. Buddha fire condensed into Buddha crystal. Is it a crystal smaller than an ant? Golden in color and completely transparent? Xiaohua asked indifferently. Bodhi's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at rice, far from his usual calm demeanor. There are no humans in the great wasteland continent. And we brought the human race in from the ruins. Xiaohua explained, now we've even averted the apocalypse. These disciples of the incense cult have not only inherited the Tao teachings of the Taoist sect, but they've also inherited the flames of our human race. Not to mention the inheritance of the incense cult, the incense merit of the human race belongs to us. Although I didn't create humans for no reason, the merit of opening the heavens and multiplying them belongs to none other than me. Therefore, this flying flower is a phenomenon caused by the descent of righteous energy from the heavens. It is also the beginning of the process of us receiving the merit of splitting the heavens and condensing the godhood. Divine spark. The thunderclap immortal turned pale with fright. What is a divine spark? It sounds so high and mighty. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a bitter smile, I don't know either. I reckon it's something that matches the body of a half-god. Fellow Taoist, were you depressed because of this just now? Wen Chu was also somewhat puzzled. No. Xiao Hua shook his head and looked into the distance with some puzzlement. I just felt like I lost something. And the thing I lost is very rare and precious. This feeling is very strange. What did you lose? The thunderclap immortal couldn't be bothered to ask about the godhood and continued to ask. I don't know either. But I have a feeling that I left this place for myself. As if it was nourished by the so-called merit of opening the heavens and multiplying them. It's too profound. I find it hard to understand. Wen Chu shook his head in puzzlement. However, back then I received the all-living beings point Wen Chu because of the merit of teaching. Fellow Taoists' merit of opening the heavens must be even more powerful than the merit of teaching, right? I'm afraid that you'll only be able to discover the profoundness of this after charging into the great wasteland continent again. Haha, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and looked around. Since there was a first time, why can't there be a second time or a third time? When this Xiao comes again in the future, this place will definitely be a new world. I-oh? At this moment, the shamaness suddenly cried out in alarm. Fellow Taoist, I seem to have sensed the spiritual sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain. Can you confirm? Xiao Hua's heart instantly weakened and he asked worriedly. How would I know? The shamaness hurriedly explained. I can only sense the indistinct spiritual sense mark extremely far away. How would I know if it's actually from the Great Snow Mountain or not? Let's go. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Who cares if it's from the Great Snow Mountain or not? Right now the most important thing is for us to leave. After saying that, except for the shamaness, all the other clones entered Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua and the shamaness simultaneously activated the going south, going north, going south, going north technique and entered the teleportation array under the mountain range. Hurry! Xiao Hua landed in the array and impatiently waved his hand. 9 dragon crystals fell into the teleportation array and then he dragged the Thunderbolt Immortal and Wen Chu out. Together with the shamaness, the 3 clones activated the teleportation array. Under the activation of the 9 dragon crystals, the Soul Cultivator and the Scholar Cultivator gradually found the direction of the teleportation array. Xiao Hua was unable to contain his joy as he entered the teleportation array and shouted, Fellow Taoists, success or failure depends on this one move, Kacha? At this moment, the teleportation array suddenly rumbled and stopped. The already formed teleportation channel also disappeared. What's going on? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and asked, Fellow Taoist Wu, what happened? It seems. The shamaness couldn't confirm and hesitated. The teleportation channel seems to have hit something. What did you hit? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He pointed at the dragon crystals that had already turned into powder and said, just hitting something can cause the void channel to collapse? I also don't know. The outside of the wilderness is a turbulent flow of time. Anything strange can happen? The shamaness somewhat helplessly replied. It was really strange. The scene he saw when he fell into the wilderness that day suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. It was a light and shadow. A thin and tall figure appeared in it. That figure was lying helplessly, holding the sword embryo in its right hand, as if it had already fainted. Beside the figure were the black dog and the yellow marten. After this light and shadow appeared, suddenly an indescribable ripple extended behind the figure. It was similar to the fluctuation of the teleportation channel Xiao Hua used to enter the wilderness. But now that he thought about it, this fluctuation came from behind the light and shadow. In other words, it rushed out from the wilderness. How could it possibly collide with the teleportation channel Xiao Hua entered? That day, when the fluctuation collided with the teleportation channel the light and shadow was in, it produced a strange change. The light and shadow shook and quickly disappeared. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that it fell into the forward ripple, which was the direction of his teleportation channel. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart was greatly shaken. Could it be that the thin and tall figure is this Xiao who still hasn't obtained the Dawn Rain continent? Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. Not allowing Xiao Hua to think more, the shamaness urged again, do we still need to activate it now? Of course. A moment ago, Xiao Hua still felt that his future was uncertain. But now Xiao Hua was full of confidence. He waved his hand and took out 9 dragon crystals, instructing, quickly, let's activate the array. This time, our target will definitely be the hidden immortal continent. The shamaness, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and Wen Chu's spirits were shaken. They activated the teleportation channel. When a ball of brilliance appeared from the teleportation channel, The shamaness activated the channel, which directly pierced into the void. The three clones quickly fell into Xiaohua's space. When Xiaohua stepped into the void, he somewhat lingered as he looked at the pitch-black darkness outside the great array. He thought to himself, the wilderness this Xiao is leaving. Perhaps in the future there will be a chance to come back. Or perhaps, when I come back again the entire wilderness will be different. As the entire teleportation channel flashed, Xiaohua's figure disappeared. At the same time that Xiaohua's figure disappeared, the teleportation channel shook again. A crack actually appeared on the entire teleportation channel. This crack directly pierced into the void and went more than 10 li above the teleportation channel. Immediately the entire void trembled for a moment and actually froze. The crack in the void existed just like that between the great array and the mountain peak. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years or even 100 million years, that spatial crack once again shook violently, and a resplendent brilliance was born from within the crack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a thunderclap, the entire spatial crack in the array began to distort. Whoa! The sound of wind whistling rose again, and within the light and shadow for extremely long shadows could be seen rushing out from the spatial crack. The one in front was the winged Sakura. The demonic horn of this beast Sakura had already lost its fluctuation. Her figure crashed into the transmission array, and unexpectedly the transmission array was smashed into pieces. Immediately after, the unconscious figures of Yu Mingxin, Yang Haoya, and Wan Wuxin appeared again. They also crashed into the teleportation channel. The teleportation channel originally had some cracks. At this moment, 3 humans and 1 demon came with the power of teleportation and immediately destroyed the teleportation channel. Where is this place? Several days later, Sakura was the first to wake up. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. Then she looked at the 3 humans. Her face immediately turned sinister. However, just as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws and was about to pounce on them, the space outside the teleportation channel emitted a strange beast's roar. Sakura was slightly taken aback. She hurriedly flew out of the teleportation channel. When she saw the boiling lava outside and a strange beast with a big body, small head, and slender neck in the lava, she couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 4273. Stunned, Indra released his devil sense again. Looking at the barren surroundings, he rolled his eyes and said to himself with a smile, "This place is actually not the ruins. Since there is no more fighting, why should I be in such a hurry to kill the 3 of them? Without them, wouldn't this world be too lonely? So what if I play with them?" After saying that, Indra flew away without looking back, no longer paying attention to Yu Mingxin and the other 2. After a few days, Yu Mingxin slowly woke up. She looked around in surprise and even flew out to take a look. Then she hurriedly woke up Wan Wuxin and Yang Haoya and said, "2 senior brothers, wake up quickly. We seem to have left the ruins and arrived at an unknown continent." While Xiaohua was activating the incense cult's formation, outside the time light knot of the Eldritch continent, the void in the distance was distorted. Not to mention the stars, even all the light in space were twisted like fried dough twists. It was completely different from the ordinary space. In this folded and distorted space, a black hole suddenly appeared. After this black hole appeared, thousands of light and shadows burst out from the black hole. Indescribable waves filled the entire space within 10,000 miles. Following this wave, a small dot appeared inexplicably. As soon as it appeared, it immediately teleported to the time light knot. At this moment, the small dot's figure was revealed. It was that triangular monster. This monster was still spinning and had not stopped, but its huge eyes had already opened slightly. When the eyes opened, the folded and distorted space before the light and shadow rushed towards the time light knot again. Everything within 10,000 miles was covered in it. Behind this huge eye, there was also an even deeper distorted space like a huge tail. The range of this space distortion was so large and so long that there was an extremely large amount of space distortion. Not to mention space cracks, even space collapses could be found everywhere. This kind of collapse and crack affected countless boundaries and barriers. At this moment, the spatial distortion had already collided with the area enveloped by the time light knot. Although it had yet to truly collide with the light knot, countless specks of light appeared within several 100,000 kilometers. Within the specks of light, all the distorted space immediately stilled as if it had been smoothed out. Thousands of phantoms appeared within the specks of light. Huff! The triangular monster let out a long sigh that sounded like a breath. Fist-sized bubbles appeared once again within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. These bubbles didn't look big, but each of them was an independent space. Each space had its own time. Although the time was extremely similar, there were still minute differences. When the spatial bubble appeared, a slight difference in time also appeared, and the time-light spots were immediately disturbed. All the phantoms returned to a distorted space, but this space was instantly destroyed by the triangular monster. Roar! The triangular monster roared and shot out an unparalleled beam of light from its huge eyes. The beam of light was filled with the power of space and some power of time. When the beam of light fell into the time-light knot, the waterfall-like turbulent flow of time actually paused for a moment. Where it paused, the countless phantoms actually condensed together. At this moment, the triangular monster suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it actually turned into a phantom and inserted itself between the phantoms that were about to solidify. However, it was only for a moment. The stagnation of the turbulent flow of time was broken by an even more powerful power of time. The phantoms that had condensed once again dispersed, and the entire time-light knot returned to its original state. Just as the time knot was activated, the silhouette of a teleportation channel appeared within the light knot. This silhouette split into countless copies in an instant. In just a short moment, these countless silhouettes condensed into one at the edge of the light knot and rushed into the void. The black and white silhouette followed the direction that the triangular monster had flown from, and an inexplicable space collapsed at its huge tail. The moment the silhouette disappeared, the entire enormous distorted space began to recede from the distance like a flood. As it receded, all the spatial cracks and spatial collapses were strangely smoothed out. The vast sea of snow seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. In addition to the snow on the ground, there were also snowflakes in the sky. The snowflakes were like goose feathers falling all over the sky. They landed on the mountain peaks, in the wilderness, and in the streams that could no longer be seen. The gurgling sound of the streams reverberated in the air, and it was particularly pleasant to listen to in the quiet mountains. Occasionally, the ups and downs of the mountain range would appear in the distance, but it was quickly covered by the nearby mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were not tall, but they were very steep. There were almost no flat paths to climb them. The mountain peaks were not completely covered in snow, and the mountain peaks were not peaceful. As the north wind whistled, it had long blown away the only warmth in the mountain peaks, and the snowflakes that filled the sky also frantically avoided it. When the north wind hit the mountain peaks, it was like a large hand grabbing the accumulated snow and throwing it into the air. As a result, the snowflakes in the air became even more chaotic. When the north wind calmed down, the snowflakes fell again with a rustling sound. The sound of the snowflakes, together with the sound of flowing water, was like a piece of music. The music floated high up in the sky. Wherever the north wind blew, there were bare bluish-black rocks. Occasionally, some dark green roots would poke out from the gaps between the rocks. The injured grass trembled slightly, as if it was intoxicated by the music. At this time, the mountain peaks were a little ugly. They were mottled with some bluish-black spots and some were pure white. But looking at the pure white spots, it was really a place with thick layers of snow and ice. The ice sculptures and snow on it were very beautiful. In this beauty, there were some strange or ordinary plants, or blooming red plums, or budding spirit flowers, or even green mushrooms that stretched out to the sky to welcome the snowflakes. There were many more. Occasionally, a spiritual beast that looked like a mountain rat would crawl out from the cracks in the mountain rocks and extend its head towards the spiritual flower. However, before it could open its mouth and extend its sharp claws, its extremely bright little eyes turned around vigilantly. Before it could even clearly see what was behind it, a wave of dragon's breath surged towards it like a tidal wave. The spiritual rat's body immediately stiffened as fear appeared in its eyes. It stood dazedly on the ice and snow. At this time, at the bottom of the mountain, in the distance, in the endless snow, there was the sound of footsteps on the snow. A monk wearing a kasaya, wearing a pilu hat, and holding a 9-ringed monk's staff in his hand, actually stepped on the snow in this pathless wilderness. With a determined and pious face, wasn't this Chun Zong, who was seeking scriptures in the land of bliss? The sound of footsteps crunching was originally ear-piercing, but in this quiet wilderness, combined with the sound of water, wind, and snowflakes, it was extremely harmonious. It reverberated in the wilderness, and a new piece of music was played. However, this harmonious piece of music only lasted for a moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another sound came from behind the monk, disrupting the celestial scene. Then he saw a muscular draconic horse raising its head, walking and jumping as it followed. It looked very lively. The draconic horse's entire body was pure white. Under its mane, faint golden dragon scales could be faintly seen. As the draconic horse jumped, the tail that was dragging behind it would rise from time to time. When it landed, it would sweep across the ground, stirring up a large amount of snow, causing the snow behind it to fly in all directions. On the forehead of the dragon horse, in the thick mane, a dragon horn was revealed. This dragon horn was a little strange. It was actually in the shape of a crescent moon, and there was a faint halo at the tip of the horn. What was even stranger was not this, but on the back of the dragon horse where the saddle was supposed to be, there was no saddle. Instead, there were many wooden boxes, and the outer layer of the wooden boxes was wrapped in a thick oilcloth, so no one could see what was inside. The wooden box made a dull sound as the draconic horse jumped. It was as if something heavy had been placed inside. Just as the dragon horse passed by, before the flying snow could fall, another huge fire ape followed. This fire ape had an indifferent look on its face. Although it appeared to be indifferent to everything in the world, it allowed the snow to fall on its head, body, and even its messy fur to be covered in snow. The fire ape carried a magic wand on its shoulder, and its hands were placed on the wand. In its mouth there was a withered grass root, and it was chewing on it in boredom. Although the fire ape's body emitted a kind of carefree aura, its eyes were fixed on the monk in front of the dragon horse, and it was releasing its yuan sense from time to time to be alert of the surrounding situation. This fire ape was no other demon, it was Yuan Tongtian. After Yuan Tongtian passed by, the snow fell, and another cultivator with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in battle armor, walked over with large strides. This cultivator looked at the snow that had just fallen, and his face was filled with disdain. However, he only snorted, and his breath was like a gust of wind, blowing away the remaining snow. He didn't say anything and looked at the nearby mountain peak with interest, as if he was admiring it. Chunzong walked in the snow with difficulty. His cloth shoes were already covered in mud and snow, and now they were soaked. Even the lower half of his monk robe was soaked in water, swaying slightly in the wind. Chunzong walked a few steps, then paused for a moment. He stood there and took a few deep breaths, then gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, the dragon horse behind him opened its mouth and said in human language, "Monk, do you still think of me as a disciple? I followed you from so far away just to be your mount. How could you turn a blind eye to me? It's fine if you can fly, but you only know how to walk with your feet. I am the Eastern Sea's 10th prince. Do you think it's easy for me to serve you? You want me to put my face as the 10th prince? It's fine if you don't ride me, but you put these tattered scriptures on my back. I clearly told you that I have a dragon shell here. Isn't it better to put these tattered scriptures in the dragon shell than anything else? If you don't have a Qingquan bag, but with our friendship, I can give this dragon shell to you." Chapter 4274. Amit Ba. Chunzong did not even turn his head as he chanted the name of Buddha and continued to walk forward. The Confucian cultivator behind Yuan Tongtian retracted his gaze from the distant scenery and glanced at the dragon horse behind Chunzong. He sneered and said, "One of the requirements of sutra seeking in nirvana is for a monk without any divine powers to walk step by step to Lane Temple, then from Lane Temple to Longevity Town. If the monk rides you, how can he seek in nirvana? I really don't know what the East Sea Dragon Palace is thinking. Since they want you to get a share of sutra seeking in nirvana, why do they want you to transform into a dragon horse? Even if you meet demons, you can't fight them. You can only be a decoration. Could it be that you've made a mistake and you can only be a horse before you make up for it? Damn it." Hearing the Confucian cultivator's words, the dragon horse jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He turned his head and shouted, "Who said I made a mistake? Who said I made a mistake? Do you think I want to accompany you here and walk around like a lunatic? I'm willing to wear the white dragon suit and turn into a horse. What can you do about it? Being a horse for the monk is the dragon palace giving face to the Buddha Lord and the immortal emperor. Besides, the monk is not a monk without any divine powers. He has been walking for more than 200 years. If he didn't have any divine powers, he would have turned into a skeleton." "Shut up." Yuan Tongtian scolded impatiently, "If you two continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't beat the two of you to death? How dare you, how dare you?" The dragon horse became more anxious and shouted, "Why don't you try beating me? Why don't you try beating me? You're just a fire ape with no background. Just because you flattered the monk earlier, you actually became my senior brother. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? What qualifications do you have to be my senior brother?" Amit Ba. Chunzong, who was walking in front, finally could not stand it anymore. He turned his head and scolded, "Zhenfeng, you broke the mouth precept again." Ba. The dragon horse, who was called Zhenfeng, spat. A big mouthful of dragon saliva fell into the snow and smashed a big hole in the ground. Then he continued to scold, "I've violated many commandments. Not only the verbal commandments but also the commandments of anger, lust and so on." When Chunzang heard this, his expression changed. He said indifferently, "If that's the case then Oh master." Longma Jinfeng hurriedly changed the topic and trotted over to Chunzang, saying with a smile, "Disciple was just playing with senior brothers. Don't you feel that it's very lonely in the wilderness and the sea of snow? Wouldn't you be happy if your disciple and senior brother were to entertain you?" Then Dragon Horse Jinfeng turned around and said to the scholarly cultivator as if asking for help, "Isn't that right, senior martial brother Jinhan?" Jinhan's face was filled with contempt and disdain, but he still said, "That's right, junior brother's temper is like this. He also wants to do something for master and doesn't want to lose face in front of master. Master doesn't look at the monk's face but looks at the Buddha's face. You don't look at merit but look at hard work. No matter what, he has accompanied master for more than 100 years. From the eastern sea to the western paradise and then to the Lane temple, he can be considered to have worked hard. Now that the four of us have obtained the sutra, we're already on our way back. You're kicking him out of the sect for such a small matter, isn't that too unreasonable?" "Jinhan, do you really think so?" Yuan Tongtian's eyes were filled with ridicule as he couldn't help but ask. "Jinkong." Seeing the change in the expressions of Longma Jinfeng and Confucian Jinhan, Chunzang hurriedly rubbed his stomach and said, "Master is a bit hungry. There's no village or shop here, I don't know where I can find food. Can you find something for master to eat?" "Yes, master." Chunzang immediately agreed. Then he glanced at Longma Jinfeng and Confucian Jinhan and said indifferently, "You two protect master, I'll be back soon. Go. Jinhan waved his hand indifferently. This nirvana is a pure land of Buddhism. How could there be any demon race or Taoist cultivators? That's right, go quickly. If you starve master, can you bear the responsibility?" Longma Jinfeng echoed. Yuan Tongtian, whose Buddhist name is Jinkong, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. A demon cloud appeared under his feet and he flew away. After Yuan Tongtian left, Chunzang opened his mouth and said, "Amit Ba Jinfeng, what you're carrying isn't some junk. It's my Buddha's Mahayana Buddhist scripture. This Buddhist scripture is the hope of hundreds of millions of bodhisattvas in hidden immortal continent. It's also the goal of the four of us. I know you want to show your filial piety to me and don't want me to be burdened like this. However, this Mahayana Buddhist scripture is 100 times more important than me. You can obtain more merit by carrying this Buddhist scripture than carrying me. You don't need to compete with Zhen Han and Zhen Kong in subduing demons. You only need to protect this Mahayana Buddhist scripture. It's stronger than anything else." "That's right. Master, you're right." Zhen Han also said with a faint smile, "Jinfeng, my Qinghuan pouch contains the scriptures of the 100 schools of Confucianism. If you're willing, you can also put it on your back. This merit will definitely be greater." Let. Jinfeng was originally furious. However, when he saw the sincerity on Chunzang's face, he hurriedly changed his tone and said with a smile, "Senior brother, don't joke with little brother. If little brother takes away your merit, won't your military school fall out with my dragon palace? Wouldn't senior brother's trip to Lane Temple be in vain? Wouldn't you have seen Mahavairakana's face in vain?" Seeing that Jinfeng was no longer angry, Zhenhan also felt bored and didn't answer. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the surrounding snowy scenery. Her gaze was attracted by a snowy peak in the distant valley. After Chunzang finished explaining, he didn't care if Jinfeng listened or not. He looked at the place where Yuan Tongtian disappeared with some concern. Then he took his staff and walked forward. After walking for a few li, he saw a gurgling stream under the snow at the foot of the mountain. Chunzang licked his dry lips and said, "Jinkong." However, just as he opened his mouth, he smiled bitterly. Standing there, he turned his head and called out to the draconic horse, "Jinfeng, come here." "Yes, master." The draconic horse Jinfeng quickly walked in front of Chunzang and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Chunzang smiled and walked to the side of the draconic horse. He reached into the oilcloth and took out a purple gold alms bowl. Then he walked to the side of the stream and bent down to get some water. He placed it by his mouth and drank a few mouthfuls. "Oh master." The draconic horse Jinfeng made a fuss and said, "No matter what, you should wait for senior brother Jinkong to come back. If you drink cold water like this, it won't be good for you to have diarrhea. Even if you don't have diarrhea, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, senior brother Jinkong will beat us to death." After drinking a few mouthfuls, Chunzang clearly couldn't endure the bone-piercing cold. His face was a little pale and he hurriedly poured the snow water in the purple gold alms bowl. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw the little spirit mouse standing on the mountain peak. At this moment, there was already some snow on the spirit mouse's body. Its body was trembling and its eyes were filled with fear as it stared at the draconic horse. Sigh. Chunzang sighed and put down the purple gold alms bowl. With a slightly reproachful voice he said, "Zhenfeng, you're being naughty again." After saying that, Chunzang carefully crossed the stream and climbed up the mountain peak with difficulty. It was very strenuous for him to carry the spirit mouse out of the ice and snow. However, just as his hand was about to touch the spirit mouse, his foot slipped and his body slipped down. Chunzang naturally lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, the spirit mouse that was originally terrified suddenly grew in size. A demon race shadow that was dozens of feet in size rushed out from its small body. Things happened too suddenly. Draconic horse Zhenfeng and Confucian cultivator Zhenhan didn't expect that there was a demon race hidden within the spirit beast. Their faces turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to make a move, an extremely familiar voice sounded in the air, "Master, be careful." Immediately, a wave of staff shadows appeared out of thin air and fell on the demon race's shadow. The shadow didn't have time to resist before all the shadows were smashed into the spirit mouse's body. Finally, a pitch-black magic staff appeared in the wave of staff shadows and hit the spirit mouse's head. Pooh! With a light sound, the little spirit mouse was smashed into a pile of meat paste by the magic staff. Damn it! Draconic horse Zhenfeng let out a long breath and cursed, "Another demon beast that was fooled by rumors. If this monk could become immortal after eating it, how could it be your turn? This daddy will be the first to eat it? Humph, do you still need to say it?" Confucian cultivator Zhenhan coldly snorted, "Of course it's your demon race's great sage. They don't want to see the sutra seeking extreme bliss be completed smoothly. If they don't cause some trouble, how can they be at ease? What does the demon race's great sage have to do with my dragon palace of the four seas? This daddy thinks, it's your Confucian family?" Draconic horse Zhenfeng retorted, "They don't want the sutra seeking extreme bliss to be completed." Zhen Kong. Chunzang didn't care about the two's battle of words. His face was a bit green as he looked at the sky with an unkind tone and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you starting a massacre again?" At this moment, Yuan Tongtian had already descended from the sky with a tall peach tree on his back. The large peaches on the branches looked very tempting. Hearing Chunzang's question, Yuan Tongtian didn't care and casually replied, "That's a demon race's phantom beast. He's hiding in the spirit mouse's body and wants to eat you." "How is that possible?" Chunzang looked at the mangled corpse of the spirit mouse and was so angry that his lips trembled. Master was clearly looking at the spirit mouse. "When did the phantom beast appear?" Mok. Yuan Tongtian sized up Chunzang and said, "That phantom beast appeared when you lowered your head. You don't have spirit sense and don't know the eye-clearing technique, so naturally you can't see it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your two disciples." Chapter 4275. Ahem ahem. Senior brother Zhenhan, your battle armor looks really mighty. I wonder which blacksmith master of the Immortal Palace forged it? Draconic horse Zhenfeng coughed and looked at the armor he had been looking at for close to 200 years. He seemed to have discovered something strange and hurriedly asked Zhenhan. Zhenhan said in all seriousness, "Is there a need to ask? Naturally, it was forged by the #1 blacksmith master in the world." "Oh, why don't you guess who the #1 blacksmith master in the world is?" "Ayaya, this is not easy to guess." Draconic horse Zhenfeng's face was as if he was thinking hard. Seeing Zhenfeng and Zhenhan talking about him, Zhen Kong smiled coldly and didn't say anything else. However, Chunzang didn't intend to let him go and said, "Zhen Kong, even if there was a phantom beast, it was enough that you subdued it. There was no need to kill it, right? Moreover, this spirit rat wasn't a phantom beast. What was the point of killing it?" "Monk." Zhen Kong was somewhat impatient and said with a frown, "My strength is limited. It's not possible for me to subdue the phantom beast without injuring you. It's already not bad that I was able to kill it before it could kill you. Zhen Kong, how many times have I told you in the past 200 years? Buddhist disciples should be compassionate and respect life. When we need help, we should always be kind. When we sweep the floor, we're afraid of harming the lives of ants. We should cover the lamp with gauze to protect the moths. Why did you kill it step by step? Although this spirit rat wasn't a human, it was still a life. What was the point of killing this innocent spirit rat and obtaining the General Sutra?" "Monk." Zhen Kong seemed to be used to this and he didn't get angry. He only said, "The phantom beast has already borrowed the spirit rat's flesh, so killing the phantom beast is equivalent to killing the spirit rat. Moreover, even if I don't touch the spirit rat after killing the phantom beast, it won't live past today." "That's right. Since you knew that the spirit rat would die if the phantom beast died, why didn't you think of a way to subdue the phantom beast?" Chunzang asked in a somewhat forceful manner. "It's good to have this phantom beast submit to our Buddhist sect. Monk, I've already beaten and killed those that should be killed. Tell me what to do." Zhen Kong was so angry that he laughed and retorted. "You have no idea how many living beings you have killed along the way." Chuanzang sighed. "You always say that there will be no next time, but when have you ever taken those words to heart? I just want to ask you, will you do it again next time?" "Monk?" Zhen Kong tossed the peach tree to the ground and calmly replied, "Don't ask me about this. Ask the demons and humans who want to take your life. As long as they don't want your life, I definitely won't do anything. But if they want to hurt you, I won't show any mercy." Hearing Zhen Kong's words, compassion appeared in Chunzang's eyes. All the living beings who had died under Zhen Kong's magic wand in the past 200 years appeared in his mind. He could not help but say, "Since that's the case, you go, I.O. Master?" Seeing that Chunzang was about to chase Zhen Kong away, Zhen Han hurriedly took a few steps forward and plucked a peach from the peach tree. She handed it to Chunzang and smiled. "Look, the peach senior brother found is even more juicy than the immortal peaches in the immortal palace. Why don't you try it?" Chunzang looked at the juicy peach. In the end, he could not harden his heart and sighed. "Forget it. This is the last time. If there is a next time, I don't need to say anything, whatever." Shen Kong did not care at all. He waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly. "Do whatever you want." If it wasn't for Master, Zhen Kong immediately stopped and looked at Zhen Feng and Zhen Han. The two of them perked up their ears and waited for him to continue. Thus, Zhen Kong shut his mouth for a moment and continued. "Otherwise, who would have the patience to protect you for 200 years? Zhen Feng and Zhen Han could not help but feel slightly disappointed when they saw Zhen Kong being so tight-lipped. They glanced at each other and sneered. They had the same question. Just where did Zhen Kong come from? Just which great saint was behind him? However, it had been more than 200 years and they did not see any clues. In Chunzang's eyes, the so-called sutra seeking extreme bliss was a process of seeking the gospel for the millions of Buddhist people in the hidden immortal continent. However, in Zhen Feng and Zhen Han's eyes, it might not be so. Perhaps it was just a game to obtain merits and benefits. Therefore, it was very important to have a place in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. In fact, long before Chunzang took down the Buddhist decree in the Tidal River Temple, the Immortal Palace and Lane Temple had already discussed this matter. However, this matter did not only involve Buddhism and Confucianism, it also involved the Immortal Palace and various Confucian families and even the demon race. Even when Chunzang began his sutra-seeking extreme bliss journey in the Longevity Town, he did not arrange everything properly. In particular, right after Chunzang left, Xiaohua had a dispute with Sun Ping who was waiting for him at the Liao River. Although the two left the Longevity Town very quickly, the imprint of the Immortal Palace was unavoidable. Therefore, the matter that was already settled changed again. It was not until more than a year after Chunzang left the Longevity Town that a group of forces suddenly discovered that Chunzang had actually accepted a demon race disciple. This disciple seemed to have been accepted overnight, and it also seemed to have been arranged long ago. However, the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivators did not receive any message from the demon race. Seeing that the demon race had already made the first move, the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect did not dare to delay any longer. On one hand, they arranged for an envoy to go to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to denounce the great saint of the demon race for not acting according to the agreement. On the other hand, they hurriedly arranged for Chunzang's disciple. Chunzang originally had 3 disciples. One was a demon race disciple, one was a Buddhist, and one was a Confucian cultivator. The Confucian cultivator disciple should be the eldest senior brother. On the hidden immortal continent, he was the first to accept Chunzang as a nominal protector. After that, he went to the Nirvana world and accepted the second Buddhist as a real Buddhist disciple. As for the demon race disciple, he was arranged in the Nirvana world. After being subdued by the Confucian cultivator disciple and the Buddhist sect disciple, he surrendered to the Buddhist sect. Yuan Tongtian's appearance was good. He took the eldest senior brother's position. This Confucian cultivator could only be the second senior brother. The second senior brother was Jinhan. He was originally the son of the military family and was called Sun Zihan. The status of this Confucian cultivator disciple originally did not belong to the Sun family. Instead, the Immortal Palace gave it to the Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong and Baiming for big families. However, the status of the eldest senior brother was already gone. The enthusiasm of the four big families to compete for the status also disappeared instantly. The four big families also did not have any disciples who were willing to be a fire ape's junior brother. Therefore, the status was given to the Sun family again. Under the instruction of the Immortal Palace, the Sun family chose Sun Zihan. At first, Sun Zihan was convinced by Yuan Tongtian. However, in the end, it was because of Yuan Tongtian that he had the opportunity to enter the Nirvana world to seek scriptures. He was still grateful to Yuan Tongtian from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, on the hidden immortal continent he was courteous to Yuan Tongtian. However, the essence of this kind of courtesy was a kind of pride as a human cultivator. However, in the following few years, Yuan Tongtian's protection of Chuanzong came from the bottom of his heart. He even risked his own life to save Chuanzong. It was very different from what he thought. Zhenhan could not help but feel a little surprised. Moreover, Yuan Tongtian did not care about some of his little tricks at all. Even if he was captured by some Taoist cultivators and wanted to kill him in front of Yuan Tongtian turned a deaf ear to it. Therefore, Zhenhan was completely relieved of Yuan Tongtian. Moreover, this demon clan's Yuan Tongtian was indeed very resourceful. He was much more powerful than Zhenhan. On the hidden immortal continent, almost all the work was done by Yuan Tongtian. He did not need Zhenhan at all. After watching for a while, Zhenhan got used to it. He also adjusted his attitude. Being the second senior brother was fine. Anyway, he was also here to gain merit. However, at this time, strange news came from the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. The demon clan's great sage did not take action at all. The disciples arranged by the demon clan were still waiting to be subdued by the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect disciples. Chaos, chaos, this was Zhenhan's mood when he heard the news from the Immortal Palace that day. He was almost impulsive that day. He wanted to ask Yuan Tongtian where he came from. Could it be that he jumped out of a stone? However, as a Confucian disciple, he still had the self-restraint and patience. He did not open his mouth and only watched coldly. The Immortal Palace and the Buddhist sect were shocked when they received the news. They never thought that there would be a fourth force besides the demon race, the Confucian cultivators, and the Buddhist sect that would disrupt their plans. The first thing they thought of was the Tao sect, the Tao sect cultivator who called himself the primordial chaos ancestor. However, they did not understand how the Grand Mist ancestor could know about the arrangement of the sutra seeking nirvana. How could he send such a powerful fire ape in advance? What made them even more dumbfounded was that whether it was the Immortal Palace or the Great Thunderclap Temple, they could not find the origin of the fire ape. Even if they used great magical powers, they could not find Yuan Tongtian's origin. They could not find any cause and effect. This fire ape was really as Sun Zihan thought. It was like a stone that fell from the sky. Naturally, the Immortal Palace and the Buddhist sect had the intention to kill Yuan Tongtian. However, they also saw clearly that the one who really protected Chuanzong was Yuan Tongtian. Zhenhan also said clearly that Yuan Tongtian was not interested in the merit of the sutra seeking nirvana. He only cared about Chuanzong's safety. Moreover, the one who accepted Yuan Tongtian was Chuanzong himself. In other words, this was Chuanzong's own choice. It had nothing to do with the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, or the demon clan. Since it was Chuanzong's choice, the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators had to consider more for Chuanzong. After all, the heavenly Tao was flawed. Out of 50, one would escape. Perhaps Chuanzong was that one who escaped. In the end, the one who settled this matter was naturally the Mahavairakana revered Buddha. The Buddha Lord formed a Buddha seal with his hands. The Buddha light penetrated the heaven and earth. After a few days, the Mahavairakana revered Buddha's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He said, "Since he wants to come, let him come." Then the Mahavairakana revered Buddha did not say anything more. He did not give any explanation at all. Since the Buddha Lord of the Buddhist sect did not object, the Immortal Palace naturally had no reason to object. Yuan Tongtian, the disciple with the Buddha named Zhen Kong, sat in the position of the eldest senior brother. Chapter 4276. Since there was Yuan Tongtian, there would be a demon disciple for the sutra-seeking extreme bliss. The demon who was destined to be subdued. His tragic fate would be changed. He would not be beaten by others. He would be subdued by others. However, there was a problem again. The demons were unhappy. This was already agreed upon. How could it be changed just like that? Were they bullying the demons for being inhumane? The Immortal Palace was in a dilemma. There was only so much merit. If there was one more person to share, everyone would have less. The Immortal Palace felt that the Buddhist sect might not be willing. However, to the surprise of the Immortal Palace and the demons, the Buddhist sect made a rare concession in the face of the demons' persistence. The Buddhist sect did not arrange for the Bodhisattva to perform the sutra seeking extreme bliss. There were still 4 of them. However, the Buddhist sect had a condition. This demon disciple could not be a demon from the 1,000-demon sacred realm. The Buddhist sect's reasoning was reasonable. With 1 less Buddhist disciple, Chunzang's merit would be doubled. The demons already had a disciple. Of course, they could not share any extra merit. Otherwise, wouldn't the demons benefit the most from the sutra seeking extreme bliss? It was unknown if there was something fishy between the Dragon Island and the Buddhist sect, or if fate had really landed on the Dragon Island. On the 3 continents, other than the Immortal Palace, the Thunder Temple and the Great Sage Temple, there was only the Dragon Island left. The 3rd disciple was given to the Dragon Island. Of course, the Dragon Island could not send a dragon to be Chunzang's disciple. Therefore, the title was given to the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. There were many dragons in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. However, there were not many who could match the status of Sun Zihan. There was no need to mention the princes of the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. None of them would lower their status to be a disciple of a Buddhist sect's bodhisattva. The Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas could not send out an ordinary dragon general. They had to send a leader of the Dragon Guards. Just as the Immortal Palace was waiting with interest for the Dragon Palace to send out a disciple, Ao Feng appeared. The 10th prince of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Everyone knew that the dragon had 9 sons. Each Dragon Palace only had 9 princes. It was impossible to have one more. This was the legacy of the dragons for many years. However, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea had this 10th prince. The Immortal Palace didn't know how the 10th crown prince came about, but from the Dragon Island's Book of Dragons, it was recorded long ago. It was something that happened before the sutra seeking of extreme bliss. In other words, Ao Feng's birth had nothing to do with the sutra seeking of extreme bliss. Since the 10th prince had nothing to do with nirvana scripture seeking, the Immortal Palace immediately understood the reason why the 10th prince revealed his identity. Whether it was the Dragon Island or the East Sea Dragon Palace, one of them must have found the Lane Temple and given Ao Feng the opportunity to appear in the 3 continents, giving him the opportunity to be recognized by the Dragon Tribe. Therefore, the Immortal Palace didn't pursue the matter further and agreed to let Ao Feng be the last disciple of the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Moreover, the Immortal Palace didn't propose any other conditions. However, when Ao Feng appeared in front of her, Zhenhan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Where did the Dragon General and the 10th Prince of the Dragon King go? Why is there only one dragon horse? Didn't they say that Chuanzang could only rely on his own strength to travel from Longevity Town to Lane Temple and then back to Longevity Town from Lane Temple? The East Sea Dragon Palace sent a dragon horse over. It could not carry Chuanzang nor could it fight. How could it split the merit? Could it be that they were planning to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Unfortunately, although this dragon horse Zhenfeng was very lively and often caused trouble, he was very tight-lipped about his origin, and even what had happened. No matter how much Zhenhan asked, he still didn't get an answer. After a long time, Zhenhan also lost his patience. After all, the dragon horse Zhenfeng wasn't the only one who was slacking. Wasn't he also hiding behind Zhenkong and slacking off? It was enough to have Zhenkong as the eldest senior brother in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Who cares what Zhenfeng thought? However, when the 4 of them arrived at the Lane Temple and saw the Mahayana scriptures such as the Nirvana Sutra, the Bodhisattva Sutra and other Mahayana scriptures to Chuanzang, Zhenhan suddenly understood everything. He was instantly filled with admiration for the Lane Temple and the Dragon Palace. Because the Lane Temple had clearly stated that the Mahayana Sutra was the breath of the Buddha Lord. No utensils could taint it. Therefore, the Qinghuan pouch, the Qinghuan bracelet and the dragon shell couldn't be used. They could only be carried by the dragon clan with the bloodline of the heavenly dragon. His grandmother, what kind of reason was this? This was clearly giving merit to dragon horse Zhenfeng. Unfortunately, this dragon horse Zhenfeng seemed to be a simpleton. He didn't understand anything and only wanted to carry Chuanzang. Zhenhan wished he could knock dragon horse Zhenfeng's head on behalf of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Did you know that your father had done so much for you? Today Chuanzang was forced to tell the truth. Looking at dragon horse Zhenfeng's attitude, he didn't seem to care at all. Zhenhan couldn't help but despise him. However, Zhenhan couldn't help but defend Zhenfeng. After all, 2 people slacking off, it was better than one person being inconspicuous. As for Chuanzang's origin and the relationship between Chuanzang and Zhen Kong, even though Zhen Han had followed them for more than 200 years, he still didn't understand. It wasn't only Zhen Han who was confused. Even the Immortal Palace was shrouded in fog. No one could see the truth. Long before Chuanzang revealed the Buddhist decree, or even when Chuanzang might reveal the Buddhist decree, the Immortal Palace had already begun to investigate Chuanzang's origin. However, the result left the Immortal Palace very puzzled. Chuanzang was like a Buddha descending from the heavens, riding on the wooden basin of nirvana. Before the small golden river of the Golden Mountain Temple, Chuanzang's shadow didn't seem to exist in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Since then, Chuanzang's shadow seemed to have covered the entire pure land of ultimate bliss. Moreover, everything was seen clearly by the Immortal Palace. There weren't any traces of the Mahavairakana revered Buddha doing anything. Chuanzang appeared out of thin air. Of course, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even Zhen Han didn't believe that Chuanzang had no relationship with the Mahavairakana revered Buddha. Otherwise, how could such great merit be given to Chuanzang? However, the experience of the past 200 years told Zhen Han the truth. Chuanzang didn't know the truth behind this pure land of ultimate bliss. This wasn't the final truth. The truth that Zhen Han didn't understand the most was that Chuanzang didn't seem to recognize Zhen Kong, who had risked his life to protect her. Not only did Chuanzang treat Zhen Kong, Zhen Han, and Zhen Feng equally, he was also very dissatisfied with Zhen Kong killing monsters and Taoist cultivators. Since a long time ago, he had been talking non-stop about chasing Zhen Kong away. Zhen Han was about to go crazy. For the sake of Zhen Kong, the Buddhist sect, the Immortal Palace, and the monster race had engaged in a game. Dragon Island had even joined in. Now that the candidate for the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss had been decided, you actually wanted to change it. Did you think that you had the final say in this Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss? Moreover, if Zhen Kong was chased away, the heavy responsibility of eliminating monsters and demons would fall on Zhen Han's shoulders. How could Zhen Han be willing? Although the outcome of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss had been decided, no one could guarantee the process. Anything that one worried about would definitely happen. Didn't you see how the powerful Shen Kong was almost killed by the Taoist cultivators he had arranged? Zhen Han couldn't guarantee that the Taoist cultivators sent out from the Penglai Immortal Realm wouldn't have the guts to kill her when they saw her, a Confucian cultivator, before the Immortal Palace made their move. In particular, a secret that, I won't tell you if you're not familiar with him, had suddenly spread throughout the 3 continents. It was said that Chuanzang was the reincarnation of a bodhisattva from the Buddhist kingdom. Anyone who could eat a piece of Chuanzang's flesh would gain immortality. Human cultivators were still fine, but the monsters in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm couldn't resist this temptation. One after another, they rushed out from their secluded lairs, wanting to realize their beautiful dream of immortality. Although he didn't know where this rumor came from, the effect of this rumor was obvious. Without the Immortal Palace and the Thunder Temple urging the Great Sage Hall to create a few demons and ghosts, the real calamities came one after another. Although the Immortal Palace and Thunder Temple's defenses were tight, if a monster like Zhen Kong could become their disciple, then a monster like the Phantom Beast could also get close. If it wasn't for the powerful eldest senior brother Zhen Kong blocking in front of her, Zhen Han might have died several times already. Therefore, even if Zhen Han knew that Zhen Kong looked down on her, she still tried her best to protect Zhen Kong, helping Chuanzang, who only wanted to pursue the truth of Buddhism, to see the reality clearly. Seeing that Chuanzang and Zhen Kong had a falling out again, and Zhen Kong really had the momentum of not daring to do anything, Zhen Han gave Zhen Feng a look and hurriedly said, "Master, please calm down first. This is all my disciple's fault. Eldest senior brother went to look for food for you, but we actually squabbled on the side, causing you to be in danger. Come, quickly try this peach, it's really delicious." "That's right, master." Dragon Horse Zhen Feng also said, "Eldest senior brother has worked hard and made great contributions. For the past 200 years, haven't we relied on eldest senior brother's abilities to safely reach this place? Seeing that the Western Paradise is about to end, and we have to return to the hidden immortal continent, how can you bear to let eldest senior brother leave? Just now, not to mention eldest senior brother, even my heart was about to jump out. After all, that phantom beast had already pounced on Master's head. In just a few breaths, Master will really enter the cycle of reincarnation. Isn't eldest senior brother anxious to save Master? Of course, we Buddhist disciples cannot stain our hands with blood. Eldest senior brother is also in the wrong. Look, even if eldest senior brother doesn't say anything now, he is already regretting it. It was rare for two disobedient disciples to speak up for Zhen Kong, so Chuanzang's heart moved a little. He took the peach that Jinhan passed to him and took a small bite. A sweet peach juice entered his mouth and Chuanzang's anger subsided a little. However, when he looked at Zhen Kong again, he saw that Zhen Kong was looking at the sky, seemingly in the direction of the Golden Mountain Temple. He didn't know what Zhen Kong was thinking. Although Zhen Kong didn't say anything, the regret in Zhen Kong's words clearly didn't exist. Chuanzang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he had already said enough in the past 200 years. What was the use of him saying anything more? For a moment, his heart felt stifled. He wasn't an idiot. 200 years was enough for him to see some of the truth about the Western paradise scripture seeking. However, he didn't care. After all, the Mahayana Buddhist scripture he obtained was a real thing. Being able to let the Buddhist sect's Buddhist light illuminate the longevity town was his greatest hope for this trip. However, what was his greatest hope? In this world, there was probably no one who could understand it. Not even Mahavairakana. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.